Hello, everyone. I'm so sorry I'm not going to be there with you in person. but I'm really honored to join this important conference with the University of Rwanda, our long time. And I'll be talking to you about the research I've been doing with Dr. Vincent Sebea and our team in Rwanda and other partners who give home intervention to promote early
All right. Okay. Okay. Yes. Okay. Test 1, 2. Mic test. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning. Good
Can you
morning.
hear me?
Yes.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
All right. Yeah, thank you so much for
Hello,
making
hello.
it on time for this Rwanda Research Symposium 2022.
Hello.
The current symposium is themed evidence-based research practices in the field of mental health and child development. So this is the second of its kind, and the previous one was held last year in May as well. So we really once more, want to welcome you and also being punctual. But as a matter of fact, I wanted to introduce my colleague,
Pascaline Munezero.
Pascaline Mugiraneza Munezero. So we'll be working together and facilitating today's discussions. So Pascaline is a recent graduate with a Bachelor of Science in Psychology from the University of Richmond, Virginia, in the US. So upon her undergraduate completion, she has been a professional intern at the Center for Mental Health since January this year, where she assists in organizing and delivering workshops and trainings and functions like this. So she contributed a lot and the content preparation for this symposium. So she has a passion for evidence-based psychological treatment, and she's drawn into clinical research on adversity and its impact on the mental health of children and adolescents, and how parenting practices modulate that impact. Pascaline, do you want to say hi to our participant?
Hi, everyone. Thank you for a great introduction. Thank you for being here, and we are really glad that you were able to make it. Can you hear me well? Okay, great. We are really glad that you're here, and we apologize for the delay in starting. We are waiting on our guest of honor, but she's going to make it in a few minutes, so we apologize. And yeah, my colleague who will be facilitating the morning session is Jean-Aimé Nsabimana, and is currently a program researcher at research advisor at FXB Rwanda on Sigira mu Muryango, which is a family strengthening intervention. He has over 6 years of outstanding experience in managing small to large scale randomized controlled trials, evaluation, and observational cross-sectional studies in the field of mental health, agriculture, gender, education, and financial inclusion in Rwanda. So he also holds a master's degree in public health with a concentration in international health development. And without further ado, I can hand over to him for further process.
Yeah, thank you so much, Pascaline. So today's discussions, we are going to have some interesting presentations, but also having panel discussions, and we want everyone to get involved into those presentations. So we know we have other participants who are following us live on YouTube, and please feel free to circulate maybe the link to other people who wanted to attend this symposium. And I wanted to come back on this. This symposium was organized by University of Rwanda, the Center for Mental Health, in partnership with Boston College School of Social Work. There are also other collaborators and partners like FXB Rwanda through the program which is being implemented called Sugira Muryango, or the Family Strengthening Intervention, and also in partnership with the UNICEF Rwanda.
just a quick announcement. Some people have been asking about the Wi-Fi and things like that. You can see on either side, you can find the Wi-Fi there. So, yeah.
But at the same time, may I ask people sitting at the back maybe to fill the front seats so that maybe people who are coming late might occupy those behind the seat. Thank you. So we talked about the Wi-Fi password. There is a paper which is hung on the walls on both sides. Please feel free if you want to surf, but we know much concentration will be put on the this symposium. Thank you.
Maybe as we wait to start with our welcoming remarks and everything else presentation-wise, maybe we can start with engaging with you as our audience. Maybe we can start having some of you tell us about the expectations that you have in this conference as we wait for our guest of honor. Feel free to
Any volunteer want to start talking about your expectations for this symposium? All right, I see Alexi has raised his hand.
Yeah, thank you, Jaime. I'm Alexi Nyonzima. I'm coming from FXB, Sugira Muryango program. I'm based in Rubavu district as district team leader for the program. So my expectation for today is just to hear from experiences from others, about this topic, so that maybe I can go and share with my colleague. As you know, we have a big staff there at the community level. So maybe all the findings I will get from here, I will share with them, and I will use it. I will apply it there at community level. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Alexi. I see that many people have expectations about those research findings in the field of mental health and child development and how they can apply them in their normal or professional life. Any other volunteer to share his or her expectations for this symposium?
Maybe I can go since no one is willing to go. Maybe you're shy. So aside from being here as an organizer or facilitator, I think many of you might share the expectation that I have, which is to have great discussion and be able to ask profound questions to researchers who are going to be presenting. Like you can see on the program that there are so many different and diverse speakers on mental health and child development field of research. So I am looking forward to engage and ask questions to these researchers, and I hope you feel the same way or you expect yourself to do the same, because it's going to also bring more life and more impact to this research symposium. So maybe if there is one more person who can share.
Anyone wanna share their expectations about this event? On my side, it is because this is the first time that I'm attending this is kind of a symposium. I'm much interested in new researches and the evidences that are current in this field of mental health and child development. Okay.
I'm a basic a neuroscience researcher, and from the University of Rwanda. My expectation is, as a participant today, is to listen to all the panelists and also draw insight or discuss with other researchers in the field of mental health and child development. It happens to be that my interest is on developmental neurosciences, but I'm also going to listen to see how I'm going to connect mental health, child development, and then draw it down to basic science to see how far we can develop capacity in terms of doing research that can guide us through understanding how the brain works, what affect the brains around, and how we can, to connect it to what is happening around, and then also in teaching and learning. So that has been my expectation today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ivan. I see we do have people from diverse backgrounds, and good to hear that they want to connect, like Ivan, who want to connect neuroscience with mental health and child development. So this is really great, and it's good to hear that we have people from diverse backgrounds attending this symposium. Thank you. Thank you. May I get seated again?
Thank you so much. I have the greatest honor to welcome Prof. Vincent Zivera to give you welcoming remarks. He's the director of the Center for Mental Health at the College of Medicine and Health Science at the University of Rwanda. And he, in addition to his teaching and research activities, he daily contributes to social service workforce development in Rwanda and abroad. So please, Prof. Vincent, you're welcome.
Dear DVC Finance at the University of Rwanda and representing the Vice Chancellor and also our guest of honor today, government, non-government institutions represented here, delegates, distinguished guests, speakers, participants, good morning. We at the Center for Mental Health today at the College of Medicine and Health Sciences at the University of Rwanda, I have to disclose that we are very honored and privileged to have you today attending and contributing to this very important, and I will say unique symposium, because it focuses on family functioning, child development, child mental health, and how all these aspects interact. The Center for Mental Health, which is, as I mentioned, a unit within the College of Medicine and Health Sciences, was established September 2015 with the aim of bringing together researchers, practitioners in the domain of mental health from the different perspectives, to name psychiatry, clinical psychology, social work, public health, social work, etc., so that we can invest and advance mental health from that global and wider perspective, not simply seeing mental health from bioanatomy perspective, but also to include the social environment, the social ecosystem, and how all of this impact on mental health. With this today symposium, we put and focus our attention to the family environment and how it affects the child development and child mental health, both as risk factor but also protective factors. The Center for Mental Health activities include, to achieve the aim that is mentioned above, we develop and invest in research, training, advocacy, and clinic service, so that those who may require mental health support can be also served from that unit at the University of Rwanda. Dear DVC and our guest of honor, the symposium of today is a result of a long-term collaboration between us, the University of Rwanda, and Boston College, especially the research program on children and adversities. This symposium is part of the efforts in capacity building. By capacity building, we believe, one, capacity building means to promote and mentor junior researchers in the domain of child development, child mental health, and family functioning. Secondly, we do believe also that capacity building is promoting collaboration with stakeholders in country and outside the country, partners, stakeholders who are interested in child family functioning, so that not only we can learn from what they do, but also we can share what we learn from books and research in the perspective of implementation, science, and evidence-based practices. Today, we are also having presentations from different institutions, organizations, researchers, to include our brilliant students from the University of Rwanda, both from medicine, social work, clinical psychology, psychiatric nurses, who will be sharing with us either fundings from the research, but also students and early career, I will say beginners, who will be sharing with us their project, but also very importantly, learning from colleagues who are practicing to share with us not only the best practices they are developing, but also lessons learned, and very importantly, what are the needs that are still there that should be also of interest as far as research is concerned. Dear DVC and our guest of honor, allow me to take this time to thank all colleagues, institutions, and organizations who played a role in making this symposium possible. For our information, this is our second symposium on the same topic. And we are happy that this is something that will continue to be organized annually. I want here to recognize the contribution of my colleague, Professor Teresa Betancourt, and Boston College at large as an institution, who are our privileged partner in this program. FXB Rwanda, Sugira Muryango, who are here represented. UNICEF Rwanda for technical support and advisory contribution to this. I want also to thank speakers who are coming from different organizations and institutions here represented. UNICEF Rwanda, Hope and Homes for Children, SOS Rwanda, Interpeace, and more. I cannot conclude this welcome remarks without also congratulating our students who are investing their time and interests in child development, family functioning, and how the family environment affect immediately or later on the child mental health. I want to commend that interest and encourage our junior researchers, senior researchers, academic staff who are in this room. Let us make this to be just a beginning. To you all, I want, on behalf of the Center for Mental Health, of course, and my college and my university at large, to say welcome and God bless you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Vincent, for great welcoming remarks. We are going to have Professor Teresa Betancourt, who is the director of RIPCA research program on children and adversity, and the program is part of the Boston College, and they are our partners in this Rwanda Research Symposium and other activities that we do at the Center for Mental Health. So we are going to hear her remarks. Yeah, you can hang on technology. Yeah, the video is coming on now. Please.
Be there with you in person, but I'm really honored to join this important conference with the University of Rwanda, our long-time collaborators and friends. And I'll be talking today about the research that I've been doing with Dr. Sezibera and our team at FXB Rwanda and other partners on home visiting intervention to promote early childhood development and prevent violence. And our work especially on expanding access and impacting the intervention through partnerships. I can just tell you a little bit about myself. I am a professor here at Boston College in the School of Social Work, and I'm also director of the research program on children and adversity, which has worked in Rwanda since 2007. So for my presentation today, I'll give you a little introduction to our program and the work we do, some background on the type of research studies we've had. New areas of science, such as implementation science, and the science of scaling out and sustaining the evidence-based practice working in Rwanda and some of the key issues going forward. So as I'm speaking today, I'm representing a much bigger team, especially as I mentioned, Dr. Sezibera, who's there with all of you, Joseph Kalisa, and our partners at the University of Rwanda, also Jean-Marie, who's at the FXE Center for Children and does a lot of the overview of the team in the field and then our field-based team members. I also want to acknowledge our teams in Rwanda, our interventionist teams across 3 districts who've been very fundamental as experts in Sudiramayango and in helping others learn from practice. And so when I speak today, I'm really speaking on behalf of hundreds of amazing, talented people, many of them based in Rwanda, which has been really exciting because the expertise for this intervention rests in Rwanda. And so to tell you about the research program on children in adversity, we're focused on understanding processes that contribute to risky and also resilient life outcomes in children, families, and communities who face adversity globally. And in doing this, we focus on strengths, not just deficits or problems. And we're very interested in contributing to the evidence base on intervention strategies to target low resource settings. That's both here in the United States and around the world. And that's really something we're passionate about. So when it comes to early childhood development, there was a very important paper published. It was actually a special series of papers in The Lancet in 2007. And this was a galvanizing moment in our field of early childhood development, where Sally Grantham McGregor in her article remarked on the statistic that over 200 million children under the age of 5 are not fulfilling their developmental potential. And as you see here, the concentration is most intense in much of sub-Saharan Africa. And recent numbers that have updated some of these statistics now say that using country-level prevalence data on stunting for children under the age of 5, it's estimated that the number is even higher. It's nearly 250 million children who are at risk of poor development using 2010 as a benchmark. So we have big things to do in the world going forward. And from a policy perspective, investments in early childhood development are very efficient ways to transform human capital. And so Sudiramayango, the intervention, really grew up within this ecosystem and this focus on the political will around family-based prevention and early childhood development. So in the early years of our work in Rwanda, starting in 2007 and then expanding with a grant that we wrote to the National Institutes of Mental Health, we were focused on one form of family adversity, which were households affected by HIV and AIDS, and working with partners in health, especially in Southern Kayanza District and Rinkwabu, we developed a family strengthening parenting program, recognizing that when parents are living with HIV and AIDS, or some children in the family are affected by HIV and AIDS, we don't think enough about the other children in the broader family. We just think about the person living with the illness. So we worked on an intervention that would help all families thrive despite having HIV and AIDS affecting their household. And we found that we were able to reduce child mental health problems across the board, not just HIV affected children, but also children indirectly affected. And so we had this strengths-based parenting program. We had those measures in place. We began conversations with the government and with the World Bank about could there be a version of this intervention that was not specific to HIV, but that really focused on promoting child development and also improving the functioning of households in extreme poverty when it related to other problems like violence. And then in most recent years, we've been able to expand from non-specialist lay workers who we were able to pick when doing the trials, who were community volunteers who got a small stipend, to now working with the Inshuti Zumurunyango, the government volunteer workforce for social protection and child protection. And all of this has been linked to the Vision Umurenge VUP program as the platform for identifying families in extreme poverty and following guidelines that the VUP uses within the Ubudehe system. And so this is an intervention that targets right now Ubudehe 1, but of course it could help so many more families if the resources were available to expand it. So just to tell you a little bit more about Sugiro Maryango, as I mentioned, it's focused on families in the Ubudehe 1 category living in extreme poverty who have a child under the age of 3. And some features of Sugiro Maryango that are very important. It's focused on promoting early childhood development and preventing violence. It's done through active coaching through home visiting. So a coach who we train and supervise with our Rwandan team meets with the caregivers. They can be any kind of family configuration, mother, father, just the father, grandmothers, aunties, uncles, any kind of household we can work with. And the home visitor is working with the caregivers to be engaged in nurturing responsive care with their children. The home visitor doesn't play with the children. They have the caregivers play with the children, and they discuss a range of topics related to early stimulation, responsive care, nutrition, hygiene, taking from the WHO Care for Child Development materials. And to do this, we work with the men as well as the women. We're really focused on if there's a male involved in the household who affects the care and day-to-day interactions with that young child under the age of 3, we want that male also involved in the sessions. So we try to show up at times where it works to have men involved. After they've had a meal or when they're taking a rest from work, we come on the weekends, we come late in the day or early in the day. So we're able to work with families to think about that schedule and be flexible. And through this work, we've been able to engage 70% of males in households in all the modules of Sugiro Maryango, which is very exciting. Another distinguishing feature is every session of Sugiro Maryango with the caregivers and the young child has a 15-minute play activity. And we try to iterate that and change it up as the child is developmentally older. So what it looks like to be playful in the interactions with a young infant will vary as we move towards children who can walk and are beginning to use language and song. But we always really encourage early language development, storytelling, singing, and play as ways that the baby's brain can develop and grow. And so in terms of our theory of change, I talked a bit about our target beneficiaries. These are vulnerable households living in extreme poverty. Ubudehe 1 classification is met according to the VUP. And they have a child anywhere from birth to 36 months, so under the age of 3. And I've talked about some of the risk factors that we learned about in our formative research, limited information about child development, limited opportunities to engage with children in a way that builds their brain development, that builds language and stimulation. A lot of families in poverty are in a moment of crisis. They're not able to think about anything but the right now, about the future, about how their own children can graduate from poverty. So we really try to shift that forward thinking. And then manage stress. Living in extreme poverty brings a lot of household stress and also risk of family violence. So how can people manage stress better? How can they reduce conflict? How can they engage in problem solving when they're facing those sorts of life challenges? So pre to post intervention, and it's 12 modules. We hope to see improvements in the interactions, the responsive caregiving between male and female caregivers and the child, improvements in behaviors related to promoting health, and also the home being safer, including reducing violence. We also 1 year out look at are those behavior changes being sustained? And then we start to look at some of the physical and cognitive development of the child 1 year later. And then 3 years later, we'll be looking at the transition to formal schooling, language ability, school readiness in terms of behaviors, cognitive and physical development, and also improve socio-emotional skills, including emotional behavioral health in the young child. So just to tell you a little bit about our research, these are 2 studies, one published in BMC Public Health and another in BMJ Global Health. We saw in our pre to post intervention with Sugero Muryango an increase in stimuli, increase in playful interactions, play, the use of play, also improvements in behaviors related to dietary diversity and better nutrition, increasing the amount of food groups that children had access to, increased care seeking for health problems like diarrhea and fever. And then in the family environment, we also saw a decrease in use of violent child discipline and reduced victimization by intimate partner violence. So women were saying they were experiencing less violence from their partners. We also saw in fathers and in mothers an improvement in depression and anxiety symptoms. So that was pre to post intervention. 1 year later, a lot of these improvements held out, especially those related to the parental behavior change and reductions in violence. So now I mentioned the question is, how do we get beyond a trial of 1,000 families to trying to reach up to 10,000 households who are categorized as Ubadehe 1, linked to the Vision Umurenge program, and work with the Nchuti Zumurunyango lay workforce. So this initiative is our current work, and we call this initiative the Play Collaborative. And we've had amazing support from LEGO Foundation, Grand Challenges Canada partners, government, and also national government, as well as FXB Rwanda. And the idea here is to reach, as I mentioned, up to 10,000, not operating in isolation, to build local capacity and to expand our impact, to sustain evidence-based interventions within systems that can reach many more children in Rwanda and beyond. So with that, I'd just like to thank you for the opportunity to join you all, and I look forward to a wonderful conference together. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Teresa, for these great remarks and presentation about the amazing work, research work you are doing on children and diversity. So we hope that it has provided some insight about this research work that is being done, specifically through the Sugira Muryango program, which is being implemented under FXB Rwanda. All right, as we move on with the symposium, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce Madame Françoise Kaitare Tengera, who is the current Deputy Vice Chancellor of Finance at the University of Rwanda and has an oversight responsibility over finances, corporate services, procurement, and the university's single project implementation unit, commonly known as SPIU. So, Madame Françoise, it is my pleasure to welcome you as the guest of honor for this second Rwanda Research Symposium themed evidence-based research practices in the field of mental health and child development. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amy. Today we are discussing much more serious and very challenging topics, nothing like procurement or finances. So, but I do appreciate your kind introduction. It's really kind of you. Thank you so much. Representatives from government institutions, non-government institutions, development partners, particularly to Professor Therese Bentancur. I think if you are in Boston, it's 5 a.m. You can imagine that she's trying her best to attend a conference at 5 a.m. in the morning. We're very grateful for that. To all the students and various associations of youth who are here, to my colleague, Professor Vincent Seziwela, who is the Director for Mental Health in the College of Medicine and Health Sciences, University of Rwanda, to all distinguished participants who are joining physically, but also to all the colleagues joining virtually. I'm pleased to welcome you all to this important conference. Very good morning. Indeed, as I said, this is quite an interesting symposium because we are discussing very critical issues which are really hard to address, because we all know when you have a problem which is physical, you can easily go to a doctor and then they test, they give you a prescription, and things become much, much easier. But this one is very important and very, very critical. I'm delighted to represent our Vice Chancellor of the University of Rwanda, to this important symposium while discussing indeed a critical subject. It is with great honor to be able to meet again physically after the challenges that we faced due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And the second Rwanda Research Symposium is coming in quite critically and timely. We're going to be discussing mental health and child development, evidence-based practices in the field of mental health and child development in Rwanda. As I said, it's an important subject, it's an important topic. So today's symposium is going to be really interesting to all of us. I would first like to congratulate Prof. Vincent, Prof. Therese, and the team of researchers behind this work. And also I take the opportunity to also congratulate the organizers of this conference, this symposium, to bringing all of us together today to have this discussion. And much more importantly, to also my colleagues from University of Rwanda. I did mention Vincent, but also there's a team of researchers, students, and also the colleagues working behind, supporting the researchers. I can't really go without acknowledging them as well. We also have colleagues from other universities beyond just the University of Rwanda and Boston College. I also take this moment to thank you and welcome you to the conference. As a university, it's our fundamental goal to promote evidence-based research that not only seek to build our institutional capacity, but serve to improve the communities around us as we make global scientific and knowledge contribution. It is therefore a strong reminder to all of you attending this symposium, particularly to our students and staff. By the end of this event, while you enjoyed the great presentations, panel discussions, and looking at different posters, let us all go back to our different places with the commitment to foster evidence-based interventions through developing our individual as well as institutional research capacities. That's a message to our students and researchers from different universities. Moreover, with the existing data indicating serious mental health and child development challenges that are caused by increased social economic factors such as poverty, family conflicts, sexual and child neglect, among others that affect our children and youth globally, more research is still needed to learn the context-related mental health and child development challenges in order to deliver sustainable solutions to those challenges. This therefore lies upon all of us, beyond just the students. As I said, it's quite important that we work as a team together so that we all promote research evidenced research and data. So we can sometimes, I come from academia, though I'm now doing administration. It's important that we sometimes think research is all about people in academia, but have you seen the work Teresa presented? There are quite a number of colleagues who are not in academia, but who are really contributing significantly. So it's called to all of us who are passionate about research to deepen our understanding of how to respond to these critical problems with evidence and data. If we fail to investigate these pressing issues, we are failing our future generations as researchers. As a university, we pledge our full continued support to you and the research community. We will continue to engage in more mutual partnerships with the rest of the academic as well as other institutions here present. I would like to express our sincere gratitude to our esteemed partners who have joined and enabled this journey of research transformation in Rwanda, particularly Boston colleagues, that we are implementing a Sugira Muryango program with which the capacity building component has been mainstreamed. Our sincere appreciation goes to UNICEF Rwanda for your continued partnership in developing and supporting the Rwandan community to provide a good, conducive space for our children to grow healthy and safe. We hope this partnership can be formalized through a memorandum of understanding between our two institutions. So please be assured that the University of Rwanda is ready and pleased to welcome you whenever you are. Also, our gratitude goes to FXB Rwanda for your continued collaboration on Sugira Muryango program and all other partners involved. It is with great honor I welcome you all to this symposium, and I wish you constructive conversations, frank and candid feedback, challenge our panelists, our speakers, and contribute to this important discussion. Have a good day, and again, I thank you everyone who has been able to attend this conference, be it virtually or physically. We do appreciate. Thank you so much, and have fruitful discussions.
Thank you so much, Madame Françoise. Thank you so much, Madame Françoise, for your speech as a guest of honor, and we are really glad you were able to make it and be part of this Rwanda Research Symposium today. And we are moving on the presentation session, and we are going to start with Gabriela Fend, who's been working on the Sugira Muryango project since 2021. She oversees project implementation and research and manages relationship with key stakeholders, including national and local government representatives. She's been based in Rwanda since 2017, and she has led a variety of education and health intervention, and she has a master's degree in women's history, and she's passionate about integrating gender and social inclusion in development intervention. With that said, I will invite Gabi to come forward and present on evaluating home-based, father-engaged, playful parenting intervention of Sugira Muryango. Thank you, Gabi.
Hello. Thank you. Okay, while we wait for the presentation. So like Pascaline said, I've been working on the project for a little over a year, and we will continue the discussion on the Sujudo Muryango implementation during this presentation. So what I'm going to be talking about specifically is the longitudinal and spillover research study. So we'll wait a second for my presentation. Sorry. Study of early childhood development and family strengthening outcomes in Rwanda. Got it. So the background, like I mentioned, and Dr. Betancourt mentioned, Sujudo Muryango is a early childhood development, family strengthening intervention that focuses on reducing violence in the home, improving playful parenting, and improving child outcomes. So, in 2018 to 2019, we had a cluster randomized trial demonstrating impact of Sujudo Muryango, so it reduced violence, improved child outcomes, in a study of 1,028 Ubudehe 1 families in 3 districts. The districts are Ngoma, Rubavu, and Nyanza. So from the CRT, we moved to expansion, which is taking place 2020 to 2023. So for the CRT, we worked primarily in VUP households that were enrolled in the expanded public works and classic public works programming. For expansion, we brought Sujudo Muryango to all eligible Ubudehe 1 and selected Ubudehe 2 families in the same districts. So now, currently, we've reached 8,900 households, and by October of this year, we will reach almost 10,000 households. So we're also doing research to measure the impact of the expansion scaled by the Inshuti Zumuryango, the government child protection workforce. On the other side, we are doing capacity building with University of Rwanda, such as the Symposium. We also have research and writing groups with the focus of students and faculty gaining research, fundraising skills, or fundraising opportunities and skills in research. So with the hope that more research will be housed at University of Rwanda, like Boston College. We also have research teams of University of Rwanda students and faculty contributing to Sujudo Muryango research and learning. So now we're going to focus this presentation on the longitudinal study. So for the longitudinal study, we will explore whether differences between the treatment and control families who received the cluster randomized trial in 2018 to 2019 will have, if the families remain and have strengthened over time. So if the treatment households who receive Sujudo Muryango have increased outcomes. So now the Sujudo Muryango children, they're now aged 4 to 7. And we will also study the spillover effects in the households for siblings of Sujudo Muryango who may have experienced spillover effects. So usually in research, we don't want spillover effects between control and treatment, but for this study, we are exploring whether in the households, the siblings of the children also have increased childhood outcomes. So, exactly this. So we will collect data from siblings of the children targeted by the CRT in order to learn about spillover effects within the households. Okay, so here is the timeline. So like we mentioned, the initial cluster randomized trial was 2018 to 2019. So the baseline data collection, so before the intervention, that happened May 2018. And then we collected data immediately post-intervention, September 2018. And then we collected data 1 year post-intervention, which was August to September 2019. And the research outcomes that Dr. Betancourt presented on were from those data collections. So immediately post-intervention and 1 year post-intervention. So now, 2022, we are conducting data collection number 4, which is a 4-year longitudinal and spillover, which will happen next month. Okay, so now we'll be talking about the study design. So for sampling, we are using the same families from the CRT plus siblings. So for methods, we will be revisiting the 1,028 households from the CRT. In these households, the CRT enrolled all children aged 6 to 36 months, all primary caregivers, and secondary caregivers as available. Like Dr. Betancourt mentioned, Sujudo Muryango is flexible to all family types. So if there are grandparents, aunts, and uncles, we will also interview them. In addition to children and caregivers who participated in the CRT, we will randomly sample, stratifying by gender and age, 250 older siblings, ages 3 plus at the time of the CRT, and 250 siblings not yet born at the time of the CRT. So the age ranges will study the siblings that are 0 to 3, 7 to 12, and then the children who received Sujudo Muryango, who are now 4 to 7. So our hypothesis is that caregivers in the treatment group would apply the knowledge and skills they gained in Sujudo Muryango to all their children. Not only those targeted in the intervention, leading to spillover effects on those other children. But this longitudinal, it's a process, and we still have some open-ended questions that we wanted to pose to all of you in this audience. Not to answer now, but maybe to answer or to provide feedback, inputs, ideas over the next 2 days. So, our open question is that we're collecting data on all children from the CRT. However, should we drop caregivers if they have not been living in the same household since the intervention? So what happens if after the CRT, a caregiver has left for a significant amount of time? Do we still collect data from that caregiver? Also, should we define exclusion criteria for siblings for the same reason? If a sibling left the household, do we still collect data from them? So how long do we hypothesize caregivers must live with children for caregivers' developments to have an impact on children's development. So again, this is an open question. If you have any thoughts, ideas, feel free to find me over the next 2 days. Sorry, this clicker is not working for me. Okay, so next we'll discuss quantitative measures. So a big part of longitudinal research is researching the same outcomes over time. So we'll use the same measures from the CRT plus new measures for newly relevant outcomes. So because we are interviewing different age ranges, so we're interviewing 0 to 3, so siblings born after the intervention, 4 to 7, children who receive the intervention, and 7 to 12, siblings who are older at the time of intervention. So we've added new measures for newly relevant outcomes for older children, such as school readiness and gender attitudes. So our hypothesis is that Sujudo Muryango children who received Sujudo Muryango and their siblings will be more prepared for school as indicated by measures for self-regulation, behavior, and early literacy and numeracy than their control group peers. Also, we're adding new relevant outcomes for gender attitudes. So another hypothesis that we're looking at is, do Sujudo Muryango children who have experienced and observed their father's engagement in childcare and housework and a lack of IPV among their parents will have more equitable gender attitudes than children in control families? So a big part of the Sujudo Muryango curriculum is father engagement. So we make sure that when Inshuti Muryango are going into the households, we make sure that fathers are available. So for the CRT, 70% of fathers attended all sessions. So we've seen that Sujudo Muryango leads to increased father engagement from the research. So what does this mean for the gender attitudes in the children? So our open question, can we hypothesize that children as young as 4 will have begun to develop gender attitudes? Is this feasible? Is this reasonable to expect? Also, what considerations must we take into account when adapting and analyzing results from tools developed from other local contexts? So if we're taking tools that were developed in the US, what adaptations do we need to make or consider? So again, these questions, open-ended, please come find me and we can discuss. Okay. I will give up on the clicker. I'm not going to try. And so then the final part will be qualitative measures. So we're doing quantitative data collection that will happen next month. And then 3 months after, we'll do qualitative interviews. So we'll return to a subsample of families. That includes those who have performed well on our measures and those who have performed poorly to conduct semi-structured qualitative interviews. So we'll interview dual-headed households, single-headed households, intervention-responsive households, and non-responsive households. And then we'll have interviews with children who are 10 to 15. So our open questions, can we get rich data from children as young as 10? So will enumerators be able to create rapport with children as young as 10 to get accurate and reliable data? That's a question that we're exploring. And then also, can qualitative data from older children who are too old to be in the study contribute to overall findings? So if you remember, we're doing 0 to 3 children born after the intervention in 2018, 2019, 4 to 7 children who received the intervention, and then 7 to 12 older siblings. So for our qualitative interviews, if we're reaching children who are 13 to 15, can that contribute to our overall findings? So, yeah, that's my presentation. Yeah. Yeah. And again, come find me if you'd like to talk about it. We would love any and all feedback. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Gabi. Another round of applause for Gabi for this very nice presentation, which is actually the first presentation during this symposium. So thank you again for taking us through this spillover and the longitudinal study, which is happening on Sugira Muryango as a follow-up study or continuation for the previous cluster randomized control trial that happened in 2019. So I'm going to say this. For young researchers, I think this is a great opportunity to connect with these senior researchers, create new opportunities, because you see that maybe from other presentation, there is a lot of unexploited, unexplored, or understudied areas in mental health, but also in child development sector. So it's really a great opportunity for you. So I'm going to say this in Kinyarwanda, hari umugani uvuga ngo akana k'inyaryenge bagasiga kinogereza. All right, so we are moving on with the next presentation. So allow me to introduce our next presenter, who is Maxime. And Maxime is a social behavior change specialist at the UNICEF Rwanda. So Maxime is a social and behavior change practitioner with over 20 years of experience in international development, with assignment completed in the countries and territories like Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Turkmenistan, Tajikistan, Stanistan, Kosovo, Ukraine, and Somalia. So since January 2019, he has been leading the social and behavior change team in UNICEF Rwanda. So Maxime will be taking us through some of the work on violence against children and youth survey in Rwanda, but at the same time combine it with adolescent mental health landscape assessment findings. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me and help me to welcome Maxime.
Thank you so much. Good morning. Just to say it's a great honor to represent UNICEF in this wonderful forum and in this symposium. Just a couple of disclaimers, and I think our host mentioned already, I'm not a research specialist. I'm not from academia. I'm not a child protection specialist. I'm thankfully joined by one of my colleagues, Elza, who is adolescent and participation and protection specialist. Who might be able to, answer some of the questions particularly related to violence against children. And I'm not a health specialist because later on I'm going to be presenting on mental health analysis done by our health team. And the reason I'm presenting all these people here is because they're in all different events and because we were always, as social and behavior change, we were involved in all these exercises. So basically we have an idea of what we are talking about here. So let me try my luck with this one. Can you show me? This is forward and yeah, I think it's. Oh, that's how I go to next. Oh, sorry. Okay, I will quickly. The reason we are presenting today on this particular study that was done quite a while ago is because we want to bring attention of different partners, including academia, national and international partners, government partners, of course, about the importance of this kind of study. So it's more of a model, and I'm going to talk about this survey that was done 2015-2016, and just quickly go through the key findings. The impact of violence on children, gender norms about violence, which is the most the closest part of that work to me particularly, as well as proposed recommendations that came out of this survey. So the objectives of the survey were to estimate the national prevalence of all types of violence against boys and girls, identify risks and protective factors for violence against children and young people, identify some consequences of violence, and assess the knowledge and utilization of protective services which are already available for children and young people, as well as to come up with recommendations. You will see here that there is so many partners that were involved: Ministry of Health, Mineduc, Mijaprof, and others, and we were also in the supporting role, providing support for conducting this survey. Basically, in terms of methodology, it was a cross-sectional household survey, random representative sample of children 13 to 24 years old, 1,032 female, 1,182 male. Data collection was done in October, December 2015, and validation and approval followed in November 2017. In terms of the key findings, at that time, we can see that 50% of female and 65% of male experienced some form of violence prior to age 18, which is a lot. Violence is a reality for many children in Rwanda. That was one of the key findings of that survey. However, and this is, if you look at the gender dimensions of violence, we can see that boys and girls experience different types of violence. So you will see here that 37% versus 59% 37% of girls experience physical violence, while for boys, this is almost 60%. In terms of sexual violence, you will see that girls experience 23%, almost 24% actually reported sexual violence, and boys about 10%. And in terms of emotional violence, again, you will see that boys, 17%, experience more of emotional violence than girls. One of the key findings of this survey that was for girls, their first sexual contact was unwanted. This is what girls 13 to 17 years old reported for their first sexual intercourse. In terms of types of sexual abuse, and you will see again, this is more skewed towards girls. Sorry, I need to be here. So 23% any sexual abuse, 16% unwanted attempted sex, 12% unwanted sexual touching, 4% physically forced sex. This is for girls. And then 9.6% for any sexual abuse, 6.6 unwanted attempted sex, and 5.2 unwanted sexual touching. This is for boys. Physically forced sex, the estimates were unstable for boys. And then an important factor there in this survey was that for children and young people, or in this case young people 18 to 20 years old, 24 years old who have experienced sexual abuse in childhood, neighbors were the most common perpetrators, both for girls and boys. Then followed by intimate partners for girls and classmates for boys. For young people 18 to 24 years who experience physical violence, parents, adult caregivers, or other adult relatives were the most common perpetrators for both girls and boys. Then followed by adults in the neighborhood and peers. Among adults in the neighborhood, teachers perpetrated almost all physical violence against boys and girls, which again brings a lot of attention to the types of programming we need to do and support as UNICEF as well in terms of education sector. And then for young people 18 to 24 who have experienced emotional violence in childhood, it was mainly family members, usually extended family members, but also immediate family members who caused the emotional violence. Again, location of sexual violence here, mostly respondents' home, perpetrators' home, school, on road and street, and someone else's home. Amongst young people who experience sexual abuse in childhood, 34% of girls and 46% of boys knew a place where to seek services. 55% of girls and 32% of boys told someone. In terms of physical violence, 55% of girls and 68% of boys knew a place to seek services, and 46% of girls and 59% of boys told someone. So in terms of the cycle of violence, children and young people, especially males, are more likely to commit violence against another person if they have been abused as a child. You can see here that 21% of young men sexually abused as children had committed violence against an intimate partner, and 12% of physically abused boys reported having used violence against another person. So there is clearly a cycle. Having experienced any type of violence brings a range of harmful consequences, of course, and mental distress and suicidal thoughts is there, missing days of school with associated impact on learning outcomes, and of course unwanted pregnancies that are also associated with mental health and physical health risks. Social and gender norms are key drivers of violence. 6 in 10 children and young people believed women should tolerate violence to keep the family together. 1 in 4 children believe that men should decide when to have sex. And 33% of girls and 19.7% of boys believe that a man can beat his wife if she doesn't take care of children. We already discussed all of this. This was just a summary. In terms of proposed recommendations, there is a series of recommendations that have been developed for the education sector, particularly developing the standardized modules and interventions that are holistic, that can be protecting children from home to school, in ECD centers, and so on and so forth. This was for education. There is the whole range of recommendations that were provided there for the education section. I think this is not the final presentation version of the presentation that we had, but that's totally fine. I will just want to conclude by saying also that we are really looking, based on the results of the survey, we are also looking at the gender, as I said, gender and social behavior change dimension of the work that needs to be done in order to address the violence against children and young people. And one of those really approaches that we are now trying to sort of strengthen is gender socialization. And this goes to Gabi's question, actually, about whether children as young as 4, are they ready to start thinking or showing gender attitudes? My answer to you would be yes. as long as you are able to ensure that there is gender socialization, which we hopefully will be able to talk more about during this symposium. Thanks again, and thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you very much, Maxime, again, for this very wonderful, concise presentation. So now, I think I saw so many people writing down some questions. It's not because we don't want to offer you an opportunity to ask, but we are going to have enough time during the panel discussions, and our presenters will be our panelists. You see, there's a great opportunity to ask the questions that you have written down. So let's move on next with the next presenter. Pascaline, could you please introduce the next presenter?
Thank you so much, Aimé. I have the honor of introducing Mr. Theoneste Nalingwa, who is an e-learning officer at the University of Rwanda and has a master's in information technology, and he's going to be presenting about adapting the use of digital content to improve the learning of numeracy among children with autism spectrum disorder in Rwanda. It's going to be a thematic content analysis study. Please join us on this stage, Mr. Theoneste.
Thank you, Pascaline, for the good introduction. Yeah, thank you for giving me this opportunity to present the findings of our recently published paper, which is adapting the use of digital content to improve learning of numeracy among children with autism spectrum disorders. This is a continuation of studies we did. We did first the exploration of how children with autism can use digital gadgets. Then we did participatory design of digital tool to improve the learning of. Okay, thank you. To improve the learning of mathematics, we focused on mathematics, but we can explore how to integrate digital tools in other fields. And now we focus on the content, how the existing content can be adapted to improve the learning of those children in inclusive school settings. Now we can move on. From our previous findings, many teachers feel it challenging to include learners with autism spectrum. Autism spectrum disorders, it is a neurodevelopmental disorder which is characterized by the deficit in socialization, communication, and self-imagination. And those children, when they are in inclusive settings, their behavior always change. And no child can behave like others. They are totally different, and it is a spectrum from low to high functioning levels. So when including those children in inclusive settings, there are many challenges to support them. And however, when we explore different studies, literature shows that when using ICT tools, you can easily support those children with different levels of autism spectrum. So we can move to the next slide. Those are the literature we did. And from our findings also, we find when we're developing the tool in previous study, we find really when you meet the environmental context, you can support the inclusion of those learners. And this is based on also on initiatives of the Rwandan government, which is improving and supporting the improve infrastructure and tools in teaching and the learning of children or education at different levels, from pre-primary even to higher education. So, but when you look at the data from Minedik, for example, you find there are some children which are still dropping out the school. For example, you find a big number of children with learning disabilities at P1. But if you look in the P3, for example, you lose them. You find the big number at the primary, first year primary, and when you go to third year of the primary, you miss those children. When you go to secondary level, it is another issue, a big issue. So you can move the next. When in our previous study, for example, you see Narendra et al. In 2019, we did a participatory design and usability study of a tool which focused on teaching skip counting. And we found in the usability study and testing, we found that really, if we expose the children with autism to the tool, they can improve their learning. Normally teaching children with autism, it is totally different from what the traditional teaching method. So you give the opportunity to the students to access the tool, and then you can realize the behavior change, the outcome from the using of the tool. Now, can you go to the methodology? That is the research goal. because we developed that tool, and we think also, what about the existing tool available online? And we found there is some content approved, open educational resources that are approved to be adapted in the Rwandan education system. For example, here we use the Khan Academy platform, which is already approved by REB, and also at UR, University of Rwanda, that tool can be adapted to education system. So that was our goal, how we can adapt that content also, not only to typical children, but also to those with mental disorders such as autism spectrum. Now we go to the next. Yeah, that was the research questions which I was explaining, how the educational digital content can be adapted to support the children with autism. In the designing the existing tool, many people think on the typical children, and when it is globally designed, there are different contexts worldwide. For example, when you come in Rwanda and go to Europe, you can find the difference. So we see how those tools designed, for example, for USA can be adapted in the Rwandan context. The next. Yeah, that is design and the setting. We included 70 participants. Among them, we have 56 teachers and 14 parents from 7 schools. We have 7 schools, some of in Kigali and others in rural areas. So to compare how the teachers and the parents from rural areas can don't think how we can adapt the content. Normally, those that can be different because there is a digital divide between the urban areas and the rural areas. And the teachers were teaching mathematics, elementary science, technology, and also the languages. We go to the next. The inclusion criterion was that the parents should have at least one child with autism spectrum, and school must have a program to care for children with any disability. We say any disability because from our previous study, the autism spectrum disorders is not well known in all schools, but there are many schools and centers that are caring of the children with disabilities. And when we go in those groups, you find some with autism spectrum disorders and the other mental disorder. That is why we say any disabilities. Yeah. And also teachers might be teaching any subject at that school, of course. Okay. Then you go to the next. In the data collection, we used a focus group discussion, of course, for those 7 schools. And also in that discussion, we have a 2 cluster set of questions. First, the general knowledge about teaching children with autism. And then we projected the content, they selected the content, it is teaching basic numeracy that we selected from Khan Academy platform. And then we discussed the design, how content can be adapted to the teaching and the learning in inclusive settings. And of course, because it is thematic content analysis, the interview sessions were recorded and the field notes also were documented. Yeah, after we transcribed the data for the analysis. The next. Yeah, this is the interface of Khan Academy video we analyzed, we projected on the screen, and we played, and then we discussed it with teachers and the parents. There was a group of teachers, and then after we meet parents, how this content can be adapted to education of those children. The next slide. Yes, in data analysis, this is thematic content analysis study. Then we follow with the steps of inductive, descriptive, thematic analysis of focus group. We transcribed the data and then we coded it. Because this is qualitative data, we used NVivo, a qualitative data analysis software, to examine the data and see the trends of the findings from the qualitative data we have. And also from the interview, we captured the quantitative data, for example, age and the number of participants, gender, and so on. Those data were processed using SPSS. Before going to the field, we received the ethical clearance from the University of Rwanda, and then we go to the field to collect data, and before participating in the research, the participants signed the consent form that they accepted to participate in the study. The participation was voluntary and it was not paid. The next slide. From the coded data, in the school and the community. We explored also methods and the models used when teaching children with autism, and we have also real or material reality that the teachers are using in teaching those children with autism spectrum disorders in the school. And then after we have the design of the educational content of that we examined, from which we selected from Khan Academy platform. We go to the next slide. We have also accessibility of online educational content and also the quality of the content which we see, and also we see opportunities of using translated and recreated content inside and also the classroom. We have also the relevance of digital content, and we see how we can enhance the accessibility of existing digital content. Now we go to the result. From the result, many teachers reported they were not aware of ACD among their children because they manifest different behavior. That is why the autism spectrum is mainly confused with the learning disabilities, while they are totally different. So when even you explore the different reports from the Ministry of Education, you will find the group of learning disabilities. You will not find any developmental disorders in the report. But the autism spectrum is different from the learning disabilities. Okay? So many teachers report that they were not aware of those children with autism spectrum. Yeah. We have also, in the teaching, they reported the difficulties teaching those children in inclusive school, because those children manifest different behavior and any time. Yeah, because it is a disorder which can happen, the crisis can happen in time. For example, they can come and ask the problem how using this mic. So that can be also the challenge, or what is the color, why the colors are different, and so on. So when they are in inclusive classroom, maybe they lose the focus. So, and the teachers reported the educational video were an alternative. They are alternative because you can give a video to the children alone. And then, usually these are mainly the strategy to support those children. You give the tool, for example, a video, and then after the 2 days or weeks, you can have the outcome. You find the children is imitating what they saw from the video. So we continue to this slide. Yeah, I think I said that. Yeah. As a conclusion, this study documented the process from contextualizing. It is because I was summarizing, but the participant reported recreation and gamification of the existing content. Because you find when you just bring the tool, you need to include indigenous features which are available in the context. And teaching those children with autism, we need also to gamify the content, which means the children will always think how to go to the next step to learn, okay? Any kind of motivation. So we find integrating system which are designed by global recognized experts like Khan Academy and can be a good opportunity to support children with autism. Of course, when they are recreated and translated into the local environmental context. And also, from the findings, we recommend further exploration of methodologies such as applied behavior analysis and verbal behavioral therapy, because those children with autism, they have a problem of verbal communication and focusing. So we need, because some teachers reported to have verbal therapists at school to support those children. And also recommend the development of contextualized technologies that respond to the educational needs. As I said, we tried to develop one which is responding to the education of basic mathematics, and we focused on only one subject, which is keep counting, one topic in the syllabus. So now, how to scale up, for example, for the curriculum. So we have a science, literacy, and mathematics, how those subjects also can develop the tool to support their education. Okay. Thank you, Murakoze.
Yeah, thank you very much, Theonest, for this very wonderful presentation. So I feel like any issue arising in the field of mental health and the child development, I don't know if you have seen that it's somehow, such issues are somehow multifaceted, and tackling them would require a multi-sectoral approach. So it's really exciting to see amazing work like this one Theonest is leading to support children with autism spectrum disorder in Rwanda. Thank you so much, Theonest, and your team. All right, now we are moving next with the panel discussion. And this will be a great opportunity. As I said, our previous presenters now going to be our panelists. So the session will be moderated by Gabriela Fend, who is the program manager on the Sugira Muryango program. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Gabriela Fend again. And she's also going to call upon the other panelists.
Hello again. So I will be moderating this panel on enhancing implementation science in mental health and child development. So I'd like to call our first panelist, which is Dr. Sezibera, to the panel. So Professor Sezibera specializes in post-traumatic stress disorder and child and adolescent traumatic grief. He is an associate professor and director of the Center for Mental Health, College of Medicine and Health Sciences, University of Rwanda. He's also a principal investigator on the Sujudu Muryango program. So Professor Sezibera received his doctorate in psychology from the Catholic University in Belgium. So let's a round of applause for Professor Sezibera. Great. So our next panelist will be Maxime from UNICEF. So Maxime has been leading the social and behavior change team in UNICEF Rwanda in consultation with relevant UNICEF program teams, national and international partners. He is responsible for design, rollout, monitoring, and evaluation of community engagement, social and behavior change interventions in areas like integrated early childhood development, nutrition, water, and sanitation, addressing violence against children, strengthening routine immunization coverage, and many, many more things. So round of applause for Maxime. Our next panelist will be Grace Umulisa, who's representing the Sujudu Muryango project on the side of FXB. So Grace is a gender specialist with a master's degree in gender studies. She has experience in management, coordination, planning, and program implementation. In her 12 years of experience, she has also acquired a high technical skill in organizational development and results-based management. So, round of applause for Grace. Perfect. And our last panelist will be Innocent Habimfura from Hope and Homes. Are you here, Innocent? Yes. Okay, perfect. Great. So Innocent is a professional social worker and lawyer, passionate and dedicated to child protection, child care reform, including alternative care, deinstitutionalization, family strengthening, community development, community engagement, disability rights, and human rights, with over 16 years working directly and indirectly with communities, especially vulnerable children and families. He is currently working in 2 roles as regional director of East and Southern Africa, as well as country director for Hope and Homes for Children, Rwanda. So, round of applause. So, as you can see, we have an amazing panel full of professionals with a lot of experience. Today, this panel will be focusing on implementation science. So, my first question is for Dr. Vincent. What do we mean by implementation science, and what are its applications for mental health and ECD research in Rwanda?
Thank you very much, Gabi. I was told that what you cannot define, at least you can describe. If I'm not able to define, I'll try to describe what is my understanding of the implementation science. First of all, I think there is, if I speak from the academia, we are always accused of producing knowledge through research in a university setting. We publish, we get promoted, and nothing else. We do assess, evaluate, monitor, we produce very interesting reports, and we keep them for ourselves. Why this accusation, if I may call it an accusation, come on board, is asking ourselves how what we discover from and through research does impact and improve people's life, communities' life. So from that, implementation science is that way of uptaking what we learn, what we learn from research. How do we make sure researchers are able to translate, to disseminate the evidences generated from research, and how those evidences will inform the policy making strategies, and even how the best practices that are documented from research are not only implemented to improve people's life, local communities, but also scale up. To give a quick example, I want to make sure I don't take much of your time. From research, we can see, for example, and I always like to use that case, that when you want to minimize malaria prevalence, you can distribute mosquito nets. But unfortunately, from your research, you discover that there is always a positive correlation between mosquito nets distribution and increase in malaria prevalence, as if mosquito nets cause malaria. And from such a research, you can keep digging into that reality for you to understand, because it's totally different from what we could expect from such a reality. And then through a behavior change attitude, I'm turning to my colleague Maxim here, because he's from that domain, then you will realize that in between there is the attitude of the users. While distributing the mosquito nets, for you expecting that they be used to minimize the mosquitoes inoculation and malaria prevalence, you will rather see that in some of the side of the country, they use your mosquito nets for fishing or even protecting any chicken or project. Then you all understand that in addition to distributing mosquito nets, you have also to educate the population and change their behaviors vis-a-vis the mosquito net. And then you will get congratulated in a conference like this one, because you were able to understand the third variable that is involved in, but it will be awful if you don't get back to the community, if you don't inform policy makers and practitioners to understand that third variable and adapt their intervention, and then to minimize in the malaria as a pandemic. We can have other examples like stunting and malnutrition. In Rwanda, the provinces reporting elevated numbers of stunting children are also the area that produces vegetables and good food and fishes, but unfortunately, this is where also we have elevated numbers of stunting cases in Rwanda. We can take Musanze, Karongi, Byumba. When we know that these are the provinces and districts that produces food for us to, so you should understand from the research perspective what is happening in between, and then how do you translate it into policy making and interventions. This is the way I can describe implementation science, and there are different methods that are utilized in the implementation science. So I try to describe because I could not define well. Thank you.
That was great, Dr. Sezibera. I really appreciated the way you approached defining implementation science with including behavior change, adaptation to policy, as well as the research. So for Grace, I have a question for you. As someone who manages implementation of a program, how can implementation science studies help you improve programming?
Thank you so much. So the implementation sciences, as Dr. Vicent describes, focuses on evidence-based researches or information. So it can help the programming to improve, starting from the exploration. What are the strategies or methods that can work to identify the root causes of the problem you are you want to address, what best solutions, approved or tested solutions that can address that particular problem. So it can also help in the preparation of the program while you are trying to identify the tools to be used, the materials to be used, where you can use those materials, those tested materials, and adopt the tools to your program focus. It can also support in the implementation, where you can work with other stakeholders, involve them, or hear from them, from their advices, and improve what you are going to be implementing. It can also support in the sustainability of the program, because when we are designing program, we expect to be the findings or the result to be impactful, so the implementation science can support in this sustainability to be sure that the result will be impactful and the change behavior or change the lives of the beneficiaries. So this reminds me that sometimes, as Dr. Vincent mentioned, we go blind to the implementation of some programs because I remember we were together. We visited the Rubavu district and we had a meeting with the Rubavu mayor, and he was explaining that their district is one of the districts with a high rate of malnutrition cases, and he was explaining that they have food, they have potatoes, they have vegetables, they have milk, they have everything. Even the people in the urban sectors who don't cultivate, but they have the money, the capacity, because they are business oriented, they have the capacity to buy the nutrient foods, but they have those cases of malnutrition. So you can imagine that the strategies to be used in that district, that particular district cannot be the same. They should not be the same from the other district where there is issues of food, where people, they don't have food. So that's where the implementation science can help to identify the strategies that can address that malnutrition issues in that particular district. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Grace. I really appreciated the way you used implementation science as a way to describe the before, the during, and the after, because the before is very important, as you mentioned, in Rubavu versus different districts. You have to be able to adapt the program to be able to sustain it, and then also to potentially scale it to other districts. You have to always be adaptable. Which brings me actually to my next question for Maxime, which is how can implementation science studies be leveraged by programs that are looking to scale up?
Thanks very much for this question. I actually took some notes and came up with a very small brief example. And actually what I will be saying will very much correlate with what we already heard from other panelists. I would say the first and foremost, we need to have the concept of beginning with the end in mind, right? Whenever we are designing any program, whether we are piloting, whatever size of the pilot it is, however small or however large it is, we need to think through all the steps of what kind of data we need and what kind of evidence we need in order to evaluate whether it works or not for us and whether it makes even sense to scale it up. I have an example of a particular program which is called Developing Human Capital in Rwanda. This is the program which was implemented between 2016 and 2021. And recently we completed the evaluation of this program. It was a very cross-sectoral program, which, by the way, was the main point was to actually decrease stunting in Rwanda. It was a cross-sectoral program where nutrition, early childhood development, water and sanitation, social protection, education, and of course social and behavior change came together. It was implemented, as I said, 2016 to 2022. It was piloted in 14 districts, so it's quite a large pilot, right? It's 14 districts out of 30 districts of Rwanda. We were lucky to have a good donor. We were lucky to have good resources. And those 14 districts were actually identified based on poverty level, stunting level, household food insecurity, access to improved drinking water sources, and improved sanitation. So evaluation, very quickly, it looked at generating evidence of program achievements vis-a-vis intended results, with the idea to identify learning to see whether the government of Rwanda, UNICEF, and other partners, whether it even makes sense to go towards scaling up this program. We, of course, hired the third party to conduct this evaluation, and it was done through contribution analysis and comparative analysis with before and after sub-design of the program. There was secondary data collection and primary data collection. So I'm not going to go into the details of numbers of interviews, key informant interviews, focus group discussions, just to say that the program was evaluated for particular criteria which included relevance, coherence, efficiency, effectiveness, impact, sustainability. And in addition to those usual suspects, it also looked through how human rights-based approach was applied to the programming, how gender equality was mainstreamed into the program, and how equitable was the program design and implementation. So basically, based on this evaluation results, we know that the program was successful, and it even contributed to the reduction of stunting between 2016 and 2022. However, the challenge here now will be for practitioners to say, yes, we understand the program is good. We have all the evidence that we need. The next question and the next challenge will be, how do we get together and get the resources to scale up this program? Thank you.
That's a great answer. And I wanted to point out some key words that you said: relevance, coherence, sustainability, feasibility. These are all key words in implementation science to measure the impact of the implementation itself, and very important for having that strong evidence base that is necessary to even start thinking about scaling up. So I really appreciate that answer, and that it's really, once you have the evidence, what resources are available to you? Can you use a collaborative team approach to scale together? My next question is for Innocent. So, how do you ensure that interventions and programs developed are evidence-based?
Thank you. This is a very important question, and actually, if I could try to repeat it, I would say that is the basic of a meaningful program. To implement any program, we are advised, and here I'm talking as a program person, we are advised to know which issue we want to address. And generally, you find that, as we always say, that the experts of any issue are people who experience it, but there is no coherence of knowledge or no coherence about how even the issue described, it is defined, it is understood. So you may find an issue, and here I will refer to the issue of child institutionalization, an area where I may have much to share. And you'll have like a general information about children who are in institutions, like children who are abandoned. Everyone believes every child in a certain institution or orphanage doesn't have parent, no connection with family, just by taking one child and extrapolating on all the residents in an orphanage. So how can you convince people that such children, for example, have relatives, have parents? You can't just stand and take a microphone and you speculate again, because as I said, the information that exists in the community are around speculation. Everyone can define, can explain, can, as I said, can define those children with their very limited knowledge. So we need to be, if I could say, honest with ourselves and know that we are limited in trying to implement any program that will support each individual child in that area. And to be, as I said, to be honest with ourselves, we need to go and consult sometime with people who have advanced understanding of how research is conducted. So I will not be shy to mention Vincent, who is also the panelist here, and recognize, for example, how from the pilot project, even a pilot project is a kind of science implementation. You don't know exactly what you are required to do, but we, as a practice, we conduct a pilot project to know what we can even, to collect evidences that can be used in advocating for like national policy change, like defining national strategy, because we have some practices on the ground and we have some evidence, we have some empirical data from communities. But at the same time, we need to combine it with a more advanced research. And on the perspective, for example, of Hope and Homes for Children, we always conduct surveys. This is not solely conducted by the organization. It's something we do regularly in partnership with strong researchers. I mentioned Vincent here. And from such data, combined to a pilot small unit, Maxim mentioned that, you may have true argument to project something believable in advocacy, not just speculating, talking about the issue because everyone understands the issue. And from that, you can make recommendations that are implementable because they are trusted. They are the data themselves are reliable. And when you make such advocacy to the government, you are not just saying this is going wrong, this needs to change, but you are also offering informed recommendation, informed solution, informed strategies, and you can immediately even anticipate the implementation level. And at the end, you check again about the impact. That is close to the longitudinal study. When you have already, because it's a continuation, and it is connected, when you are able to demonstrate that a certain intervention, and I'm going to the end, when you connect a certain intervention success with the very background on issues, everyone will trust it. That's why a program being implemented in Rwanda on a small scale is tried also in different countries because they believe it works and because you have data, you are not just talking or speculating on what you did. That's how I will say that you need evidence, you need to design any program if you don't just wanting to be happy with what you do, but rather you want to impact beyond your reach. Thank you.
Thank you, Innocent. I think the first thing that you said really struck me, that a meaningful program, first and foremost, has evidence. And I think that's a really good message. The next question I have will be for Dr. Sezibera. Implementation science is a relatively new field of research. So, as we see, there are a lot of young Rwandan researchers in the room. So how can Rwandan researchers in mental health and child development position themselves at the cutting edge of new developments in the field?
Yeah, thank you again, Gabi. Building from what I said earlier, I think globally mental health in a specific context can benefit from the implementation science as a perspective. I'll quickly refer to some, I would say, burning issue or critical conversation you have in the community. about the intergenerational trauma. And the statement is, how do we explain that children that were born after 1994 can be presenting you with trauma-related difficulties? That means the assumption that is behind is like trauma-related difficulties are caused by being exposed to the genocide, and the reality being that these kids were born after. When we also read what is known elsewhere, you have different consideration, like any transmission from a generation to the other. And there are different hypotheses behind, either from the genetic perspective, any epigenetic methylation, to explain that vulnerability to stress and the difficulties managing stressful situation. But also on the other hand, we have psychodynamic and psychosocial explanation, like the kids identifying themselves to the parent at the extent of even copying. Here I mean copy, taking from the parent some symptomatic behaviors through imitation. On the other hand, we may have those who feel like the way the parent relates to the child can be a source of kind of transmitting the trauma-related difficulties. In this perspective, we can even learn from different projects, either saying traumatized parents will tend to traumatize their children. By which mechanism? By the parenting style. Because emotionally distressed parents, they may tend to be also emotionally harmful to their children. If this is validated by the research, then the mental health will not be intervening from the traditional models that exist, being psychodynamic, psychoanalysis, any CBT, any whatever. Rather, I will understand that promoting mental health in children, I will have to promote parenting style, educate parents for them to understand how their own trauma can affect their children through the kind of parenting, either abusive, neglecting, or even overprotecting. So, from what we have been doing with colleagues, as mentioned before, being the family strengthening initiative, interventions, and today Sugira Muryango, there is already a well-documented conclusion that when you improve in family functioning, you improve in child mental health. When you help the parents managing their own stress, their own mental difficulties, it improves in their parenting, in their ways of relating to their children, and the child will grow better. I think this is how I see how evidence from the research can improve even in the mental health globally, but also to be a foundation for the child development or child mental health. There are different cases, and Innocent mentioned one. In 2011, in this country, we were having different centers that were known as orphanages. When they went through a deep assessment, they found that most of the children who were in these so-called at that time orphanages, most of them were having their parents. And then the issue was, why are they in orphanages? They understood that children were in orphanages because of the conflict in the families. And then the conclusion was, if you want to get back the kid in the family, can you go first and solve the problem that are in the family, so that the child can go back in a conducive and safe environment. So I think it is not far from where you asked mental health. The child distress associated with the conflict in a family leading to any dysfunctioning behaviors, to include the so-called delinquency or even abusing psychoactive substances, dropping out from schools, etc. This is how I see it. Thank you, Gabi.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sezibera. So for the sake of time, I'm going to ask one more question to all of the panelists, and then I want to open the floor to you all to ask any question that you might have for our amazing panelists with a wealth of knowledge. I invite you to take this opportunity to ask them questions. So think about what you want to ask them. So my final question to all the panelists, whoever would like to answer, or multiple of you. Some researchers describe implementation science as bridging the gap between what we know and what we do. What do you think are the gaps between what we know about child development and what we are doing here in Rwanda? Thank you. So, whoever.
Gabi, I will say that this is a terrible question. Yeah. What do we do? And what do we know? The question was actually, what do we know? I will say that there is no coherence in terms of what we know about child development. Due to different influences, different belief, and different, actually I would say even the way we were raised up. You know, there are a kind of personal understanding of any phenomena, but I will say that generally children are identified, so I will use generally to hide myself and not reveal what I believe in, that children are vulnerable. That is like a general definition, that children are vulnerable, children are weak in terms of physical development, and also in terms of their mental development, because they have not yet experienced. That is the general knowledge, because you develop mentally by being exposed to hardship and to the easy experiences. That will be the general definition of the child. And I would say also the other general definition that has been at least the awareness raising about the age, for example. We know everyone will define a child as an individual below the age of 18, but we know that our laws have different consideration when it comes on the age. And I will say that we generally forget the strength children have and their experience regardless of age. There is that element of not considering their decision in the decision-making process. You remember, because generally we consider them as weak, and you should be the one thinking on their behalf. We should be the one defining who they become. We should be punishing them the way we believe. I mean, they are like not actors of their lives, but they are generally considered as subject of our goodwill, which we believe is always goodwill. But remember, we always even apply the bad will unconsciously. So I will say that generally, children are trapped in that consideration of weak, need to be guided, need to follow what adults believe in. But from the previous presentation, you realize that the abusive member of our societies are the closest member of the family, our teachers, our family members, our neighbors. So, and if I jump to close my intervention, I will say that we need to go beyond that kind of general definition of who children are and try to give them more space and be impressed of who they are that will never discover. So let's give them more voice, give them opportunity to participate, even to initiate their own things, and thus just observing what where they want to go and how they want to proceed. We'll have more innovation and more astonishment of how we've been diminishing them while they are bigger than our own frame. I took the risk and not sure if I really responded properly, but yeah, let's hear to the other experts.
Thank you, Gabi. Thank you, Inosa. I will start from what he already said by concluding his contribution. My answer is this. I think it is important that we, I'll call it a paradigm shift. Learning from what we have been doing in collaboration with other colleagues from the Western Ontario University, and here in the country being the Association of Psychologists, the University of Rwanda, UGHE, and the others, we developed what is known as Mugirandumva. Mugirandumva, which is Mugirandumva Symposium. It is a platform. We want that academia and non-academia can meet and discuss and engage in a conversation about anything critical. And when we tried to translate it in English so that our colleagues on the other side, English speakers, can understand what the philosophy behind the Mugirandumva Symposium, I found the translation very interesting and very informative. And we said Mugirandumva stands for from the university discourse to community conversations. And we said practically it is moving the class to the community and bringing the community to the class. For me, this is the philosophy behind and how I can see academia achieving what is requested in this question. How do you make sure what we produce is digestive, is suitable to the other side, the non-academia? When we were inviting people for this symposium, I could have friends or colleagues who are not in the academia sending me messages saying, oh, this is a research symposium. And I said, yes. I'm not sure I will attend. And I say, why? You know, guys, your language is too sophisticated from big brain. I'm not that kind. For me, this is a very important challenge to consider. How do we make sure we speak from academia, but it is something accessible, understandable? And on the other hand, when we are doing research, we go and ask lay people in the community, tell me about your problem, we document, and then we translate in that so sophisticated language of us. Now the question would be, who is intelligent in that situation? Is it you translating, or is the one who gave you the information? So I think, to sum up, I think, how do we humble ourselves to meet others' needs, and how do we translate into a language that is accessible, either beneficiaries, policymakers, practitioners, and how do we contribute to either policymaking or intervention?
And I will assume that you have watched the first part before you jumping into this one. Also, if you're completely new to Blender, I have a beginner tutorial series for Blender.
Very briefly, actually, what we just heard from two panelists really resonates with me. And particularly to Innocent's point, I think what Now, we are really not doing, especially we as practitioners, what we need to strengthen is to actually make sure that children participate in decision making that affect their life, right? Just to the point. What I remembered, I'm sure many of you who are here would know about this concept known as life skills. So what we are not doing enough is we are not finding the ways how we can introduce institutionalize and build these life skills in our children, adolescents, young people in a meaningful way. And just as a reminder, those life skills are in 4 domains: learning, personal empowerment, active citizenship, employability. And the skills themselves, they include creativity, critical thinking, problem solving, cooperation, negotiation, decision making, self-management, resilience, communication, respect for diversity, empathy, and participation. So if we find the way, my honest opinion, if we find the way of doing this and instilling this in our children and adolescents and young people, then we will be closing that gap that
if you're unsure, why not sign up for a free account? You get 12 free assets every month, and you can upgrade your account at any time you want.
To respond to this
and now I feel like I've really waffled on forever. Let's finally jump into the tutorial.
Because the gap between
Welcome to
what
Blender,
we know
and this is the final effect that we will be creating. You can see that whenever the sphere gets anywhere near the monkey head, all the geometry of the head itself gets disintegrated, pushed out, looks like it's exploding near the sphere. So this is using that proximity effect. Now it looks like the inside of the monkey head is glowing, and that's because there's actually a light in it. If you come up into the options here, enable extras, you can see there's actually a light in the middle of the monkey head, which gives it that really nice glowing effect. As I mentioned before, you will be able to just download this file from our website. So simply go to surfacestudio.com/downloads, and you'll find all of the links down in the video description as well if you want to just grab the file and work with this.
When we implement,
but let me just get my ugly face out of here and let's get started. First off, I'm going to select the monkey head as well as the sphere. Press X to delete them. By the way, you'll see all of the keyboard shortcuts down here in the bottom left faded in as well if you're wondering. So now let's add our own monkey head into the scene. Let's just move it up a little bit so it sits on top of the ground. And you can see that that bright light is now inside the monkey head. So once we explode all of this, it'll look really cool. So now up at the top, let's come into the geometry nodes workspace. Let's select the monkey head, and you can now come into the modifiers and add a new geometry nodes modifier. But with the model selected, you can also just press new down here in the bottom in the geometry nodes editor. That's going to create a new geometry nodes modifier already applied to the selected model, and then we're all set up to go. Now, the first thing we need to do is we want to offset and reposition the faces of this monkey. So we will probably need a node to change the position. For that, Shift and A to add any node. Let's come into search for position. And I want to drop in this set position node right here. I'm going to drop that right in the middle of our geometry flow. And now, if you play with this offset, well, we're just moving the entire mesh around because we have not broken this model down into individual faces. Fortunately for that, there is another node. So Shift and A, let's add another node into our geometry
I'll use
node
this mic
tree.
as it's being
Let's go to
presented
search
to me.
and let's search for the split edges node.
Very important
Let's select
question.
it and drop it right at the beginning before the set position node.
Implementers of programs,
now, nothing has changed.
conducting
If you
research,
now twiddle with this offset,
and
we're still moving the entire monkey, and that's
inform
because the same
scaling up
change,
of
the same set
programming,
position
reaching more
operation gets applied
households.
to all of
I
your
think it's a
faces and
very
all of the
important
vertices, and therefore the
question
entire
and
model
very
as a
important
whole.
to have that
What we
paradigm
really want to
shift,
do is we want to
as Dr.
offset all the individual faces differently.
So now
and for
we'd
that,
like
let's
to open
connect
up
an input into
the
this
panel
offset
for any
property
questions
here.
in the audience.
And for that, there's actually a really
So
nice shortcut in geometry nodes. So
if
let's
you can raise your-
click onto this
Perfect.
little
That
diamond
was
here on
fast.
the offset, which is really a
Amazing.
function input parameter. If you remember from the first part, let's drag
Thank
to
you
the
very
left,
much, Gabi.
let go, and now the
I'm
search
Dr.
comes up
Charles
automatically
Mudenge.
because
I'm a
Blender is now
psychiatrist
expecting us
and
to
I
connect a node
have
as
over
the input
11
into the
years
offset.
of experience
Let's
in
search
clinic
for
and
random
of
value.
recent I joined
Click on
academic.
that.
So my
Drop that
question
down,
is,
and you can see it's
I
automatically
think the
connected to
panelists
that
have
offset
received
property.
a
So that
number
makes
of
it nice and
questions.
easy.
And
our
I
monkey has completely
requested from
exploded and looks like a giant
the current
hedgehog, to be
moderators
honest.
whether we can
Now,
ask some
you'll
questions
see
to
something
other
really
presenters
weird
who are
happen,
not
and
on
that
the
is that
panel.
all of the faces look
I
really
was granted the
distorted and
permission.
twisted and just
Yeah,
it doesn't
my
really look like
question
the geometry of
goes
the monkey
to-
anymore. And the reason for that is
the
that
honesty he
set
presented
position
about
is applied to every
digital
point, to
on
every
the
vertex
autism.
individually, not to
And
every
I felt
face.
so much
However,
concerned.
we want to have the
And
position for
I
every
really
face
agree with his
randomly
findings,
offset, and that face to
where
kind of
he
retain its
said that
integrity and its structure.
the autism
For that,
issues
we actually
not
need to be a bit
not
more
in
clever. So
data
let's make a
of
little bit of
community,
space here. After
and
this split
even
edges
the
now,
teachers
and if you look
know less
down
about
onto the
autism.
random
And
value,
actually
there's this
this is
ID
true.
input property
As far as
here. This is an
I
integer
understand,
value, like a whole
autism
value
as
that
defined,
determines
this is a
which
disorder.
random value to generate. If you
And
feed the
actually
same
when
ID in
we talk
for
of
all of the
disorder,
vertices that
is
sit
that
on the same
somebody
face,
has
the random
the
value,
symptoms
the
that
offset
you
for
mentioned
those
very well, and
vertices
these
that are on that same
symptoms
face will be the
have
same.
actually impaired
However, if you
somebody
come into
from
the spreadsheet up
undergoing
here
a normal
and select
functioning. In
vertex,
other words,
on the left-hand
somebody
side, you can
with
see the
autism,
ID,
if
and
it
every
is a
single
disorder,
vertex has a different
we
ID.
don't
Therefore,
expect
every
this
single
person to
vertex
be in
gets
a
a
class.
different random value, and therefore
Now,
a different offset position.
my question
if you
to
select
him,
the faces, they have
in
an
your
ID
research
too, and we need to
findings,
get this ID
I would like to
captured
know which
and fed
criteria
as an
did you
input into
use
this ID property on the
to
random value.
capture
For that, there's a really
to make
useful node called
diagnosis
capture
of the
attribute. So,
those
with
children
the cursor
with
over
disorder,
the geometry nodes editor,
because
shift
it
A
brings
to add
in
a
a
new node, come
contradiction
into
to
attribute, and
the
in here
knowledge
you've got the capture
that
attribute
myself and
node.
I think
Let's
some of
select
the
that and drop it
clinicians who are
behind
here
our
with me,
split edges,
when you are
because
talking of
only
a
at that point
disorder,
do we actually have the
and
individual
particularly to
faces.
autism,
Let's make a little bit of space. And we want to
so,
capture the
you
ID.
will
Now the ID
try
here on
to
the left hand
answer
side
the
you can see is a whole
criteria
value. It's an
you
integer
used
value,
to-
so let's change this top drop down
and
from
because
float
I really wonder
over
whether
to
those
integer.
participants
We don't want to
you
capture
started
this
you had
attribute
the
of every vertex. So
had
we don't
the
want to go by the
autism.
point. We
Otherwise,
actually
I
want
think
to change
if you
this
want
over
the
to
study
the face,
to
so
get
that
the data of
the
the
integer
people
value that
with
we're capturing
autism,
of the
I think
face
you'd rather
is
go to
this
the
one
Ministry
here,
of Health
this
and
ID
Immunity
value.
because you can't find
However, right now,
a
Blender
data
doesn't know
of
what
autism
capture
in
attribute should actually capture.
in
Which
Immunity.
attribute do you
Thank
mean?
you.
Is it the normal, the material index, the shade smooth property, or anything else? We need to feed something into this capture node attribute to tell Blender to capture the ID specifically. For that, at the bottom, you've got this value. On the left-hand side, again, we can connect a function. So click on this value, drag to the left, let go. Let's search for the ID property. By the way, if you just can't find it in here, sometimes the search gets automatically updated and you may not be able to find what you're looking for. So if that happens, just shift and A, come into the input category and select the ID. Drop that in here and just make sure that that's connected into the value. So now we're telling Blender to capture the ID from every face on our geometry. And now this node has an output for that particular attribute. So what we now need to do is we now need to feed this attribute down into the ID property on the random value and keep an eye on what happens with the monkey over on the right hand side. Let's just drop that in. And now all of the faces are still intact because now whenever set position looks for a random value to offset a point, the ID used to generate that random value is based on the ID value of the face, and therefore all of the points that belong to the same face get the same random value and the same offset, and the geometry of the faces doesn't fall apart. I hope that makes sense. It's a little bit more complex, but the capture attribute node is super useful and we will be using it quite a bit more throughout the remainder of this tutorial, so hopefully that explanation was somewhat understandable. Now, right now, all of our faces are offset by a minimum of 0 and a maximum of 1. Obviously, we could change these values here, but again, we kind of just want to have a parameter on our geometry nodes set up, so we can just control the amount of disintegration that happens on this monkey. And just like in part 1, let's press N with our cursor over the geometry node editor to bring up the panel on the right hand side. Let's add an input. Type float is fine. But let's rename this to disintegration. Minimum should probably be 0, maximum infinite. Sure, why not? And now on our input, we've got this disintegration input right here. Let's grab the input of that and let's connect it to the maximum. Let me just grab a couple of nodes here. I'm just holding down Shift to select them all and just shift them up just a little bit. And let's feed the inverse of this disintegration value into the minimum. For that, let's add yet another node and let's use our beloved
if we compare
here, this integration goes into the top of the value. Going to change this to a multiply and multiply that by -1
for example,
to invert that value, and then the negative value can go into the minimum. Let's rotate around our monkey just a little bit. And now in our geometry nodes setup in the modifiers tab, if we
I did not define the characteristics.
You can see our monkey slowly disintegrating.
Children
Now,
with
this is not a
autism,
bad effect.
those are not
However,
clinician,
you may notice that
because we are
all of these
in
faces are
education,
kind of just
but we
randomly
are
offset. They kind of,
bringing
some of them shift
intervention.
inside, some of them go to
How
the
can
side.
we
And
improve
wouldn't it be
those
much nicer if all of these
children with
faces
autism?
kind of push out along their normals? So it kind of looks more like the monkey is exploding outwards in all directions. Fortunately, we can do that by, again, capturing an attribute of the face, the
amazing.
normal, and
I
then
don't
using
even have to
that to
ask.
control the
Of course,
direction
faces are
in which all of these faces are offset. For that, let me just make a
thank you
little
very
bit more
much.
space on
And,
the right-hand
thank
side
you
here.
to the
And
panelists.
just hide that panel just so you
I'm
can
Dr.
see
Jean
this
Bosco.
just a little bit clearer. I'm just going to make this a bit bigger as well.
From Wound Center
now,
for Peace.
we want to offset this position by the
you
normal
asked
of the
this
face.
question
If you go to the spreadsheet editor, you can see that
about
every
the
face
implementation science
has a normal assigned to it, and
as
that is exactly the attribute we
bridging
want to
the gap
capture
between
and then
what we
use within
know
our graph. And for that, you've guessed it, we're going to use another
and
capture
what we do.
attribute node. So
And you
shift
asked
and A. Want to
what
search
we
again?
do
Let's search for
know
capture
here
attribute
and how
node. I'm
we
going to
bridge
just drop
that
that
gap
right here after
in
my
terms
first
of
capture attribute
child
node.
development
This
and,
time the type I'm
mental
going to
health
capture is a
well-being.
vector because the normal is a vector with
Was that
three
the question?
components x, y, and
Now,
z. Again, I want to capture that property of
I don't
the
know
face.
very well how I
And
will
on the input
structure
value, again,
my
click
question,
and drag
but
to the left
I'm-
to get that
I'm
little
sure you will
quick help
understand.
connector. Let go.
There are
Let's search for
theories
normal, and I want to
currently,
drop in
theories
the
about the
normal as the
anatomy
input.
of emotional.
So the output attribute
I mean,
here now is going to be
theories
the
of,
normal of that
on
face.
emotional
If you
anatomy.
grab this attribute
I
output
heard
and
of
connect
that,
that into
especially
the
from
offset,
Dr.
well, that kind of looks
Gabonde.
like an exploded monkey. All of the
he's
faces are
American.
pushed outwards along their normals.
He says
That's
this,
pretty cool, but we've lost control
that
over how
everyone-
far they get pushed out because, well, we've
And
kind of disconnected
of
the
course,
multiply
especially
and
a
the
child.
random value node down here.
To
However,
live, you
we
need
can
to
easily
survive.
scale the
And to
normal
survive,
vector
you need two
however we
things.
want to. For that, there's a vector math node,
Attachment.
which works similar to the math, just
You need,
on vectors.
you know,
So,
especially
shift and
children
A,
need to
come
be
to search.
clear to
Let's
act.
search for vector
So you have
math.
attachment,
Let's drop that
but-
in.
but
I'm going
also
to drop that right on the
authenticity.
connection here between the attribute
Now,
that captures the normal and the offset
in
on our set
Rwanda,
position. Let's just drop that
given
in.
our
I'm going to
culture,
change that over to scale.
we have,
And now
I
the
would
scale
say,
property here controls how
we may
far
not be unique.
those
I
faces are
see
being
in
pushed
Asia, they
outwards.
have
Yes, you can go negative as
same
well.
culture.
But let's just take
But
this integration
we
property
have
from
this
our input.
paternalizing
And rather than going
culture,
through the multiply and the random
controlling
value, let's
culture.
just grab that and stick that right onto the scale up here. So now this disintegration
Where
property that we have on the node
children,
controls
not
how
even
far these
only
faces are
children,
being
even
pushed out
adults,
along the normals.
need
And
to
this looks much nicer for a disintegration
sacrifice
effect.
their
However,
authenticity
the tutorial is about proximity, and we haven't
be
even
able
talked about
to save,
proximity yet.
to
but
survive,
that is
because
what
they
we're going
need
to
to
do
be
next.
attached.
Wouldn't it be
If
great
you
if we can
wanted to
control
be
how
cared
far
at
these
by
faces
your
are being
parent,
pushed out by how close
they
they are to
silence
another
you,
object in your scene?
then you
and we can
have
do that
to
with the geometry
sacrifice your
proximity node in
authenticity
the geometry nodes.
in order to
First
gain
off,
the
let's
favor
create an
of the
object in
parent.
our scene
And
that when
this
it
is
gets
not
close to the monkey face,
just
it'll
in
start
family.
pushing
If
out
I
and
give an
exploding
example
all of those faces.
to make it clear,
So with your cursor over the 3D
you
view,
see,
shift and A,
most of
let's add
families,
another mesh,
when
and
children
we'll
want
just
to
add a
speak,
UV sphere into
for
my
instance,
scene.
in a forum, or
Let's
they
move
say,
that up to
"Cha-cha-ka."
S and scale it down just a little bit. I'm just going to move it to
This
the
is
side
a simple
here
example,
of the
but
monkey face.
it's
Maybe we'll
quite
make it a little
generalized.
bit smaller.
And from
Let's
the
reselect
political
the monkey
standpoint,
face so we can get
you
our
have
geometry
this
node
culture
graph
of
back
Mwera,
down here at the bottom.
Wibukuru,
And you can pull in this
Uchawa
sphere
Kurios.
automatically into this graph.
And
However,
you
I
will
prefer
see
just
that
adding it as an input
most Rwandans
into this graph itself.
suffer
So again,
in
let's press
silence
N to reveal the
because
properties
of
tab on
that
the right-hand
culture
side.
they
Let's add another
inherit
input.
from
Let's rename this
the
one
childhood.
to force. And I'm going to change the
Now,
type from float
coming back to your
over
question,
to object. I actually want an object
what
input
do
into
we
my
know
graph. Over on the right-hand side in the geometry
about
nodes properties, I
potential
now have
harm
this force input. And I can now
from
select
our
the
culture?
sphere that I created, which is this sphere here, by the way. We should probably call
And
this something
what do we
slightly
do
different. Let's just call this force
to shift
and
that
select the monkey.
paradigm?
Make sure,
Because
yes, that
it's
is
really
selected our
you
force
talked about
geometry
parenting,
object.
and
In the geometry
parents
nodes
are
tree,
from
on the
the
group input,
bigger
we now have
society.
this force input, and it's orange
Yeah,
because
so
it
that was my
represents
question.
an
Thank you.
object. Now, the node in geometry nodes that we want to use to calculate the proximity is, no surprise, called geometry proximity. So let's add it to our our graph, Shift and A,
So,
come into search,
which of our
and simply search for
panelists?
proximity.
That was for the entire
and there's
panel or for a
geometry
specific?
proximity node here. I'm just going to drop it over on the right-hand side. I'm just going to collapse the multiply and random value nodes for the time being and just move them down. We'll utilize them a little bit later once again, so I don't just want to delete
Since
them.
I'm the
Now, geometry proximity
youngest, let me
takes a
try,
target
and
in,
then
and that's green because it
it
needs
is
to be
also
actual geometry like vertices, faces, and edges. It can't be an
Yeah.
empty object because an empty object doesn't
Well,
have
I'm
geometry.
happy
So
because we will
if you're using
have,
proximity, make sure you
a
have an
number of
actual
presentations
geometrical
on that
object like a
currently.
sphere, cube, or anything else. Just don't use an empty
And
for that.
you're asking
Now this
this
target
question,
is green.
and I want
So if you now take this force
refer to
object
what
here
I said yesterday in
and
another
try to connect
different
that
setting
to the target,
with students.
that'll go red because
At that time we
force
said
represents an object input
we
and the
realize
target
even
is
when we
expecting
are
to be
teaching,
geometry. So we need to put something
if
in the
the
middle here to
teacher
make this work.
says
And what we
1
need is the
plus
object
1
info
equals
node,
3,
which gets all the
students will
properties of
tend
an
to
object
not
that you might have fed
oppose
into your graph.
because they
So
want to make
Shift and
sure
A,
they are
come
not
into search, and let's
opposing
search for object info,
the teacher, but
and
in
let's
fact
drop
the
that right
mindset
in the middle onto this
is
big
opposing
red
the
ugly
parent.
line here. And Blender is happier.
Now, what
because
do
the
we
force
know?
object now connects into this object
And I
input
think
on
starting
object
from
info,
those
and
who
this
are
breaks
here,
it down
we
into location,
who
rotation,
are
scale,
here,
and geometry, and the
we will
geometry
able
of
to
this object, of
understand
the
that
sphere
this
that
is
we
not
have
the
here,
best way to
then
go.
feeds into the geometry
We tended
proximity
to
node. This then outputs a
believe
position,
that
which is the closest position
we have
on the
to
target
raise our
geometry,
children,
as
our
well as
own
the actual
children
distance between the
today
two. So
in the
let's
way
take this
we were
distance
raised some
and connect
decades
that
back.
into our scale for
And
scaling up those
the
normal
presentation
vectors. Let go.
from
Well, something
Maxime
happens.
this
Grab the
morning
sphere, move it
was showing
around,
us the type of
but that
violence
doesn't really have an
against
impact.
children
Let's
and
reselect
youth,
the monkey head.
and mostly
And the
happening
reason
in
moving
our
the sphere
family,
has absolutely no impact
being
is because
physical
we haven't
or
fed anything into
also
the source position
emotional.
to calculate the distance from
The
here.
anatomy
For that,
of
again, we need to capture the position
emotions, as you
attribute of the
said,
face.
and we
how
have
do
even
that?
those who
With
are
another
pushing
capture
it
attribute. Now,
further
see how useful
at
they are?
the
They just
cognitive
come in handy
level
everywhere. So let's
to
once again
encourage
make a little bit of
even
space over on the right-hand
what
side.
is
I might
known
actually
as
also
emotional
drag the object info and
intelligence.
geometry proximity
How do we
over
learn,
a little bit more.
recognize,
And
and
let's add yet
express
another
our
capture
own
attribute node into our
emotions
graph.
so
Shift
that you
and A,
can
search,
get the
capture
desired
attribute.
feedback,
Let's drop
emotional
that in here.
support?
This time we want
As
to
a
capture the
parent,
position. The
and
position again
you
is
who are
a
here,
vector.
future
And
parents,
again, I want to capture it
I
off
will
the
encourage
face.
to be
And
attentive
the
to
input
all
into that
these
value property,
behaviors that
let's
might
drag
be
this down, is
harmful.
going to be
Let
the
me
position
give
property.
a
So
quick
again, just want to
example.
extract
Okay, I'll
the position
use
property
my
from
name.
every
I
face
don't
and
want to
output
harm
that into this
anybody here.
attribute here.
But I'm sure if
And again,
a certain
push
Vincent
forward a little bit more.
has a call
And this
saying,
output position of the
"Yeah,
face
hi
is now what I
Vincent,
want
this
to
is
push
the
into the source
principal. Can you
position
come
down
to
here. So
my
let's grab
office?"
this attribute output
I'm pretty sure
and
that
connect that into
Vincent
the
will
source
start
position
panicking
for
and
the
asking
geometry
himself, "What
proximity."
happened? Did I do
And something
anything
happened.
wrong?
Let's reselect the sphere.
Where do I get
G,
this
let's
kind of
move it
emotional
around,
distress?
and again, nothing
Maybe
happens.
when I was
So
a
let's
young
let go,
kid,
reselect our monkey.
every
And the
time
reason for that is that
when I was
down
called
in
by
our
my
object
dad or my
info
mom,
node,
it was simply
we've
to
actually
punish
set
me
to use the
for
original
anything I
transform
know
of
I
the
don't
relative
know. I
distance
never
between
had
the
that
two, so it
chance.
doesn't actually
My
get
dad
updated
calling
when you
me
move
to
the
say,
sphere.
"Hi
So let's
Vincent,
select
good.
relative
Congratulations
here.
for the good job you
Whoa,
did
our monkey
today."
just exploded.
I was
So
only
that was a bit
conditioned
odd,
and
but let's
used
reselect
to
the sphere one more time.
punishment
G,
to mean
and let's move it
any
around.
call from my dad or my
That
mom
looks like
is
we
about
actually have
punishment.
something happening.
Since
So
we
if I
know
move the
that,
sphere kind of to
why
the center
don't
of
we
the monkey
learn
head,
and say,
doesn't
whenever
look
I want to call
explode,
my
but you can
kid,
see that it's actually
if there is
inverse.
anything
The
to
further the
change or
sphere is
correct,
away from our
I
monkey,
may call my
the
kid, but
further
also
off the
to
pieces
call my
explode
kid
now. So that's
and
kind of what we
congratulate
wanted, just
and seek
the
any
wrong way
advice
around.
or said,
So
"How are
let's
you? How
reselect
was
our
your day?
exploded monkey
Is
head.
everything okay?
And what we
Yes,
need
have
to
a
do
good night."
is we need to remap
Simple.
the
The same in
distance
any
that we're getting
setting,
out of
being
our
in a
proximity.
family,
So
in
it
a
works the other way
school,
around.
being
And the
even
easiest way to
with
do this is
what
with
we
the
are
map
doing
range node.
today.
So
We
shift
used to
A,
have conferences
search,
where only senior
and search
researchers
for
were
map
invited.
range.
The
Let's
first
drop this
symposium,
in
one of
between
the
distance and
the
scale
teaching
input
staff
so
in
that
our
we can
college,
control
she
how
said, thank you for inviting me. And we said, why? Yeah, because it's my first time to have an opportunity to talk in a conference when she has been there for 5 to 6 years. I think we can extend it where adults recognize the youngers, where senior respect and recognize the role of juniors, etc. This it is another kind of paradigm shift.
Move it away.
This is my
that is
little
kind of what I'm
contribution
wanting.
to
So
your
now
question.
as I push the
Thank you.
sphere closer and to the side, you can see how it's affecting
just a very quick
and
contribution
pushing
from the
away
social and behavior
any
change
faces on this
domain
monkey
into
that are
that.
nearby.
Any
So
social
this
norms
is
or
much more
cultural
what we're
norms
expecting, where we can
are
explode
very,
the
very
monkey
deeply rooted,
based
as
on
you
the
all would
proximity
know, right?
to the sphere.
And
So you can easily control
for
the
them
influence
to
of the
shift
sphere
and
either
to,
by
at
scaling
least
it
to
up or
start
down, because the
shifting,
distance gets
and
calculated
what
based
Professor is
on
saying
the
as
actual
paradigm
geometry
shift
of
that
the
needs to
sphere.
happen,
But if you
you
reselect
need to
the
have a
monkey head, you can also
collective
play with this map range
agreement
node. So let's
of
maybe
the
bump the
society.
max up a
But
little
that
bit so the
starts,
influence
but before
range
you reach the
is just around
collective
little bit further,
agreement,
maybe 1.5
you really start
or
with
so.
positive deviance.
Maybe I lower the minimum.
You know,
a little bit as
those
well,
people
just
who are
to
doing
take us
things
off
differently
a
in
little
the
bit
same
nicer. Now, this is still
socioeconomic
just
background,
linear
cultural
remapping. You could
background,
add curves and other things to
you
get
know,
more
in
of
the
a
same
gradual
geographical
fall-off
area and so
of
on.
this particular
So as
effect.
more positive
But I
deviance
think
as we can identify
that as a
and
base effect actually looks
emphasize
pretty cool.
and disseminate their
one thing
stories
that
as widely as
unfortunately
possible,
we
I
have
think will
lost
help
is that
us reach
this
that
integration parameter here on our
collective
geometry notes, if you change that,
readiness of the
they have
society,
absolutely
if the
no
society
effect,
thinks
because
it's
if
the
we
right
look at our
it's
geometry
the
notes
right thing
graph,
to do
that
for the
disintegration
society.
value
That's
just
something.
goes to a
And
random value
I mean,
that
it's
we're
not
not really
unique
using.
for the
So what
context
I
of
actually want to
Rwanda.
do
It's-
is
you
wherever we're
mentioned
scaling
yourself
our vector
that
here
it's happening in so
into
many
this
countries, and this
scale
is
value
something
that
that we
comes
are
out
also
of our
trying to
proximity, I
contribute
want to
to.
multiply
My only
that
thinking
in.
is
So once
that
again, let's
you
add
need to
our
change any social
beloved
norm and
math
cultural
node
norm
into that.
only
Let's
when
change
you
it
think
from
it
add
makes more harm, it
over
creates
to
more harm for
multiply.
children,
And let's
rather
grab
than
this integration
good.
property
You
here,
know,
drag it
this is
over to the
something I
right
want
hand
to-
side, and stick that into the other side of that
Thank you
multiply
very
node.
much,
And yes, it's getting a little bit messy. There's quite a
questions and
few
your answers.
things that you can use in Blender to
Unfortunately, we
control
only
this
have
better and
time
kind of change
for
the way
these
the
two
lines flow. But
questions. We have a
I'll
very
include that in
packed
another
day with
tutorial.
a
For
lot
now,
of
we're just going to live
amazing
with the mess here.
presentations
And now,
panelists,
in our geometry
similar
nodes
to
modifier,
what
if we
I
now change
mentioned
this
during the
disintegration,
presentation
we
that
can
I
again
gave.
control
I'm
the
sure these
impact
panelists are
or the
also
influence that that
available
sphere has
throughout
as
the
it
next
gets
2 days
closer
to
to the
ask
monkey. Maybe just
for
a
you to
little bit
ask any questions
too
that
low.
they
Maybe
might
I'll jack it up to
So,
maybe
let's have
around
one
or so.
last
Just
round of
on a
applause
fairly
for our
noticeable
amazing
effect as that
panelists.
sphere swipes past the monkey head right there. And then the last thing, if you grab
They
this
are
node
a
and move
wealth
it to the
of
left,
knowledge in
all of this is
implementation science
very,
and research,
very
and we're
symmetrical. There's
very
no
lucky
randomness, and
to
it's a little
have
bit
been able
static.
to
We
hear
can
from
add a
them.
little bit more interest
now
to
I'll
that
turn
by,
it back
again,
to
utilizing the random
Pascaline
value that we
and
kind of
Jean-Aimé,
already have
to
calculated
introduce the
down here.
next
Again,
round
based
of
on the face
presentations.
vertices, so all of the points on the same face will receive the same random value. And the easiest way, again, let's just multiply that right back in. So either pop it before or after this multiply node here. But I may not want to reuse the same disintegration value here. So on the inputs for our group, let's add yet another input. I'm actually going to move this up by 1, change this over to be a floating point type. Let's rename this one to a randomness. Let's come in here, let's expand the multiply and the random value nodes again. And rather than using this disintegration, control, right click and drag to cut those ones off. And I'm not going to use this randomness here and just drag that into the top of the multiply, as well as the max on that random value right there. And again, remember that the ID still comes from the face itself, so every face will get the same random value rather than every point. And let's take the output of this random value here and multiply that right in there. So Shift and A, search, another math node, drop that onto our input disintegration line. Now, I don't actually want to change this to multiply, I just want to add some randomness. So let's leave this on add. Let's grab this output of this random value and stick that onto the other side. So if we now look at our monkey and jack up this randomness, you can see how that just adds a little bit of variation. Maybe let's give it a randomness of 1, 1.5. Just a little bit of
my
variance. My
presentation is about
so it just doesn't look quite as
a project
symmetrical.
called No Child Left
So
Behind.
that is pretty cool.
And it is connected
to the layout tab.
the
Make sure you render
institutionalization
view. I'm
journey
just using Eevee to
that
render this
Rwanda
out.
has
We've
undertaken
recreated the effect from the beginning
as a
of this
process that
tutorial.
started in
So now you have this really
2010.
nice proximity disintegration
It
effect,
focused
and the
first
geometry proximity node in
on,
Blender is super
orphanages
useful. You can create some
or
really funky
centers
stuff with it, and go and check out all of the
residential
awesome stuff
centers
that you
for
can find
typical
on social
children.
media, Reddit,
And,
Twitter, Instagram. There's
that
a lot of
was
cool stuff that
the
people have
phase
done with
one.
it. But hopefully this
And
gives you a good
currently,
understanding of how this node
we
works
are in
and how you
phase
can
2.
leverage its
And,
power
if
in
I
your own
mention
geometry
we,
node setup.
just forget about the logo
And that
of
is all
Hope
there is
and
to
Homes
it.
for Children.
I really hope
Think
you enjoyed
about
this tutorial,
Rwanda.
and please don't forget to like and
We are
subscribe
in
if you
phase
would
2,
like to see more.
where
All
centers
that
for
any
children
useful
with
links you'll find in the
disabilities
video
are
description,
also
and please leave any comments, questions, or
concerned
suggestions
for
down below.
with
And
this
with that,
process.
thank you very much for watching, and until next time, I will see you later.
I will be talking about Hope and Homes for Children vision and mission.
This video is
the
sponsored
overview
by
of this
Envato
project,
Elements.
key achievement,
Hey everyone, and welcome back to another very
outcomes on
exciting
children,
Blender tutorial. Today
and,
we're
key
finally going to
research
get into
findings.
geometry nodes. First off though, if you want to skip all of
Hope
my
and Homes
waffling,
for
you can
Children
jump
is
straight
one
to
of the
tutorial.
leading
And there's going to be
organizations
timestamp links down for you in the
working
video
to
description
reform
of
the
that.
way
But
children
it
are
might be useful to
protected
know that geometry
and cared
nodes,
for.
which were first introduced in Blender
our vision is a world
gives you a
in
procedural
which
way
children
to create
no
or
longer
modify
suffer
the geometry
institutional
in
care,
the scene.
And our
Similar to the
mission
shader
is to
editor,
be
that unlocks a
the catalyst
humongous amount
for
of
the
creative
global
possibilities.
elimination of
And if you search
institutional
Twitter,
care of
Instagram,
children.
Snapchat, Reddit
By closing
for geometry
institutions,
notes, there's some amazing
supporting
stuff that
children
people
into
have been creating with
loving,
them.
stable
Now,
families
geometry notes are
and
not the
working with
easiest thing to
governments
get into, and so I
to
want to make a
tackle the
little
root
bit of a tutorial
causes
series for how to
of
use them,
family
because I've been
breakdown.
having a ton of fun
We
with
are
them.
building
This
a
video is going
global
to cover
movement
geometry
that will
notes for absolute
eliminate
beginners.
institutions
Now, do note that
in
this
our
is
lifetime.
geometry notes for absolute beginners, not Blender or computers
Placing
or the
children in
internet for absolute
orphanages
beginners.
and
I would
other
assume that you are
institutions
familiar with
is
the
a
basics of
harmful
how Blender
practice
works. If you're just getting
that
started with Blender, I've got
undermines
a full tutorial
development,
series that I'm going to link you down
exposes
below.
children
If you
to
don't like that, you
safeguarding
can always just go
violations,
for the donut.
abuse,
Before we jump into
violence,
it, I want to give a
neglect,
big
and
shout out to Envato
exploitation.
Elements for sponsoring
It
this video and helping me
reinforces
pay the
cycles
bills. Envato
of
Elements is a massive
intergenerational
online
poverty
resource offering over
and
55
social
million
exclusion.
digital assets to
Unfortunately,
kickstart your next creative project.
you won't see
they
the
have
footnote.
everything from graphic and video templates
This
for
is
your
the
favorite
programmatic
tools such as Premiere Pro,
presentation, so
After
not
Effects,
a
DaVinci
kind of
Resolve, and
scientific
others. To stock
presentation,
footage,
so sorry
graphic
for
elements, music
that.
tracks, sound effects, 3D
But it has
models,
been
fonts,
evidenced
website
for
templates, and
many
a
years
ton
of
more.
research,
They're offering a
including the
really simple
Harvard
licensing model that
University
gives you
Center
full commercial rights to
Child
any
Development.
asset you download.
With this
some reasonable
project, we
clauses like you
pilot the
can't resell them,
closure
of course.
of
And this
institutions
license
for
remains
children
valid
with
even after your
disabilities.
subscription has
The
ended.
aim of this
You can sign up
project,
to either a monthly or an
implemented in
annual
Rwanda
subscription,
and
both
Uganda
giving you
between
access to an unlimited number of
2018 and
resources across
2021,
all of the assets. And
was
I'll
to
drop you a special
demonstrate
link
that
down in the video description that will
it
give
is
you
possible for
50%
children with
off if you
disabilities
choose the annual
to live
plan.
within
And if you're
a
unsure, why not
loving
try it out and
family
sign up for a free
environment
account?
that
You get 12
alternatives to
free
institutional
assets
care
every
can
month,
be
and you can upgrade your
inclusive,
plan at any point
and that
you want.
this model is
But now, talking
achievable
about sweet
in an
baked goods
African
before I
context,
waffle on forever,
ensuring
let's
no
jump
child
right
is left
into the
behind.
tutorial.
Actually, reports were appreciating the progress made in ensuring all
Let's
children
get
of
into
Rwanda
Blender.
are raised
And
in
the first thing
families,
that is
but
important
the
to know
blame,
is that I am
if I
using
can
Blender
call it, or the concern
3.1.
was,
Now,
why
geometry
aren't
nodes
you
changed
including
quite
children with
significantly in Blender
disabilities,
version
because
3.0,
any
so it is
program should
important
be
that you use
inclusive.
version 3.0
This project
or later.
reached
Version 2.9 is going to be a little out of date by now.
156,000 children
But
and
now, let's get
demonstrated
my ugly
in two
face
distinct,
out of here,
distinct
and let's jump
national
into the
contexts
tutorial.
how to
I
set
have a
up
brand new
the
empty
local
scene here, and
community-based
the way geometry nodes
services
work in Blender
families
is
need
via
to strive,
modifiers.
preventing
so,
the separation of children from their families,
the properties panel, and select the
including
little wrench icon
children
here,
with
which is the modifiers
disabilities.
tab. Let me make that just a little bit bigger, and I'm also going to zoom in a little bit, so
the
hopefully
main
you can
target
see
group
that a little bit easier.
actually was
Let's click on Add Modifier, and the
128,000
modifier I
children
want
at
to
risk
add
of
is
separation
geometry nodes.
from their families,
Let's click on this,
including
and this is going to
children
add a
with
geometry nodes
disabilities, and
modifier
43
to
children
this particular
confined
model in my scene.
to institutions,
Now, right now,
including
nothing has
children with
changed, but that's
disabilities,
also
with a
because
purpose
we haven't
for
actually
their
done anything
integration,
in
of
this
course.
geometry node yet.
The project
For that, we need
outcomes
to
were
use the geometry
articulated
nodes
about
editor.
improved
And by the way,
access to
up here in the top,
community-based
there's a layout specifically to working with geometry nodes.
and
So let's simply
gatekeeping,
click on that. And what you'll get is in
sorry.
the top right-hand side, you've got your 3D view, so you can see what's going on. In the bottom, you've got your geometry nodes, and that's similar to the shader graph. It's a node.
The outcomes
tree or
were
a node
articulated
graph that we're going
about
to be working
improved
with.
access
Right
to
now, it doesn't really
community-based
have much other
gatekeeping
than
and prevention
the default
services
input node
responding
and the
to
default
family
output node.
specific
And in the
risk and
top left-hand
poverty.
side, you will find
So
this
rather
spreadsheet.
than
This one is super useful to look at the
acting
data
or
that actually
being
flows
passive
through your
on
geometry
children
node tree
issues
at any
in
point in
families
time.
and waiting
Right now, there
until
isn't much
they are
in here, other than
separated.
you can see there's
This
a mesh
project
here with
wanted
8
to
vertices, 12
implement
edges, and 6
a
faces.
preventive mechanism
Also,
to
let me
ensure
zoom
children
in
are not
just a
separated,
little bit more.
but also
And this is essentially
transition
just the
children from
geometry
institution
of
into
our
safe
cube right here.
family
And
environment
now,
where they
in this
receive
geometry nodes
individualized
editor at the
care
bottom,
and
we
protection,
can add a whole
and
bunch
championing
nodes to
of family-based
transform
care,
our geometry
including
from
children
a
with
simple cube
disabilities
into
by
anything we want.
community
We can
leaders
create new
and
geometry,
key
do
local
proximity testing,
stakeholders.
change color,
The
distortion,
fourth
add noise,
outcome was
animation,
increased
whatever we
understanding
want.
amongst
It's a really nice
national
procedural way
policy
of
and
working.
decision makers
And all of this
of
is
the
going to be
benefits
saved
of
in a
family-based
modifier,
care
a geometry
reform
nodes
and
modifier that we
always
can then apply
peacekeeping
to any other object in our
prevention
scene as well,
mechanism.
and it will receive the same
The overall
processing,
project
the same transformation.
was
in order to make it a
to
little bit
target
easier to
communities in
reuse our
Rwanda and
geometry nodes
Uganda
modifier, let's just
with
click on the name
strengthened
here
capacity to
in this
respond to
modifier
family
panel.
separation
Let's
risk
call this one my
and
first
improved knowledge regarding how to support
geometry
the vulnerable
node
children
tree.
in
And let's
families,
start actually doing
including children with disabilities. I will continue and maybe the slides will come later. With this project, we demonstrated 5 institution closures in Rwanda and Uganda. In Uganda, 3 institutions were closed and their children returned into families and communities. In Rwanda, we closed 2 institutions. One was fully completed. The second one, can you go back a bit? Sorry. Yeah. And one is still under closure. The children were 40 and now 16 are remaining here in Kigali. A community-based mechanism established in Rwanda and Uganda, including community protection network for children in communities, community volunteers, foster care, inclusive community centers, the application of an SMS technology for early and timely identification of children with disabilities, but also a well-coordinated mechanism as a response to children who are identified in communities, far-to-reach communities actually, and improved peer support groups. 300 professionals were trained as well to care about children with disabilities in Rwanda and Uganda. As a result, community-based mechanisms were established with 128,000 children prevented from separation in Rwanda and Uganda. The following slide. Move again, yeah. I think I interchanged yeah. This is the outcomes of family placement or child development. This is an analysis that is done following an initial child assessment that is done in an institution, and after 3 months, 6 months, and 9 months, when the child is in the family, to not just celebrate the numbers of children who are returning in families as a human imperative, but rather to demonstrate or to capture if there is any change or there is any need of adaptation for child development. And as you can see, the gender development stagnated at 54% in the institution, but after 9 months of placement, child development progressed at 60% from that average of 64 to 60%. Although 6% appears to be small, this is a significant improvement in only 9 months after placement. This again demonstrates better outcomes of family environment against institutional care due to neglect that was documented by previous researchers. Development was not significant in development, was most significant in independent living skills, social and emotional, as well as in mobility and in time-space coordination. These are, they are figures, but as we always say, there is always a story behind any figure. And if I can say it differently, I will say that a caregiver or an institution owner who used to care for those children, just by visiting them in families, being astonished and say, I was very skeptic, but I'm impressed with the development. That is the real message. I think that is what those who do qualitative study have in addition. So the development was visible beyond the use of tools to demonstrate it with figures. And if we shift on the following slide. Yeah, we conducted also some research, as I mentioned, to make sure what is being done at institutional level or in 1, 2, 3 institutions is also confronted on other realities in communities. And together with the National Child Development Agency, the National Council for Persons with Disabilities, we conducted a survey of residential centers for children with disabilities. The fundings are there. And if I could just summarize, I would say that the residential care institutions are defined as institutions where children permanently live without any planned holidays to families. There was a need to differentiate different centers. There was also what we call boarding centers where children go, but during holidays they return back to home, to their homes. There was also boarding schools, so where they attend some schooling and then they remain, but Generally, they were separated from the other typical children, which is a concern, of course. And the mixed centers, where it was a mix of boarding center, but at the same time, they have children who just stay there, not as a residential, but to attend different schools. As a key recommendations that came from the survey, investment is required in family and community-based care for children with disabilities. Community-based health insurance, we realized it doesn't cover the disability cost for all drugs. It's not a choice, but the health insurance doesn't cover all the costs related to disability-associated sicknesses. Medical services and supportive devices were missing. So parents were thinking by bringing children in those centers, they will be accessing, they will have better access to medical support. And also the centralized, the most needed healthcare rehabilitative services, you'll find that those centers are very few. So parents don't have any other choice than bringing them very far, and they are obliged to get separated with them in comparison of where centers are available in communities. Let's consider maybe UCC that I saw in the digital, I can't remember the whole formulation, but the study you made around autism in UCC. So the surrounding communities attend the center, but children return to home like anyone. But wherever there is no such services, children are obliged to get separated from their families to have access to those services. And astonishingly, families sometimes think by miracle the disability will disappear when they get access to such services. Can we go on the other slide? Yeah. And another research was conducted. That was a CAP study. This was done again by the three agencies, I will say Hope and Homes for Children, the NCD, National Child Development Agency, and NCPD. The previous one, actually, the report was produced by Professor Vincent Sezibera, so he may be not happy the way I'm presenting, but he's among my mentor. He will understand that there is something he didn't do right. So for the CAP study, we also partnered with the university lecturers to make sure we have a clear understanding of how disability is perceived in Rwanda. And without going through all the fundings, we just say that it was revealed that the first purpose was to make sure there is enough evidence to make policy advocacy. And both research contributed, but also demonstrated that the way the society is considering persons with disabilities is much closer to burden than to be responsive to supporting them in an individualized way. So they are considered as a burden. They are still called the negative names regardless of being prohibited in laws. And so all those informed the new progress. We started with 2 institutions, but there is now a roadmap to close all the other institutions. That is the benefit of such research, because it's not just a kind of a research, but it was a research that was made to make sure the whole scale is known. And if the government needs to invest in supporting children with disabilities, especially to have an inclusive child care reform, they have enough information, enough data to refer to. That's why it was done jointly with those agencies. Here is a story, and I will end by that story. But the colleague who has been helping me with presentation can just bring the slide on key achievement while I will be reading the story. Yeah, this is a story of of a child called Carol. Of course, in the child right practice, we avoid using the real names. And of course, a consent is there. So Carol was born with another twin, who is called Esther. And when they were growing up, parents realized one was growing, let me use abusively some concept, normally, but another one was demonstrating some delays in development, especially in the motor skills. So parents tried to do whatever they should have done, including praying for a miracle to happen for their child, with associating it with a lot of mysticism, you know, when around disability, we all know, I mean, especially in this context, and prayers could not bring that change. So parents just heard that in a different district, I'm talking about Nyagatare and Gatsibo for those who know the place. In Gatsibo, there is a center that welcomes children with disabilities. So they went there with hope that when the child reaches there, that miracle now will be medically achieved, because the center is called Specialized for Children with Disabilities. And the child was separated since then with the twin. Doctor, I'm sorry, I don't remember the name. You mentioned something around attachment. When we discussed the issue of reintegration program, the big issue to address is around the attachment. Children who grow up in orphanages have little connection to any adult. So because there is no like that individual attachment due to a big number of children, but also the ratio on staff. Do I still have like 2 minutes? Yes? Thank you. And so there is kind of that disconnection when they start attaching to a certain caregiver. When they turn a certain age, immediately they are disconnected even to that adult. That's how institutions function. So the child is like lose any repair, any model. And so the child was always isolating himself, this young Carol. And whoever visited the center will recognize a child who was sitting always in a corner, regardless of whoever is coming. Many children actually will be and hug everyone, and sometimes, I mean, how do you say it? Get like pested to you and say, are you going to bring me home? It's something we found regular. But for this child, he was just isolating and different to anyone. But when we started talking to the parents, they were like, no, we are waiting for the child to be treated. Now the big issue was for social workers and psychologists, we work with those two categories of professionals, to convince parents that this is a situation they will be just living with and help the child to fulfill his potentials as everyone. And finally, the child, I mean, they come to understand. It takes time, of course. From 6 months to 8 months, parents were known, but that element of training, of trying to understand why they feel the child cannot stay at home until it is addressed. Because no one is going to stay with them or do surveillance if the child because the child may be even abused, because parents are not ready to welcome the child back at home. What is interesting is that the child returned at home, the child is happy, the child started improving, I will say ridiculously, to find, I mean, I can't find the right word, but the parents themselves used very local materials to support the child starting making some effort to walk. And currently he can stand up and walk. You can see some progress, and to end, I will say, I will just read what his mom said. We are proud of Carol. Sometimes we were stressed out on how our child is treated in the institution. They were just worrying, but that is full stop. You worry, you say, is he getting the proper care? Is he really getting whatever he needs? Is he not being abused or whatever? That is just a concern. And now we are quite sure of how he is treated because he is in our hands. This is the kind of dignity, this kind of program we want to restore, where parents are not like punished, I will say that, punished for being in very difficult conditions and then remove what is of much value for them. That will be the end of my presentation, and recognize that for the closure of institution for typical children, Rwanda has reached around 90%. And for children with disabilities, there is hope that in our lifetime to be cautious, that all children will be living in families, not just in families, but better cared for. And I'm fixing Maxime by recognizing also the effort of UNICEF around this program since the very early stage, including advocacy, funding, supporting the social workforce. That's why I said the logo may look Hope and Homes for Children because it's the only one that sent me. But this program is a representation of many actors, and Rwanda is currently leading in childcare reform due to those combined effort of action and research at the same time, advocacy and action. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Halimfura, for a great presentation about the journey of deinstitutionalization and especially for children with disabilities. I'm going to introduce Anne Candide Habyarimana for her upcoming presentation. She's a social worker by training, and she has several postgraduate training in problem management, counseling, clinical supervision, narrative therapy, and community work. And she's a project manager of mental health and psychosocial support at SOS Children Village, Rwanda, with 12 years of experience working with vulnerable children, young people, families, communities to create sustainable positive change in different ways. So please welcome, help me to welcome Madame Anne Candide.
Thank you very much, Pascaline. Allow me to share with you how SOS is contributing in building resilience for children. Yes. As SOS is a child-led organization, especially in providing quality care, but also strengthening the capacity of families, those poor families, but also in youth employability. But also we put much focus on mental health and social support, and especially on adolescent sexual and reproductive health and rights. Our vision is to ensure that every child belongs to a family and grows with love, respect, and security. And as far as our mission is concerned, we ensure that those children are helped to shape their own futures, but also to share in the community by developing, but also by working with those community-based organizations. So let me put a focus on how SOS is contributing. As far as the target group is concerned, SOS targets two groups of children. The first one is children who lost parental care and others who are at risk of losing parental care. So to some extent, those children who lost parental care or those who are at risk face different challenges in life. Recently, with the support of NRS is National Rehabilitation Service, aiming at ensuring or oversee those children experiencing life-threatening conditions. SOS is contributing in ensuring their successful reintegration. But first, we do a psychological rehabilitation of those children because to some extent they face throughout that life, they face different stressful situations, like those physical abuse, emotional abuse, lack of parental care, those feeling of isolation, all of that. Those are some of the issues they are facing. So going just to show you how we undertake the journey to help those children to bounce back to their normal life and thrive in their communities. So the next slide. So for SOS, we said maybe what and how. This is an approach we use. Each is called narrative therapy and community work as an approach. And this approach is put more focus on strengths, on inner skills, on values or personal agents of the concerned person. Just is not a pathologizing, is a non-pathologizing and a non-harming approach. So the principles of that approach setting that a person is not the problem is the problem. Whenever facing or whenever meeting a person, kindly go with a non-judgmental attitude. A second principle is a person is expert of his own life or situation or feeling. Because what I'm feeling, you may know it once I just talk to you. Meet with me with a non-judgmental attitude. So how we do it? Next slide. So there are some techniques we were using once meeting with those children, and after just making a kind of screening, knowing just making a kind of assessment, there are some techniques you are using, like the first one is externalizing. This is a narrative-based techniques, because most of the time we all face challenges, we all face bad events, but the fact we interpret them, how we interpret them, the meaning we give them, this have a direct impact on how those events or those bad challenges we are meeting affect us. And most of the time, those bad events tend to mar our views to ourselves. And we try to, we start defining ourselves as if we were problems, or our identity is made by problems. Or remember, no one event can't make, can sum up and define you. Because once you start defining you as a problem, it's a dominant story we're giving to the problem we're facing. So a narrative therapist starts by externalizing to locate or to separate a problem from the person. And once having it as outside, you start just to see it objectively and see other actions behind that problem, and to be easier to tackle the grassroots of that problem. So there is also another technique, which is reoffering. Reoffering comes with, it's a conversation between a narrative therapist and a client or a child, where just by going through externalizing process, you came at an outcome or unique outcome or other neglected area, you can build it on just to make an alternative story or to make a new preferred identity. So the reoffering conversation said that no one story can define you. No one event can define you, because the life of a person is multi-storied. So another technique we use is a theme of life. The theme of life is a kind of a metaphor, which is based on sports. We all like, or some of us like football, like me. I like football. So for the theme of life is a sporting metaphor using the jargons or the language of sports. Let's take an example of football. In football, we have coach, we have captain, we have goalkeeper, we have those guardians. So each of them has its role, his role. So for just connecting with the person or the child, you may ask a child, who is your coach in your life? Who's the person you can turn up to when you are facing a challenge. This is a team of support which is made by a set of, or a kind of a group of person in your life. In a case you may you are going through hard times or hardships, you can turn to just to call upon a help or a solution or a guidance or an advice. Other technique is collective narrative documents. Those are it's a kind of document made by special skills or life-saving tips a person can call upon when having or meeting or facing a hardship. So maybe to some extent, children tell us maybe when I'm alone or when I face a hardship, I go to see my uncle or I pray, or those are special skills which are centered to a person. And once gathering in a group, they make a kind of a sum of those special skills, and then we made an encyclopedia of children, which is collective narrative documents made by those special skills we may use when facing hardships or hardening times. So there is also another technique you used, which is tree of life. The tree of life is also a metaphor we use by just making allusion to the parts of the tree, because the tree is started by roots. It means your origin. You came to the ground, which is your where you stay. You come out to the trunk, your special skills, your special competencies, your special skill you have. You come up to the branches, which are, as you go upwards, as you grow, those are the goals and the dreams you have. You have leaves, just saying the important piece on your life. So we start to connect that. With the concern, the child, we start to connect all those parts to make sure that a child is telling her story in a way that makes him to feel strong. Because remember, the narrative therapy focuses on inner strength. So, continue. All those interventions are just based on the age of the children. Some of them are enrolled in social support groups. Others are just treated individually. But let me say about the social support groups using that narrative therapy and community work with those techniques. Some of them, they are enrolled in those support groups, and others in game and activity groups, others in creativity drop-in groups. So in social support groups, we try to create a kind of a safe space, because we all know that once you are in a safe space, once you are in a riverbank position, you are capable to talk. So we create a kind of a safe space to those children. Just they gathered together and start talk about their life experiences, and there is a kind of mutual healing. So in those social support groups, children learn some life-saving tips, coping mechanisms, and to some extent they build their competence, their confidence, their character, and all those contribute in building a successful or a development of a child. Also, for those game and activity groups, it's an innovative way of which is playful, where we use games, but it's just not a matter of using games. We just make a kind of illustration, and we go for RCA, which is reflection on the game, connection with the daily life, but also application, how you may apply the knowledge you got through the game. From those social support groups, we have noticed that children have their own ways of responding to social-related issues. But sometimes we, as adults, we intend to have an agenda to say you have to do this and this and this. Just for those social support groups, create a space, a safe space, and just knock the door and let them open their doors. Next, please. So for SOS, SOS believes that it can't just work once working only for children. That's also we work with families, those families who care for those children, because we proceed for reintegration. And for ensuring that there is a successful reintegration, or the child is really good in building his or her resilience, we said maybe it would be good to joint support, having a caring relationship with those families, with those parents, as far as children are concerned, but also working with community to get community resources for those social networks, but also to see how those parents or caregivers can just work as positive role model for those children, because those caring relationship, we all know, bonds or that attachment theory, the bonds is a key foundation in building the resilience of the person. So my take-home message for today is, the first one is to remember every time the person is not the problem is the problem. We intend sometimes to label those children who experience the life street conditions as if they are the problems. So from today onwards, I think we change our mindset. Secondly, if I say we, it's SOS, we were lucky enough, because this approach of narrative therapy and community work, with the support of Professor Vincent, has been accredited by University of Rwanda. So today it's a postgraduate certificate, but we started the discussion to see how to upgrade to the level of having it as a master degree. So thank you very much. The resilience results from a dynamic interaction of inner strengths, but also external support. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Madam Candid, to walk us through your work, providing psychosocial support using narrative therapy practices. Next, we are going to welcome again Maxime from UNICEF, who is a social and behavior change specialist. And yes, I know. He's going to be talking about adolescent mental health landscape assessment. Yeah, please help me to welcome him again.
Okay, I'm not sure how you guys feeling. It's the lunchtime, really. But thank you for this opportunity once again. I will be very brief. In UNICEF, there is a few priorities, which include adolescents as a priority audience. Then there is a priority of mental health. It was always there, but it became even more of a priority because of the COVID-19. We all know that the vulnerabilities and different impacts of COVID-19 also actually impacted adolescents' mental health and psychosocial conditions. So, what is adolescence? We all know it's a transition from childhood to adulthood, 10 years to 19 years old. There is so many different changes happening in a child during this time. Biological, psychological, social, and sometimes, and I would say oftentimes, and most of the times, they would be stressful. Adolescent mental health problems range from emotional, depression, suicide, anxiety disorders. I won't go into the whole list. What we know is that despite available evidence on mental health in Rwanda, specific adolescent targeted data is lacking. And that's why this was one of the reasons why UNICEF conducted a landscape assessment to inform mental health programs, but much more still needs to be done. The purpose was to identify the adolescents' mental health needs and gaps, identify entry points, and this was done, again, I want to reiterate, this was done led by our health team. That's why it talks about identifying entry points in the current health system that will enable effective implementation of adolescents' mental health program and identify priority interventions. This was done through focus group discussions, KIIs with adolescents, their parents and various stakeholders in adolescent health in Rwanda at all levels, and policy and legislative framework and service delivery analysis. During the literature review, anything related to mental health, anything related to adolescents as keywords was looked at, and I mean in the context of Rwanda, of course. So I will not stop here because I think it was already covered, but it will, I can see from the agenda it will be covered in more detail as well. But we know and we understand from the mental health landscape analysis as well, through the literature review, that genocide against the Tutsi still is one of the major adverse childhood experiences negatively affecting mental health of today's adolescents. There is a lot of problem related to mental health and substance abuse and addiction. Substance abuse among adolescents is really connected to the cyclic relationship with mental health. And today we also, earlier we talked about violence, which also has links to this. And then, in terms of existing interventions and gaps in adolescent mental health, the government of Rwanda, together with several national and international partners, have put forward various strategies. However, what we are trying to say, and this landscape analysis is confirming, much more needs to be done. Sorry. One of the issues, again, that comes again and again is adolescent pregnancy, is also a consequence of sexual violence against adolescents, inadequate or no access to adolescents' SRH services, sexual and reproductive health services and information. Stigma experienced by people with mental health is a challenge, and this is, again, something which is very close to me as a social and behavior change person. This is something we are also trying to address, is that still that stigma is there in the society whenever we start talking about the mental health issues. And then caregiver reported improvements in family connectedness, good parenting, social support, and children's pro-social behavior resulted in reducing mental health problems among HIV-affected children. And I'm thinking, this is just an assumption on my part, but maybe it has to do with that program that you guys were presented earlier, the Boston College. That could be from there, actually. Okay. Awareness of mental health services among the population and mental health service utilization. Now, this is interesting. We can see from the landscape analysis that 38% of the general population, including adolescents, and 23.8% of genocide survivors were aware of where to seek support. So even the level of knowledge about where to seek support is very low. 5.3% reported use of mental health services among the general population, and 14.1% among genocide survivors. And the main reasons behind the low mental health services utilization were associated to stigma, lack of information on where services are provided, lack of money, and not knowing the mental health is a problem. Really, I promise to keep it brief. There are cause and effects. We talked about genocide, we talked about exposure to social media. This is one of the reasons that exposure to non-age appropriate media also leads to adoption of risky behaviors. And then we talked about lack of knowledge in adolescence. We can see that violence places adolescents at high risks of early pregnancy and STIs. We talked about teen pregnancies, which create additional mental health issues. And there is also homeless parents who also give birth to homeless children who are most vulnerable. So there is also a cycle going on there. So basically, the idea was of this mental health landscape assessment is to come up with a very sort of reasonable set of interventions which would be costed and which would be timed. So basically, we came up with strategic interventions for the period of 5 years with the cost of $7.5 million, which we are going to be starting to look for. And but basically, again, the suggested interventions are primarily focused on raising public awareness and providing timely information on any forms of the violence, psychosocial rehabilitation, continuous follow-up at community level, placement of professional social workers and psychologists at district level. And another important component there, and I think we mentioned this earlier, is how to ensure meaningful participation of adolescents, children, adolescents, young people, particularly, for example, through income-generating activities, how to make them more sustainable, how to build their efficacy, and so on and so forth. So then support children from poorest families, especially to help them to remain in school and avoid school dropouts, which will contribute to decreasing risk of them engaging into risky behaviors. There is a need for family psychosocial support. There is a need for formal training and adolescent-led projects to continue to realize their potential. Financial support, again, is required for adolescents, again, to be involved in the village level, savings, lending association, promote adherence to medication through health education and counseling, strengthen peer support groups, psychological education for parents who live with children who have mental health problems, professional psychological counseling, recreational activities, peer-to-peer education, I think we already mentioned, awareness raising. Okay. One thing from this slide, I'm sure the materials will be shared, so let me not spend too much time. One thing, and this is something also related to our panel discussion, is promoting human-centered design approach. This is the last recommendation on the right. In policy and programs design, governance, monitoring, and evaluation. We've been talking today about the limited participation of children, young people in the design of the programs, in the design of the policies that are affecting their lives. So this is something that we really think that we need to prioritize and support going forward in order to improve adolescents' mental health services. Okay, there's a lot more, which you can see if we can move. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maxime, for the stellar presentation and use of time. So yeah, we really need it. So we acknowledge how time is going, and we are going to introduce one more speaker before we go to lunch. So hang on. Next, we are going to have Dr. Bintu. She's a medical doctor at Sierra Leone Medical and Dental Association, and she's a junior doctor doing her rotation in pediatrics and planning on doing an MC in tropical pediatrics and global health. She's passionate about studying a safe house for abused and neglected children who have been going through wars and walked through epidemic of global proportion. And yeah, without further ado, we are going to play the video. It's going to be about kinship, fostering child abuse and mental health experiences from Sierra Leone. Sorry for the technical issues. Since the video is not going to be shown right now, we are going to move to lunch. It's at the pool where we had coffee, morning coffee, for those who were able to attend. But yeah, please enjoy your lunch, definitely lunch, and pass by the registration table to pick a meal card so that you can be able to actually eat. So there will be meal cards, so remember to pick those up. And if you didn't register, also it's your time to register with the registration team. So thank you and enjoy your lunch. Yeah, we will have you back in after lunch in 1 hour. Thank you.
here today, and it's really like a festival of knowledge about what's happening here today, and it's so good to see so many friends, friends that I didn't know doing similar work, and meeting new colleagues. So we will, together with my colleagues who will come after me, Galia and Ernest, we will present to you the work of the Interpeace program in Rwanda. I will start with a brief introduction on the Interpeace program as a whole, and I will then focus on one of the interventions that we have developed, resilience-oriented group therapy, and my colleagues will talk about multifamily healing spaces. So, quick background on the Interpeace program in Rwanda. Interpeace is an international organization for peace building based in Geneva, with presence in Rwanda for more than 20 years. Since 2015, Interpeace has been supporting activities for psychosocial healing in Rwanda at the intersection of peace building and mental health. And the current program, that everything that I will present is a part of, since 2020, has been focused on developing multi-systemic community-based interventions, including components on mental health, social cohesion, and sustainable livelihoods. We will only talk about the mental health components today, of course, because this is what is relevant for this conference. Interpeace's approach, Interpeace follows an approach of including from the government to the grassroots. That's the philosophy of Interpeace. And the way this has been expressed in this program, at the level of the government, the partners of the program is Minubumwe, the Ministry of National Unity and Civic Engagement, Rwanda Biomedical Center, Rwanda Correctional Services and district and sector authorities. Also community-based organizations, especially Prison Fellowship Rwanda, Dignity in Detention, Haguruka, and others. And academic partners, which included, it included, of course, also the University of Rwanda, and especially our esteemed friend and colleague, Professor Rudembesa, who has been one of our main academic partners for the development of the mental health aspect of this program. Also, myself and colleagues at the University of Cyprus, colleagues at the University of Victoria in Canada, the McLean Hospital in Boston, that has played a very important role on the protocols for mental health, and also other Rwandan thematic specialists. And the program is funded by the European Union and by the Embassy of Sweden. Am I missing something? Next slide. Oh, we went way too far. Oh. Next, yes. Yeah, I think that's the next slide, I think. Okay. Yes, that was it. Go back to the previous slide, yes. Okay. So the program, the Rwanda program, is comprised of 4 stages, and we are currently on stage 3. The first stage in 2020 to 2021 was to conduct a needs and capacities assessment on the 3 domains of interest: the mental health, social cohesion, and livelihoods. That included baseline community surveys. It included capacity audits of different institutions, etc. The second stage was the participatory design of protocols and guidance. That included multiple national stakeholders to design manuals for mental health or social cohesion or livelihoods. And now we're at the third stage, which is evaluating impact. And hopefully over the next few years, depending on what the results from the impact evaluation show, we will be proceeding to national scaling. Next slide. Now, let me, a quick background so that everything else that I and my colleagues will say will make more sense regarding what we found from the first phase, which was the needs and capacities assessment. And I will only focus here on the mental health side, not the social cohesion and livelihoods. On needs, I think these will probably resonate with most people in the room, but I think it's background that I need to share anyway. We have in Rwanda large-scale trauma combined with limited availability of mental health care providers. leading to a service gap, especially for individual psychotherapy, which is very resource intensive. There's also cultural discomfort in attending one-to-one therapy with an expert outside the family context, also combined with social stigma in seeking treatment for psychopathology. So if something is labeled psychopathology, that immediately creates resistance to attending treatment for it. Furthermore, as was mentioned earlier, we have a well-documented intergenerational transmission of trauma, and we know that it's a fact from numerous studies, but most interventions still struggle to address this phenomenon. We are still treating individuals, persons, whereas it is systems that are suffering. Yeah? And also there are complex interactions between mental health difficulties, social marginalization, and poverty. So gains in one domain without attention to the others might not be sustainable. If you don't address the poverty and the social mistrust, and you only work on mental health, people can very easily regress to their previous state. And as for capacities, that we felt were really important, and the program really relied on these existing capacities for further progress. The decentralized mental health sector of Rwanda, of course, which has a tertiary district sector and even village level presence, which is actually quite notable by any standard. The extensive involvement of community-based organizations, for instance, Survivors Association, for delivery of mental health care, and the acceptance of the role of those community-based organizations. We don't really see kind of competition between the formal, we don't see as much competition between the formal and the community-based organization sector as we see in other places. There's a mutual recognition and acceptance. There's a vibrant community of mental health professionals with training in diverse clinical approaches, narrative, humanistic, gestalt, cognitive behavioral, systemic, to mention but a few of the training that many of the colleagues in this room bring. So there's already a lot of that. And very importantly, there's a collaborative mindset between professional sectors, as well as between government, civil society, and academics. There is very much, I mean, coming from the outside in Rwanda, and trying to be an objective observer, I see a lot of everyone working together for the same objective. That's not to be taken for granted everywhere. we do not see the same in every country. So these are definitely capacities. So in this context of needs and capacities, we established, next slide please. We established for the program specific design objectives that were responding to those needs and capacities. The first design objective was to develop manualized, group-based psychosocial interventions that can address post-genocide trauma while preparing participants for effective participation in family and community life. So the group-based approach is intended to, the sense we got and the feedback from stakeholders is that group-based approaches are more easily resonate with the population than putting people in individual one-to-one. Group-based approaches are more cost-effective. You can build community with group-based approaches. So we decided, not with full respect for individual approaches, of course. There's back home in our own countries, we do individual psychotherapy, we practice individual psychotherapy, and you do here as well. So with full respect to individual therapies, we decided to focus this program on group-based approaches. And specifically, we developed 3 mental health protocols: resilience-oriented group therapy, which has an emphasis on supporting clinical populations. That's the one that I will personally present now. Multifamily healing spaces, which has an emphasis on preventing intergenerational trauma, and my colleagues will present that in a few minutes. And the socio-emotional skills curriculum, which has an emphasis on building life skills in children, adolescents, and vulnerable adult populations. That's a bit of our influence from UNICEF past collaborations coming through here, which unfortunately we will not present today, but we will be happy to engage on another occasion about the socio-emotional skills curriculum. Another design objective is to prevent mental health stigma by packaging the interventions as opportunities to strengthen resilience. We are not packaging them as clinical treatment for disorder X or disorder Y. Yeah? Also rigorously assess the interventions through randomized control trials, process tracing, and outcome harvesting, and make them available to the population through a decentralized operational framework and by providing training opportunities to any interested mental health specialist. So this is, the intention is for all of this to be open source, but also regulated through training, so that quality is maintained, but the interventions can be scaled. Next slide. Now, let me talk now a bit more about the resilience-oriented group therapy. Let me talk first about its empirical foundations, and then I will talk about its theoretical foundations. As I mentioned, we conducted a large baseline study. The pilot was in Bugesera district, so we had a sample of 5,000 participants in Bugesera. And what you see here, in this slightly complicated diagram, is a psychometric network analysis, which is a relatively new way of analyzing epidemiological data, which looks at the connections between variables. And it tells you which variables are close to which other variables. So we did a psychometric network analysis of clinical symptoms in Bugesera. So symptoms of PTSD, symptoms of anxiety, symptoms of depression, substance abuse, suicidality. And then we visualized the closeness and the distance between the different indicators, of the correlation between the indicators. And what we found was that trauma, PTSD symptoms are at the center of everything. So you have PTSD symptoms here. Here you have substance abuse and aggression. Here you have generalized anxiety. Here you have depression. Here you have panic disorder, which of course is very close to social anxiety and agoraphobia. Here you have suicidality. And at the center is trauma. And this is a very important insight because it validates what we had been conceptualizing as like a ripple effect model of psychopathology in the case of Rwanda, that the initial hot trauma gradually over the years and over the decades began to mutate into various different psychopathologies. And you don't get the clinical presentation of PTSD anymore like you would 20 or 25 years ago. What you get is a clinical presentation of depression with trauma at the background, or a clinical presentation of substance abuse with trauma at the background. So that has important implications about how to proceed with treatment. The other analysis we did on this data was a cluster analysis. So we tried to understand the profiles of the population in terms of their clinical symptoms. And we found 3 segments that are important for this conversation. There were a couple of others, but there are 3 that matter for this conversation. First of all, we found a segment with primarily internalizing problems. So anxiety and depression, OCD, yeah? So, and that segment tended to be comorbid along all those symptom categories. You couldn't say, oh, these are the people that only have anxiety and these are the people that have depression. Suggesting that there are transdiagnostic factors that connect those disorders. For instance, a transdiagnostic factor that we found connecting this segment was rumination, having the tendency to think over and over again about what happened. Yeah, and so all of those pathologies are linked to that. Then a segment with primarily externalizing problems, aggression and substance use. And this was linked to underlying impulsivity. And finally, a segment that primarily displays identity disturbance, loss of meaning and unstable relationships, without necessarily meeting the criteria for any psychopathology. They would, if we were diagnosing for that, maybe they could possibly meet the criteria for borderline personality disorder, but there is no, we didn't know the clinical practice in Rwanda of screening for borderline personality disorder. And maybe it is simpler just to say that these are people that are suffering from emptiness, alienation, and difficulty in relationships. So we found those 3 profiles, and so we started thinking, how can we create an intervention that is unified in the sense that it addresses the transdiagnostic factors that connect all of these clinical profiles, especially the underlying trauma, while respecting the differences between the different profiles, finding the balance between customization, but also keeping it homogeneous so that you can scale it up easily. Next slide, please. Now, regarding the theoretical foundations for resilience-oriented group therapy, we made a deliberate design choice to rely primarily on theoretical frameworks that are already used extensively by clinical practitioners in Rwanda. And this was partly a practical consideration that it would be an easier hill to climb if you're already using techniques and methodologies that people are familiar with, but also respecting simply that there's a reason why those approaches are used so much in Rwanda. There's a reason why narrative therapy is so popular in Rwanda. It's because the life story of everyone here is broken. Of course it's narrative therapy. So it's about respecting that there's a reason why specific ways are used. So what did we use? We used existential and humanistic therapies, so we brought elements together into an integrative intervention that includes elements from all these theories. So the existential and humanistic aspect is the emphasis on personal agency and responsibility. The cognitive behavioral therapy aspect, which is actually quite strong in this intervention, maybe a little bit stronger than you find in most other interventions in Rwanda, includes psychoeducation for trauma awareness and skills acquisition. And there is definitely in resilience-oriented therapy, there is a very strong psychoeducational component. There is a time to talk, a time to explore identities and to discuss everyday challenges or future aspirations or memories, but there's also a very strong skills training component which participants are then encouraged to integrate into their life stories, integrate into the way they address everyday challenges. Acceptance and commitment therapy was another model that we relied on. I'm not sure whether acceptance and commitment therapy, which is a new wave, as it were, cognitive behavioral intervention, whether it's used in Rwanda yet, but it's, the WHO is increasingly relying on acceptance and commitment therapy for most of its low-intensity interventions, and it focuses more on present moment awareness, diffusing from thoughts. Maybe some of the work that people do with Gestalt therapy in Rwanda is not too far from acceptance and commitment therapy. We used the elements from peace education, especially social competencies for peaceful coexistence. And finally, elements from narrative therapy to reconstruct personal and community narratives. So the question, of course, is how do all of these come together? Yes, it's a lot. But it's, and maybe if you can go to the next slide. So this is the process overview for resilience-oriented group therapy. It's comprised of 6 phases. If I remember correctly, I think it's 24 sessions, over 24 weekly sessions, or it can be bi-weekly, so it can take from 3 to 6 months to have a full cycle of resilience-oriented therapy with a group of 15 people, let's say. Phase 1 is called Taking Ownership of Our Personal Change, and it's very much about personal narratives, but also personal encouraging personal agency and responsibility, encouraging participants to realize that whatever has happened, it's now up to them to make choices. So personal stories are brought to the table in phase 1. Phase 2 is psychoeducational, and it's about understanding trauma and psychological distress. And as I will, that builds on the visual, of course, in a very simplified way, it builds on the visual that I showed you before, that how trauma is at the heart of a lot of the things that we do. So understanding that, normalizing that, accepting that this is a challenge that we are all dealing with in Rwanda. The next phase is again psychoeducational, but understanding resilience, understanding what was mentioned in the morning, how resilience can be cultivated through skills, how resilience can be cultivated through supportive relationships, how resilience means that even though the context is very difficult, you can still survive and thrive. So this is very much at that psychoeducational level. And the next phase is, the next two phases focus on strengthening resilience. Phase 4, the emphasis is on acquiring and activating socio-emotional skills. Social, emotional, and cognitive, you can call them life skills maybe. We like to use the word socio-emotional skills because I think life skills is, we've noticed that in the literature, even though we came from that background of collaborating closely with UNICEF, but we noticed that in the literature, life skills is also used in different ways. So for instance, cooking is a life skill, yeah? So we ended up settling with socio-emotional skills as a way to describe this. So resilience-oriented therapy at its heart has socio-emotional skills training, which however is targeted to the needs of each clinical profile, and I will explain that in the next slide in a minute. So in phase 4, we focus on acquiring skills, and in phase 5, we focus on using those skills to strengthen relationships, for socioeconomic inclusion, and for civic participation. So it's going from the person to the community. It's moving from mental health to peace building, from mental health to social cohesion. It's trying to make the connection. It's also trying to address the problem that we all experience, that it's not just after suffering from a mental health disorder for 20 or 30 years, it's not just mental health that is your problem. It's relations, it's livelihoods, everything is a problem. So it's about acknowledging that and working with the participants in order to support their integration in community life. And phase 6 is basically booster sessions, once every month, in order to touch base, troubleshoot, maintain the connection between the participants. But most importantly, in phase 6, it's also about reconstructing stories. So based on all this experience of the therapy and based on your new struggles with the new skills that you have acquired, what can you say about your life story? And what can you say about your community's life story? Well, about your community story. So we have stories at both levels, and the stories at both levels are being reconstructed. Next slide. Now, yes, so how do we customize resilience-oriented therapy based on the clinical profiles? Well, we have basically developed 3 profiles, three variants of resilience-oriented therapy, responding to the 3 profiles that I mentioned before. So for the anxious depressive profile, where people are likely to have anxiety or depressive disorders at clinical levels, such as obsessive compulsive, social anxiety, generalized anxiety, agoraphobia, or depression, the variant we offer is resilient-oriented therapy for emotion regulation. That's what we call it. And the emphasis is on self-compassion, present moment awareness, and self-expression, among other skills that are cultivated with this group. The alienation emptiness profile, which is characterized by loss of identity, low social trust, emotional instability, and diffuse anxiety, we offer the variant of resilience-oriented therapy for identity development, and the emphasis is on tolerating interpersonal discomfort and nurturing intimate relationships. And finally, for the substance use profile, where we have drug or alcohol use at clinical levels, elevated aggression and rebelliousness, and problematic impulsivity, we offer resilience-oriented therapy for behavioral self-management, and the emphasis is on decision-making, daily organization, and disregarding unhelpful impulses. There's a lot more in common than is different in the 3 variants, to be fair. It is still one and the same treatment. It is still about understanding your life story and using skills to pick yourself up and working on your relationships and working on your reintegration. But because we start with different deficits, we emphasize different skills in working with each of these groups. Now you may want to ask, how do we know who to allocate to each group? Well, we have developed a screening protocol that is linked with this therapy model, and which we use in order to determine which variant of resilience-oriented therapy is more relevant, but also whether another intervention is needed, like multifamily healing spaces, which my colleagues will present in a minute. Next slide. So, where is this heading? The effort here is to move towards a scalable public health program for delivery of resilience-oriented therapy. most important aspect of this is development of partnerships with the formal mental health sector and community-based organizations for establishment of resilience-oriented therapy groups at the local level. This is actually our main focus at this time because it took us a long time to actually develop the manual. It was a lot of work to get to this point, but really now we are focusing all our attention here. Multi-method assessment of impact is also on our current to-do list with randomized trials, process tracing, and outcome harvesting. We have developed a week-long training program. So we have a training curriculum which also includes a written examination for interested practitioners. It's only open to mental health experts for resilience-oriented therapy. Because we are working with clinical populations, we felt that it wouldn't be appropriate to open it up to community facilitators. However, in the other protocols that we have developed, those like multifamily healing spaces, those are open to community facilitators. This one is for clinical psychologists, mental health nurses, trauma counselors, whoever else is deemed suitably qualified. We are utilizing a sector-wide screening protocol to identify and allocate participants to the appropriate groups, and also developing a cross-referral system, including out referrals to district hospitals, because you may screen and you may find that someone is in active psychosis or someone is actively suicidal. So in those cases, we don't recommend trying to deal with it in the community. We recommend, of course, that it is referred upwards to district hospitals, but also in referrals from other community interventions, such as sociotherapy, because a feedback that we were getting from sociotherapists is that sometimes some people are struggling in sociotherapy because they have so many issues of their own that they're finding it hard to connect and engage in sociotherapy. So some of those people, what sociotherapists now do is that they refer them to individual psychotherapy. This resilience-oriented therapy would provide an alternate outlet for referrals. And the final slide. So, significance and potential for resilience-oriented group therapy. It has potential to address trauma-associated mental distress at the national scale. It was designed to be scalable. A lot of work is needed. I mean, we're going to be working on this flat out for the next year or two before we can talk with confidence about where this is heading. But it's at a good place and it does have potential. The other significance is that it is connecting mental health with peace building and socioeconomic integration. This is an important international agenda, and definitely resilience-oriented group therapy does that in other protocols do that as well. So for instance, sociotherapy does it the other way around. It rebuilds relationships, and by rebuilding relationships, the mental health symptoms are reduced. This one is from the self outwards. In that sense, it's the opposite of sociotherapy, but with the same ultimate result. You start by reconstructing the self, and that new self can then start building relationships. And maybe potentially utilization in other post-genocide or post-conflict settings. We are not looking at that yet, it's too early. We're only focusing on Rwanda at the moment, but there is potential possibly to consider that in the future. Thank you, that's all from my end.
Hello. Another round of applause to Dr. Alexandros. Yeah, and by the way, thank you very much for this significant and impactful psychosocial healing work you are doing here in Rwanda. All right, so we are going to receive the next presenter. I think the two presentations are somehow intertwined because the next one is about addressing intergenerational legacies of the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda, which is about multifamily healing spaces. So I'm gonna take you, give you a short bio introduction about the next presenter. She holds a bachelor's degree in psychology from the University of Cyprus, and a master's degree in the therapeutic management of addiction from the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. So currently, she is completing her PhD at the Department of Clinical Psychology at the University of Cyprus, investigating the impact of intergenerational transmission of self-regulation on youth mental health. So through the partnership with the Interpeace program, she serves as a clinical research associate in developing family-based interventions in conflict-affected countries such as Rwanda. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the doctor-to-be, Karia Nicolau. So I'm going to ask the next presenters to shorten their time as much as possible, because from lunchtime, I got some recommendation that people want to ask more questions. So if you shorten presentation, then we will have much time to ask questions from the audience. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to present and elaborate on our program in collaboration with Interpeace, emphasizing on family and community level in Rwanda. So let's start. You cannot find my... Which one is that? Okay. This is... Yes. Let's go to the next slide. So, let's start with the challenges of social systems in the face of conflict. Conflict situations such as war, genocide, and poverty cause considerable distress across the whole community and interferes functioning in multiple life domains such as educational, vocational, and social, resulting in collective trauma. So, in the normative family development, the couple system, which is higher in the family hierarchy, has positive relationship qualities, as you can see. The couple system, which may co-occur with parental system, affect parenting behaviors, since that couples who have positive relationship qualities use more positive parenting behaviors. And of course, couples who support each other and respond well to their parental role establish an environment where the children feel secure, feel safe, having the opportunities to learn and acquire psychosocial competency. Next. Okay. Now, what is happening in the face of trauma? When parents experience trauma, they exhibit PTSD symptoms. The trauma, as well as the maladaptive behaviors that may use in dealing with traumatic symptoms, increase the negative dynamics in couple relationships. So, couples who have a negative relationship quality use more harsh parenting behaviors. And children whose parents fight each other and are uninvolved in the family life have been shown to develop PTSD symptoms and other internalizing and externalizing mental health issues. So, discussing about conflict and trauma-related experiences. As you know, people in Rwanda have experienced the genocide against Tutsi in 1994. Of course, I'm sure that you know better than me the consequences of genocide in the family and social system in terms of the death of 1 million people. A lot of people were sentenced, and many people experienced the highly local violence. But it is important to say that to date, a large portion of Rwandan population struggle with mental health issues and grieving of loved ones. And the indirect pathways of transmission of intergenerational genocide's legacy concern the ways in which the genocide aftermath affect the family socio-ecological environment and in turn the child's life through the direct mechanisms of lack of communication, emotional distance, and chaotic family structure. Now, multi-family healing spaces has been developed in order to assist family members to improve their communication and collaboration within the family and community system, breaking the intergenerational transmission of trauma. Multi-family healing spaces has been inspired by family therapy and sociotherapy. Family therapy has been chosen as a therapeutic mean in breaking the intergenerational transmission of trauma by addressing the direct mechanisms of involved in family-based processes. Sociotherapy has been implemented in conflict-affected countries such as Rwanda to assist people to deal with consequences of conflict and endorse reconciliation and healing within the community. So, in the multi-family healing spaces, we have 4 different healing formats. In the parents-only healing space, parents, we will have the chance, we will have the space to share their daily challenges, their wounds, and to acquire the skills in terms of socio-emotional skills and parenting skills in order to respond well in their parental role. In the youth-only healing space, youth will be encouraged to find and raise their voice within the family and community system and develop their identity beyond the family. In the individual family sessions, all the family members will meet together in order to reflect in their family history and improve their communication within the family. And finally, in the intergenerational healing group, all the generations will meet together, allowing youth to express themselves in terms of their future aspirations and the effect of genocide in their present life, and get feedback from the older generations. Because the older people will have also the space to share the lessons learned from the genocide. Now, these phases represent the long term of multi-family healing spaces, as the family members will be supported to acquire and practice the appropriate skills in order to express themselves authentically in a healing space where the other family members will listen carefully, they will provide support and comfort. And when the family members will be capable to reform the relationships within the family system, then they will be supported to deliver these skills and processes in the community relationships as well. Okay. This is the order of the healing formats considering the different 4 phases. Of course, the family members will process separately in the individual groups, and then they will return to the family and intergenerational group to work together. The principles of the multi-family healing spaces have been inspired by equivalent principles from group therapy and sociotherapy as practiced in Rwanda. From the start of the group therapy process, the family members will first experience the use of these principles in the therapy through the facilitator's responsiveness. And then the facilitators will explain the meaning of these principles and why it is important to apply them in their life beyond the healing group. So, regarding the process of change, throughout the multi-family healing spaces, it is expected that the family members will be changed and transformed through the underlying mechanisms in terms of narratives, emotions, behaviors, and values in order to develop the resilience at the individual, family, and community level. So, let me invite my colleague from Interpeace in order to share with you his experience of implementing multifamily healing spaces in the field.
I don't come with a different presentation. I just come to share with you some of the feedbacks from community where we apply these different protocols. As Dr. Alexandros and Ikaria said, we developed these protocols and now we are in the process of piloting them. So one of the pilot groups is a multifamily healing groups that is operating in the Bugesera district, specifically in Harama sector, which is started in mid-Feb this year. And it is comprised of 7 families. 7 families including 7 husbands, 7 wives, and their children. The children above 15 years at least. We have for this moment a group of 23 persons, adult and the young people, and they are in almost halfway of the going through the hearing process. Because the anti protocol go up to 26 or 28 sessions. Now they are on the 12 sessions. The last time we met them actually is this last Tuesday. I met them. It is an amazing group. And when we ask them, what did you discuss when you are meeting? They say because the protocols has a kind of 3 objectives. One is to address intergenerational transmission of genocide legacies, including traumas or related issues. And connecting, supporting parents to talk to their children, but also children to learn from an objective narration of what happened. Second is improving communication between parents, between intra-family communication, but also inter-family communication. And the last one is, of course, addressing some of the family issues, including family conflict. So some of the testimonies the group gave, next sessions, actually I combined them into 3 main outcomes. The first one is related to hearing and creating a kind of addressing emotional pain. You know, the genocide against Tutsi not only affected this physical, but also psychological, but also it affected the social fabrics. It means that this is genocide of proximity, where most of the people were killed by the people they know. They was living together. So bringing these people together, reconnecting them was an issue because of the issue of trust, issue of subsistence. And this is the quote from one of the genocide survivors. He said, I used to live in a constant distress, anger towards perpetrators and their families. I had waited long for those who wronged me to come and tell me the truth and seek forgiveness. But it was 20 years without anyone coming towards me. And but after joining this group, those people, because the group I missed to mention is made of 4 families of genocide survivors and 3 families of genocide ex-prisoners who are genocide perpetrators. And those from the genocide, the families of genocide perpetrators, in a group, they narrated what they did, they repented, and they seek for forgiveness. From there, the women were saying, among the 3, no one is part of those who killed my family. But it was like they are representing others who didn't come to me. And for me, I was feeling kind of, okay, I was feeling better because of these people. And it's like I forgive even those who didn't come to me. And when you observe what she's saying, when you have problem with your neighbors, there is associated fears. There is associated distress of not trusting someone you are going to meet. It is like they're becoming a threat for you. But when you reconnect, when you create this kind of spaces, it is an opportunity also to dissipate this fear, to dissipate this distress related. Next, the next result is about addressing intergenerational transmission of genocide legacies, where, for example, one of the youth descendant of a genocide perpetrator said how, in addition to the life hardship that was associated by his father, who is the family provider, being imprisoned, but also he was living in a constant shame and guilt because of carrying on the burden of what his father was doing. And it was also associated to some of the communities also calling him a son of a genocide. And he was angry against his father until the father sought forgiveness during the group meeting, and the people forgave the father. Then the son also took effort to forgive his father. Now he's feeling more released, he's feeling in peace with himself, with neighbors, and with the father. The second one is a descendant of a genocide survivor who was saying, because of observing my family's emotional sufferings, she was telling us, because she tried to ask the father, what happened to me? What happened to my family? Because this particular child was born in a swamp. You know, in Harama, there is a swamp near the Nyabarongo River. She was born during the time they were hiding in a swamp. Do you imagine? And she was kind of feeling like anything happened to the relatives who died, maybe were associated to this condition. Maybe I was a problem because of taking care of me. And for this, she was kind of feeling guilt of what happened to the families. And when she tried to ask the father, because of emotional pain, the father tried to respond to the question, but he said, I was kind of paralyzed. I couldn't speak. And every time she asked me, I had to go and cry in my room, or maybe to go to take alcohol just to distress myself. And this added to this distress from the daughter, because she also fears maybe I caused my father to suffer again. And I have to hate everyone who is associated with this, my father's sufferings. Until they joined the group together, and from the group, the father was able to talking from the group, but also discussing at home. And now the girls was saying, now I also am feeling at peace now, and I can forgive those people I was living, I was hating for all of my life. Maybe if we can go for the last where, for example, the last scenario is where, for example, the group has also contributed to addressing intra-family conflict. Some men testifying how today they used to live, you know, there's a patriarchal attitude of men who think to be strong, to be a man, have maybe to behave like, for example, there was one woman who was saying, when my father was coming home, my children used to tell me, please take care, the father is coming. It's like an animal is coming at home. Everyone is hiding. But from the group, the father is cooking for the family. Every time he's coming, he's greeting with every member of the family with care, because some of the sessions are also teaching them how the mutual care between the members of the families. Those are some of the many examples of how these multi-family protocols has contributed. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to the last slide. It is important to say that what we are doing in Rwanda is not work for us. It's our mission. And this is a healing process, not only for the family members, but also for us as researchers, clinicians, and trainers. And of course, it's not our job to toughen our children up to face a cruel and heartless world. It's our job to raise children who will make the world a little less cruel and heartless. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Another round of applause for this very wonderful, very informative and educative presentation. Because I was looking at the people's faces, and I was like, I didn't know that there is this kind of work that is being conducted by Interpeace. And I don't know where there is a certain repository for research work that is being conducted across Rwanda, but also getting to know what Interpeace is really doing. You are really doing an amazing work for this psychosocial healing for Rwandans. So thank you so much. I think this afternoon, the presentation themselves are very motivating people, because I was believing that maybe in the afternoon people would be like sleepy, but which is not the case. Thank you so much for being more attentive. So now we are moving on with the other presentation. So the next presentation is about tackling trauma and common mental disorders through community-based social healing model in Rwanda. Those are actually the results from the program evaluation done by Ubuntu Center for Peace. I want to welcome Dr. Jean Bosco Niyonzima.
Hello, everyone. They say you are not sleeping. I just met somebody outside. He was sleeping and trying to refresh himself. So this inspired me. I'm going to give you a gift after my introduction. A small gift. So I'm Jean Bosco Niyonzima. I'm a medical doctor. I no longer practice clinical medicine. I'm more oriented, even though I like it. I'm a holistic doctor. But my orientation is more on development and public health. I sent a bio, but I can introduce myself very briefly. Well, I've been working in humanitarian, mainly across Africa. I worked in around 7 countries. Recently, I've been in London, working at the headquarters of Save the Children International. But currently, I have developed, co-founded an organization called Ubuntu Center for Peace that I'm directing. And that's what I wanted to talk about very briefly. Now, before I start my presentation, may you stand up a little bit, please. Because I'm going to be talking about breath, body, mind practice, so I'm going to share with you just one exercise. It's called 4-4. 4-4-6-2. So you breathe in 4 seconds. So you see my hands facing up the ceiling. You pose them at the waist level. And then you breathe in for 2 seconds. So let's start. But before starting, maybe 2 deep breathing, relaxing breathing. So we breathe in deeply and then we breathe out humming. Breathing in. One more, breathing in. pause 2. Breathing in, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 2, 3, 4. Out, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Pause 2. The last one in, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 2, 3, 4. Out, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Pause 2. Thank you very much.
Yes.
So we'll be discussing about our model, how we do tackle trauma and other common mental disorders in the community. Many people have talked about, trauma situation, mental disorders in Rwanda, and I'm sure you are aware that the prevalence is very high. 20% general population, 50% in genocide survivors, and predominantly depression, anxiety disorders, and PTSD. And thank you, Alexandros, because I shared the idea that PTSD is actually at the center of everything. And I would say that the situation is compounded by collective trauma, which worsens the situation with other manifestations like sexual, gender-based violence, family conflicts. You have children dropping out of schools, widespread impoverishment. Some people talked about it. And the government approach focuses mainly, not only, but mainly on facility-based, individualized, medicalized approach. You will not be surprised that, of course, over 85% of people suffering from trauma and other common mental disorders don't have access at all to the care they need. Next. So, Ubuntu Center for Peace is very ambitious. We want to bridge the gap, as Interpeace is doing, through a community-based social healing model. Our model integrates breath, mind, body practices like the one we just did, collective narrative, actually the previous presenters talked about it, and rituals. This is delivered through community healing assistants, whom we recruit from the community, train and supervise them, and then they go recruit people with symptoms, form groups, therapeutic groups, and meet every week for 16 weeks. After that, therapeutic groups transition to long-term support groups with additional socio-economic activities like loan circles, cooperatives, solidarity work. Next. Why do we integrate our model? So, some people have talked about narrative and rituals. Studies suggest that rituals, including singing, dancing, drumming, can help create a conducive environment for a safe storytelling and listening. And storytelling as someone said previously, helps re-author your story and restore the sense of belonging, self-worth, meaning and purpose. Of course, through the stimulation of the limbic system. And members in the group, their stories influence each other and they help them change unhealthy perspectives into healthier ones. However, and here comes the breath, body, mind practices. Severe trauma is unspeakable. Most of the time, people who have suffered severe trauma, who are suffering severe traumas, are not able to name or to tell their stories because they are experiencing disconnection between the mind and the body due to the damage of self-awareness structures. That's where comes the breath, body, mind practices. There are many studies that show, I don't have a pointer, but it's okay. Slow-paced breathing thickens or stimulates interoceptive structures like the insular cortex, which presides over emotion and self-awareness, and the prefrontal cortex, which intervenes or is involved in judgment. In addition to this, slow breathing helps in self-regulation, emotional regulation. How? It's through, when you do breathe, there is an action of the vagus nerve, and then it acts, it helps balancing the orthosympathetic and parasympathetic, but also, it also restructures the brain as well, some structures. Like shutting down or inhibiting the amygdala and activating the medial prefrontal cortex, which leads to the improvement of empathy, compassion, and understanding. It's a very good exercise for social engagement. And when you do combine this, healing becomes stronger. Next. We have piloted this model in Kamonyi district in 2 phases, and the last phase involved the recruitment and training of 120 community healing assistants who intervened, accompanied 2,260 participants in Nyarubaka, Musambira, and Rukoma. Next. So data collection. We did collect data before and after the intervention using, official tools, but we also collected testimonials from participants. For quantitative data analysis, we used Stata 14.2. Next. I wanted to say that most of the groups that work together with women are like the 2/3 of the group. Majority of people have barely finished primary school and have no jobs. They live from subsistence agriculture with no paid salary. You can see the effects on depression, anxiety, and PTSD, the reduction of these 3 was very significant, statistically significant. Also, the improvement of quality of life was statistically significant. The work productivity was also statistically significant. Next. We also measured the children's school attendance and the intimate partner violence, but I didn't want to overload the slides. I will give you the summary. Next. So you can see in summary, we had 59% decrease in depression, 56% decrease in anxiety disorders, and 64% decrease in PTSD, which led to 30% improvement in work productivity, 30% increase in children's school attendance, and 59% less intimate partner violence. Next. We have very inspiring stories. Like I was almost dead, but now I am alive. We were in hell for 7 years fighting, but now we are in honeymoon. You know, the government officials proud of this approach and even recommending that we should work with the government, of course, to improve Ndi Umunyarwanda, I am a Rwandan program. Next. I just want to invite you to learn, to listen to Jane about the impact she had. Can you play the video? Yes. It's just 1 minute.
That I have learned is some people can come into your life, replace your parents, replace your siblings who are no longer. The thing that I have learned is some people can come into your life and replace your parents, replace your siblings who are no longer there, understand you, and you can get closer to them, you can open up to them. It's really a miracle that happened in my life. I am now a happy person. Thank you so much to each and every community healing assistant. You have been a blessing to me. You've seen me dance today. You've seen me smile today. A few months ago, I could not smile, I could not dance like this. At one point, they told us to exercise, and they demonstrated some physical exercises. At first, I was not able to participate in the physical activities. I was feeling shy and I was feeling like it's not for me, but now I can do everything, I can do each exercise. And it's all thanks to the community healing assistants. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. I have reached at a point of my life where I feel at peace. Thank you so much. I'm thanking you. I will always thank you for coming to me. I was almost dead, but now I'm alive.
This woman attempted suicide 3 times, but thanks to the program, she's alive. Moving forward, we want to incorporate the use of technology. These are community healing assistants. We give them phones, mobile phones, to help in monitoring and evaluation. and also in refining the breath, body, mind practices using the phone. So it's something that we are trying now with the new cohorts. Thank you very much for your attention.
And it's my pleasure to welcome Pietro Flanci, University in Milan, in Italy, where he specialized in international development, impact evaluation methods, and behavioral economics. So at Latalite, his contribution includes leading data collection for phone surveys with refugees in Uganda, conducting part of the analysis of the first steps evaluations in Rwanda, and building interactive dashboard to track the impact of the pandemic on coffee farmers in East Africa. So he is doing a great job. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Pietro.
We also have co-presenter, John.
All right, he's working together with another co-presenter. I'm sorry, I don't know how this escaped my mind. So he's working along with Jean Dodier Harerimana, who is actually my former colleague. So he's a research and evaluation coordinator in the Save the Children International, Rwanda, and the Burundi country office. He leads all research and evaluation for development and humanitarian response intervention within the organization, which is Save the Children, of course. So his capacity goes in different areas, including household economics, investment in child development, health system strengthening, education, health and nutrition, and welfare economics. Jado is an applied economist measuring in health and nutrition, economics and microeconometric at University of Nairobi, Kenya. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome those two presenters as they take us through to their presentation entitled Save the Children's First Steps in Hera Zambere in Kinyarwanda, a parenting program for children under 3 years of age. Thank you, and you're most welcome.
Thank you. I'm not sure if this is too loud. Yeah, just a second until we launch the presentation. Right. Thank you. John, did you? Yeah, you can. Thanks, everyone, and thanks for interesting presentations earlier. Yeah. But yeah, so today we're gonna briefly talk about an evaluation of a program that we did. I finished last year, so it's a project by Save the Children of the First Steps program. So yeah, we're just gonna go through the background of the program, and then I'm gonna present the key findings of the evaluation. So before going through the key findings, I'm just gonna hand over to our partner, Jean Didier from Save the Children, who's gonna give you a background of the intervention, and then I can present the key findings. Thanks, Jean Didier.
Thank you very much, Pietro. Thank you very much for having us for this conference, which is very interesting. I think we are going to build from what Professor Vincent have mentioned, that saying that we need to build parenting responses so that we should break the chain that parent might contaminate them, use that term, when if the parent have a mental health disorder, there is high likely that they will contaminate the children. But when we are having proper parenting responses, there is, it's more likely that we will break that chain. So the program that have been implemented by Save the Children since, it started from 2015, it was a pilot. Then later we got a funding from GCC, Grand Canada Challenge, to support our implementation, which is started in 2019, and unfortunately was supporting to having an end-run version in 2021. So the program, it has three categories. One is full touch, another is right touch. The difference, this is the intervention that we are providing. The full touch is that the parent who have been enrolled in the program, they are having the books. We are having in-person community parenting session using community volunteers. And also we are having a radio broadcasted parenting session. And also they got a visit for each after the session. But for Right Touch, we are having a basic package of materials, and also it's they also following in personal community parenting sessions and a radio broadcasted parenting session. But for non-control, they don't have any intervention. We have implemented in 3 districts, Ruhango, Gasao, and Kirehe. So it was almost, it have been implemented in 2 cohorts. So those are the results that we are going to present. I think I can pass over to Pietro. I think we can proceed because this word we are going to say it will be linked with the findings. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you so much, Ndadia. Yeah, so just going very quickly through the theory of change, and then I can move to the key findings. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of time to go through methodology, so if anyone is interested, I'm happy to chat about it after the conference, and we have some slides at the end if people are interested. So if the slide deck is shared, you'll be able to have more information. So in terms of theory of change, I think Jean Didier kind of outlined the main process anyway, but basically we have a light touch intervention and a full touch intervention, where the main difference being the presence of home visits and the provision of ECD material, basically books and activity cards for parents. So we measured some intermediate outcomes which have to do basically with caregiver practices in 3 domains. The first domain is responsive parenting and early learning. The second one is positive discipline, and the third one is health and nutrition. And then the theory of change goes, so this will have an impact, a positive impact on child development, and they will contribute to developmental milestones reached by more children. So how did we do that? We measured it by using an indicator that's called MDAT, which stands for Malawi Development Assessment Tool. I think some people might be familiar with it in the child development context. So yeah, I think we can move to the presentation of results. Yeah, I'm not sure this is working actually. Yeah, I'll just drop it. I wanted to give it a try, and yes, some people were struggling anyway. Okay. Yeah, so in terms of key findings, we can move to caregiver practices first, which is the intermediate outcome that we outlined in the theory of change. Okay, so the first domain is caregiver practices in terms of responsive parenting. Next slide, please. Yeah, so it's going to be a lot of graphs. One of the main effects that we observed in the intervention is basically an increase in diversity of types of interactions between caregiver and child. Yeah, so types of interactions can be activities such as reading books, telling stories, playing with the child. So there was a significant increase, as you can see, from baseline to endline, and there was much larger in any version of the intervention compared to the control. And yeah, and this was basically, this was mainly the case for activities that were not common at baseline already. One other thing that I think is particularly interesting is the fact that there was a positive and significant impact on the involvement of fathers in parenting. Both involvement of parenting in general, of fathers in general, and involvement of fathers in the number of activities that they perform with their children. Next. Yeah. Yeah, moving to the next outcome. Here, I think it's very clear that you can see a significant increase in the number of books that were owned by the household. This was this was much larger for the full touch group compared to the light touch, which makes sense since the intervention consisted of a provision of a book bank for households in the full touch, and this is actually the only outcome for which we observe a much larger effect for the full touch intervention. Next, please. Yeah, this one. And then, and then we also observe, let's say, a positive and significant effect in the share of caregivers leaving their child alone for more than 1 hour. So as it's expected, so the children were getting older, so it's normal that the share of children that were left alone for more than 1 hour increased from baseline to endline, but this increase was much smaller for the both versions of the intervention, basically. When it comes to attendance to early child development programs, there was no effect of the intervention, so attendance was kind of the same across all groups. Now moving to positive discipline practices. So basically, with positive discipline, we mean a range of activities that might be, so when a child does something wrong, instead of using psychological or physical violence to them, positive discipline implies just talking to them or explaining to them what was wrong, instead of using any form of violence. And as you can see, there's a very, very clear effect of the intervention on the share of caregivers using physical punishment. So there was an increase from in control from baseline to endline from 5 to 12%. While if you look at the light touch or the full touch version of the intervention, this was only an increase of 3%. And this also reflected in a higher use from baseline to endline of non-violent discipline in both treatment groups. Which, as I was mentioning, consists of activities such as just explaining to the child where their behavior was wrong or talking to them. Something that might spur some conversation about what to do next is just that there was not a lot of impact on psychological punishment or on attitudes towards physical punishment. So there was no impact of the intervention on the prevalence of those. Next slide, please. Yeah. The third group of outcomes that they analyzed was health and nutrition outcomes for children and health and nutrition practices. So basically, it was the share of caregivers seeking for treatment in case their child had a disease such as diarrhea or difficulty breathing. And I removed the slides for this one for reasons of time, but there was no impact that we detected of the intervention. So there was not a significant difference in the caregivers in the treatment groups compared to the control one of caregivers seeking for treatment for their sick child. So now we move to the main outcome of the intervention, which is basically child development. And so a somewhat surprising result was the fact that we didn't detect any significant effect on child development as measured by the MDAT. So something important to underline here is that the MDAT is an observational assessment and consisting of 4 domains. So one possible reason for this is the fact that it is possible that the measurement instrument that we use, so the MDAT, was not adapted to capture any short-term changes in child development, which is actually consistent with part of the literature. So one of the possibilities is the fact that there was actually some improvement in child development, but it was just not captured by our instrument. The second possibility is the fact that since we only measured child development 1 year after the intervention, it is possible that these changes from caregiver practices to child development might take longer time to translate it to child development. So maybe with some medium or long-term analysis, we will be able to see a positive, an improvement in child development. No, previous slide, please. Not back? Yes. Something that we noted though, and that gives us a bit of hope in this domain, is the fact that some of the caregiver practices that were improved by intervention are actually associated with improved child development. In particular, we observed a positive correlation between the use of nonviolent discipline, which, as you may remember, was actually improved by intervention. So there's a positive correlation of nonviolent discipline with higher increase in child development. And there was also a positive correlation between the increase in diversity of interactions between the caregiver and the child and improvement in child development. So these two channels indicate a possible mechanism through which caregiver practices might translate into child development. Next, yes. Next slide, please. I think it's stuck. Yeah. All right. So moving to recommendations, so we can wrap it up. So yeah, the findings confirm that the First Steps program was particularly effective in improving caregiver practices, especially regarding responsive parenting and positive discipline practices in about 2 years. And another significant result is the fact that the light touch version of the program was basically enough to spur kind of the same changes as the full touch version. This might also be due to not a lot of difference in implementation, but it's part of our limitations of the program. But yeah, so basically there was not a significantly different impact for a full touch version compared to the light touch, apart from the provision of books. So the only component of the full touch version that was actually spurred a different outcome in the full touch group was availability of books, which, as we explained, kind of makes sense since the full touch group was actually provided with access to a book bank. In terms of future research, yeah, so basically the puzzle of the non-significant results regarding child development is something that future research could explore, and particularly related to medium to long-term impacts on child development. So as I was explaining earlier, there's not a significantly higher MDAT scores in the full light touch treatment compared to the control, but there is a possible...
It's in the form of a video, and it's about exploring the efficacy of resilience, focused interventions, and promoting mental health. Those will be the preliminary findings from the late Dose Resilience Program, which is being implemented by the late DOR India. And the presenter is Madam Planami Tamori. So she's actually a journalist by training, and Planami decided to shift gears after a personal diagnosis led her to the led DOR India. So her commitment towards exploring preventative interventions in mental health and the realization that the Indian education system's disengagement with psychosocial well-being contributed significantly to the mental health crisis, encouraged her to pursue a second master's degree, this time in education studies at the University Ambedkar University in Delhi. So Planami has completed a master's thesis that explores intervention strategies to facilitate resilience building in schools. She was chosen as the Baden-Württemberg Stipendium Fellow in Resilience and has been featured in Spotlight series of Transforming Communities for Inclusion, TCI, Asia Pacific for her perspective on resilience as a viable education objective. Planami currently leads the led DOS Resilience Program in India. So ladies and gentlemen, let's now pay much attention to this very informative presentation. Thank you.
To the esteemed speakers and audience present here. I would like to offer my gratitude to the symposium organizers and UNICEF Rwanda for giving us the opportunity to share our presentation titled exploring the efficacy of resilience-focused interventions in promoting mental health. Preliminary findings from the Red Doors Resilience Program. I'd like to begin with an introduction to our organization. The Red Door is an India-based mental health initiative that was started in 2011 by Reshma Valiappan, an artist and educator with schizophrenia, who was awarded the prestigious Ashoka Fellowship, and Aparna Sanyal, a documentary filmmaker who made the multi-award-winning film on schizophrenia called A Drop of Sunshine, with Reshma as the protagonist. The fact that Reshma had managed to chart her own course to substantial recovery despite a bleak psychiatric prognosis was what encouraged the founding of the Red Door. The fact that severe mental illness is not a death sentence and recovery is indeed possible. So the Red Door emerged as an attempt to build a more humanistic and inclusive discourse around mental health, and it strongly advocates an integrative, person-centric approach towards the treatment of mental illness. The Red Door has presented at UN conventions, been a part of government consultations, and shared its perspectives at multiple civil society conferences. The Red Door is UNCRPD compliant, following the UNCRPD motto of nothing about us without us. The Red Door includes core team members apart from Reshma, who have had a diagnosis of severe mental illness and are now living fully functional and fulfilling lives. It was in 2016, 5 years after we began, that we started exploring the possibility of preventive interventions to mitigate a burgeoning mental health crisis, and we looked towards resilient science for answers. The idea of equipping young people with competencies that would safeguard them from debilitating mental distress when faced with adversity was born because of the TRD's work in the area of mental health and education. When the COVID-19 pandemic occurred, leaving shattered lives and mental breakdowns in its wake, it further strengthened our resolve to continue working with resilience. Indeed, the pandemic laid bare the urgent need to build human resilience in the face of imminent adversity. In other words, building psychosocial fitness as a preemptive strategy to deal with an increasingly volatile and uncertain world. Now, to add context to the design of our resilience program, we were very encouraged by the World Health Organization's view on mental health and illness. The WHO's explication of the etiology of mental disorders foregrounds psychosocial and human ecological factors and represents a clear and very desirable movement away from the reductionist biomedical model of mental illness. This was particularly encouraging as it signifies the potential of preventive interventions in mitigating the mental health crisis. And resilience studies offer an exemplary framework for designing such interventions. The work on the mechanisms and factors underlying human resilience began in right earnest after a seminal longitudinal study by Emmy Werner and Ruth Smith. Werner and Smith studied the developmental outcomes of an extremely at-risk young demographic on the island of Kauai in Hawaii. The results were groundbreaking, as they found that a majority of the approximately 700 individuals they studied over the course of 20 years went on to have positive life outcomes despite the presence of significant risk factors in the community. Further longitudinal studies, especially Project Competence under Dr. Norman Garmezy, also exhibited similar results. These findings led to a paradigm shift from a deficit model that correlated risk factors with psychopathology to a positive model that investigated the protective factors that facilitated resilience despite significant adversity. These studies concluded that resilience is, in fact, the outcome of a process where the protective factors available to an individual mediate successfully with the risk factors to allow for positive adaptation despite adversity. We were further encouraged by studies in neuroplasticity and intervention research that clearly showed that resilience is, in fact, a highly trainable outcome. So these are the theoretical underpinnings and evidence base of the Red Doors Resilience Program. Moving on to the specifics of our program design, the Resilience Program is offered in a module-based format where we focus on building and consolidating key psychosocial competencies that have been determined as protective factors in resilience studies through the use of experiential learning techniques. The pedagogic tools that we have utilized and found quite effective are mentioned on the screen here. Our course content has been informed by the work of Dr. Martin Seligman and the School of Positive Psychology, as well as the Existential School of Psychology. We have also been fortunate through our decade-long work in the area of mental health to learn closely from the recovery journeys of people with a mental health diagnosis, which has helped inform our understanding of which psychosocial competencies are truly key in the building of resilience. So the program focuses on building cognitive flexibility, learning how to shift perspectives, to identify cognitive biases and self-limiting beliefs. Emotional regulation, identifying and accepting difficult emotions, learning to minimize the intensity and magnitude of distress through techniques like distanced self-talk and reframing. We facilitate self-efficacy, which is the development of confidence through opportunities for experiencing autonomy and competence. Learning to set realistic goals, apply problem solving to achieve them, and developing a growth mindset towards the experience of failure. We also focus on eudaimonic well-being, encouraging the pursuit of a meaningful life with a focus on self-optimization. Learning how to nurture healthy relationships is a significant component of our program, and we use the principles of intentional peer support, active listening, and interpersonal conflict resolution. The program also actively facilitates the building of a community of resilience affirmative individuals who can continue to support one another beyond the Red Doors primary intervention. Over the course of a year, we have been able to offer our resilience program as a supplementary module in 2 independent fellowship programs, the Kriya Fellowship for Young Women Leaders and the Bolti Bandh Fellowship for facilitating meaningful dialogue between politically polarized sides. We are quite happy to announce that this year we introduced an independent resilience fellowship program which had over 403 applications. Although we are at the preliminary stages of impact evaluation, we have found the responses of our participants encouraging enough to share them with you here. I've always been hyper-independent, says Gayatri. So the exercise of actively asking a loved one to help fulfill one of your needs was positively terrifying to me. But I'm glad I went through with it. Having my vulnerable self be seen and appreciated is the best thing to happen to me this year. Merin says, the Art of Suffering session encouraged me to stay with and honor difficult emotions. What helped was the reminder that it is our idea of ourselves that often shatters, never us. The sessions encourage interesting viewpoints among the group, as Abe says, that give us an insight into how different yet similar we are. We've learned to take perspective, understand where the other is coming from. Thank you for this safe space where we can speak without fear of judgment. Nivyada says, the session on cognitive flexibility helped me unpack a lot of self-limiting ideas. I like how I've begun to question or rethink my assumptions about life. Tejaswin says, I feel like I have struck gold with the Resilience Fellowship. Didn't know the sessions would be this awesome. I hope you guys know the kind of impact you are having on us, especially someone young and who has struggled with life-shattering anxiety like me. This program has been a godsend. Advaita tells us, even with therapy and as a student of psychology myself, I have not experienced this extent of power over my own mental state and life. Why were we not taught about all this in school? This program has been truly transformative and life-changing for me. We have been able to showcase only a few responses here, but I must report that all the participant feedback has been overwhelmingly positive. We find these responses very encouraging because these are all young people between the ages of 21 and 30 who have experienced significant trauma and parental mental illness, and some are living with the diagnosis themselves. Also, the fact that these responses have come despite the program being group-based and online is truly promising. When it comes to mental health, we all know how much even a small intervention can help, how informed support and compassion can help save lives. And our experience with the Red Doors Resilience Program tells us that resilience-focused interventions offer significant hope in our fight against the crisis of mental health. Thank you so much and have a great day.
A round of applause to Madame Tamuri. Yeah, thank you so much, Madame Tamuri, for sharing with us these preliminary findings from the Red Doors Resilience Program. So we are much instructed about the efficacy of resilience-focused interventions in promoting mental health. So thank you very much for this very wonderful presentation. So now I'm going to hand over the floor to my former colleague, Asla Kajani, to lead and moderate the panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me to welcome Asla Kajani.
Thanks, Ame. So I can see people need a little bit of a stretch break. So Ame, if you can stay by me for a second, if everyone can stand up. Okay, we're going to do an activity that I think most people here know. We're going to be counting down using our limbs, okay? So we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Ame is going to demonstrate for me. So he's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with your right hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with your left hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with your right leg. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with your left leg. And then we're going to do it again, but 4, 4, 4, 4, 3, 3, 3, 3. Okay. If you didn't get it, look around. I'm sure someone has gotten it. All right. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1, 1, 1, 1. Woo! Okay. Thanks, Ame. Okay, so. Huh? Yes. Okay, great. So I hope that got folks' blood moving again, folks re-energized for our next panel discussion. So we've had an opportunity really to hear about the importance of merging practice and research together. And so now we want to turn our attention to how we can do that. And specifically, how can grassroots organizations do that? So grassroots organizations are generally very in tune with community needs. And so now we want to know, how can we promote the research capabilities of grassroots organizations to increase evidence-based practices and implementation, in Rwanda? Okay, so now I'd like to have our panelists join us here today. And so I would like to invite Dr. Jean Bosco back up to the stage. The second panelist is Dr. Alexandros Lordos. Please come have a seat. So we got some energy here. And our third panelist is Ernest, and I'm going to really try hard on your last name. Dukuzumuremi. Great. So welcome, welcome. Thank you. So you all have had a chance to get to know Dr. Alexandros and Dr. Jean Bosco a little bit more. So I'd like to take a moment to give a proper introduction to Ernest. So Ernest is working with Interpeace as the Design, Monitoring, Evaluation, and Learning Advisor for its Rwanda and Great Lakes programs. Prior to this, he coordinated the Rwanda Societal Healing Program's work around research, development, and program management. Ernest has also contributed to different research, policy monitoring, and program evaluation in Rwanda and the Great Lakes region. Ernest is a holder of a bachelor's degree in clinical psychology from the University of Rwanda. He graduated from Mount Kenya University in public health with an MPH with a specialization in epidemiology. And he is also doing a master's program in peace studies and conflict transformation at the University of Rwanda through its Center for Conflict Management. Welcome. Okay, so for our first question, this is for all of our panelists here. The question is, can you tell us about your experience with developing a program grounded in community and cultural practices, and how your program also incorporates research into its practices? So we'll go ahead and start with Dr. Alexandros.
Thank you for inviting us to this panel and for the very important question. It's a polarity to manage, and it's very important to acknowledge this polarity, this tension between evidence and cultural practices. I think the key to getting this right is participation, is inclusion and participation around the design table. Yeah, so you really need to say, okay, we want to develop something that is culturally grounded and evidence-based. You need to bring to the table the people who are the owners, if I may use that expression, of the cultural practices, and the people who are the owners of the best practices. And you need to engage it, you need to start a dialogue between them. That has been our experience in the Interpeace Rwanda program. I think the most salient example that comes to mind was when we were developing the socio-emotional skills curriculum, which maybe I can talk a bit more about that because it wasn't described before, so this is a good opportunity. We worked very closely with grassroots organization. At the one end, we worked very closely with grassroots organization in Rwanda. At the other end, we had quite a strong team of global practitioners who are kind of breathing journals, if I may use that expression, in the way they get things done. So we had colleagues from McLean Hospital in Boston who had their own experience with socio-emotional skills development through the behavioral health partial program at which is affiliated with Harvard Medical School. And on the same table, we had the community, the grassroots organization. And very often we found ourselves, when I say we, I mean Interpeace and our universities in Rwanda and in Cyprus, we found ourselves mediating these different perspectives. And for instance, okay, we understand that, let's just take a very sophisticated concept that comes out of research, like cognitive diffusion. It's a strange word. I don't know how many of you know this word. Cognitive, it's not diffusion, it's diffusion with a D-E. And it's a technical term that describes letting go of your thoughts and not being so stuck on your thoughts. And there's a lot of emerging research over the last 10 years showing how important a concept it is for mental health. It's actually cognitive behavioral therapy is moving away from thought changing to letting go of thoughts, and that's where cognitive diffusion comes in. So that's the evidence-based concept. How do we then apply that in Rwanda? We ended up coming up with metaphors. Imagine you're standing on top of a hill. I think standing on top of a hill is a very easy metaphor for any Rwandan, yeah. And you're seeing the clouds, and just put your thoughts on the cloud, and let them. You are seeing a herd of animals go by. Your thoughts are those animals. You don't, they're interesting, but you don't need to do anything about them. Just let the herd pass in front of you, and just keep doing what you were doing. So this use of metaphor was a very important part of cultural adaptation. Also, the protocols from Harvard were very bookish. They were very intellectual. It was all, look at this PowerPoint and this table, and look at this information from research. Because Americans, when they go to mental health care, it's part of their cultural language to think in those terms, to put things in Excel spreadsheets. It's normal, right? It's not normal here. So we converted those methods to, let's dance, let's draw something, let's move. So yes, that has been our experience. It needs, but ultimately it needs dialogue. It needs an inclusion of the owners of the cultural practices and the evidence-based research. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. I think you said, I think we are on the same wave of thinking. So I don't have anything to add. I just want to insist on this participation through the whole project cycle, from the design to through the implementation, through the evaluation, and then design again. I'm saying this because, there are things that you may borrow from other cultures, yet they are evidence-based, like breath, body, mind practices. They are not Rwandan. But when we do, like if I do design, I make sure that, let me give you an example. We have an exercise called Sky and Death. It doesn't make sense to a Rwandan. Or painting the waterfall. It doesn't make sense to a Rwandan. But I explain and ask them, how do you feel about it? And how would you call it using any metaphor or whatever? They come up with a new name which makes sense to them. When we do design, for instance, these tools, we don't design them. Like evaluation, monitoring tools from the WHO, from the Ministry of Health. They have been tested or validated, but sometimes we need to make sure that the translation meets or makes sense to them. So when we do translation with specialists or whatever, we bring the final product to the end users of services. They may change. I remember very recently we were doing an exercise on what we call open focus in meditation, or moving the circulation. And you say, breathing in and up to the head. And in Kinyarwanda we say, ngo zamura umwuka ugeze ku gasongero k'umutwe. And one person say, oh, agasongero k'umutwe. You never say that. Then we changed according to what he said. That's how we make sure that we are in everything together, from the design and then the implementation. The second thing, the program being implemented by the community themselves. That's grounding. Not bringing a Muzungu. I worked in humanitarian. You have foreigners coming to rural areas, remote areas, bringing their stuff, maybe me included. But, and we forget that they are the experts. We can only facilitate the process. Now, to include research component, he said that polarity had to navigate, to manage. But I would say that it's important to make sure that you have a monitoring and evaluation system which is clear. You know, you need to know, what do I want to achieve, and how will I know that change is change? What are indicators? And then how am I going to monitor? And after the evaluation, how will I know that our intervention has brought up change? Not necessarily from a research like a standpoint, but you know, any program which doesn't have data, that program, I would not say is useless, but if you really don't have data, how will you say that what you're doing is worth? So, in short, having an M&E system which is incorporated in, again, throughout the project cycle. The last thing is accountability and feedback. Because whatever we do, we collect the data and then we move on. Now it's important to also share what the results. People need to celebrate and say, oh, this actually, in your terms, this is how it's translated. And also I have to listen. Simple things. When I lead a meditation or breathing exercise or anything, I ask people, how do you feel? And it's difficult for Rwandans to name the feeling, but over time, people learn. Actually, it's also at the same time a teaching and a learning exercise. So accountability, feedback should also be part of the process. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sitting with experts who have very well responded to the question. I don't want to repeat. Maybe going on the practical point of view, with an example for our program. First of all, you know, since the end of the genocide against Tutsi in 1994, we had a lot of interveners implementing a lot of approaches, targeting a lot of people. But today, the research that are being conducted are showing a high rate of mental health disorders, and a very, very low rate of mental health care seeking behavior. Only 5% of people with disorders are consulting hospitals. If you don't question this, what are you doing? You have to question it first of all. Second, you have to ask yourself, if they are not consulting this formal structure for services, where are they going? The research is clear about it. People are going to traditional healers, people are going to churches. So you have to ask yourself, why are they going there instead of consulting professionals? This is the second level of questioning. And this is where grounding the program into community and culture comes in. So what are the obstacles? What are the hindrances that are facilitating people to go to church, to traditional health instead of facilities? And this is where you find the issues of stigma that is surrounding the mental health problems. I like someone who said, the problem, you have to look the problem out of the person. The problem is not the person, it's the problem itself. So once you start associating a person with a problem, we are creating this stigma ourselves. Let's look at our professional settings. If a colleague has a mental health problem, the first reaction of the leadership of the institution is to consult the legal team to see how this person can be excluded from work because maybe it's less productive. Why this person is presenting the symptoms of the societal problem. It is not his own problem. The survivors who are suffering for the symptom of trauma, it's not their fault. It's the fault of the society that failed them. And why can they become again victimized because of taking this symptom of the fate of the society? This is where, for example, grounding the program into the culture, into the community, and also basing on the data is informing us. That's the reason why for us, contextualizing our approaches, looking at what is happening, consulting the people themselves, and asking them, what do you need? What are you afraid of? Why can't you go there? What do you prefer? This is what, those are the criteria on what we built our programs. Thank you.
Thank you so much for all of your responses. What struck me about some of these responses is making sure that folks from the community that we're working in are part of the process from the design all the way to the end. And making sure that if there are publications, if there's research, if there's information coming out of the programming and the research that we are conducting, that it's fed back into the community. That folks understand what they've contributed to and how they've contributed and how it's changing programming. So thank you so much. So the next couple of questions will be directed towards a specific panelist, but the other panelists are free to also give their input if they would like to. So the next question is for Ernest. What are some of the challenges grassroots organizations may face when trying to incorporate research? And what are some approaches or solutions to those challenges?
Yeah, interesting question. Why some of the grassroots organizations are struggling with these research processes? We didn't say it. Before we started designing the program, we did what we call the service mapping. It was about mapping what are the existing interventions, what are the existing approaches, what are the gaps in terms of maybe resources, but also gaps in terms of capacities and the skills. And from there, we learned that actually we have a big number of interveners. Most of them are using professionals. Others are using what we call community volunteers or community facilitators, who are non-professionals who are trained. But there are others who have, for example, the protocols of interventions, but very few. Most of them are using just, I don't know, they are recruiting staff, intending that the staff have been graduated from maybe clinical psychology with enough skills to do what they are meant to do. And they are just there for themselves. They don't have a protocol that is orienting their process. When you are talking about research, there are two challenges. First of all, research is too demanding. Sometimes you are talking about a program which is designed based on the facts. I'm going to give you an example for a program. We started designing the program in 2018. Dr. Alexandros was part of the designing team, we understand. And we only started implementing it in October 2020. The whole process was about research, consultations, and about also consultation both at the national and decentralized level. You understand how many, the volume of resources invested, not resources in terms of money, but resources in terms of capacities. Also capacity to understand, and some organizations, we have to be honest with ourselves, they are just having this willingness to support, but with limited resources. Again, maybe not everyone needs to conduct research. There are a lot of research papers. Yeah? Last month we were discussing with the Minister of Civic Engagement, and one of the interveners asked the questions. You said you have a lot of researchers. I tried to Google all the researchers you enumerated, but I didn't find anything. Maybe sometimes you don't even go and conduct the researches. You need where you can find these resources, consult them, and be informed from what is existing. If there are gaps, there are different mechanisms you can use. Either you can conduct this baseline survey if you have resources, but also why not creating the feedback mechanisms, as my colleague was saying. There are different ways of conducting researches. The most important thing is to have this awareness that facts are important to understand the problem, because you cannot resolve something you don't understand. We are talking about individualized services. It doesn't mean clinical services. It means that I cannot take someone who has a depression, give them the same. For example, when you have malaria, you go to the hospital. They are not giving you the same medicine as the one who presents, for example, tuberculosis or COVID or anything. They give what I can call diagnostic specific treatment. What about mental health? When you ask even the people here who are interveners, what are you giving the people? How do you decide what I'm going to give someone? That's the reason why not only to have a good intention of helping people is important, but also conducting research if it is not possible, consulting what is existing already, and maybe having a system where people can share information, can learn from each other. That is maybe some of the solution to address it.
Great, thank you so much. So I wanted to ask a follow-up question, and this one will be for Dr. Jean Bosco. You had mentioned, as you were talking, the limitation of resources. And we do understand with grassroots organizations, there can be limitations of resources. And so the question is, how can grassroots organizations with these limited resources who wish to partake in research balance both community engagement or the provision of support and services and research within programming?
Well, it's, I would say, it's hard, and it would be a matter of prioritization. So, research, maybe I will compliment him first about challenges. So, we also have, so we say capacities. I want to be more specific about, technical skills. Not necessarily many people have technical skills to design and implement research. So this is also one of the challenges with grassroots organizations. Maybe this is a good platform to build, also to plan and build the capacity of grassroots organizations so that they can themselves design and conduct research in collaboration of the university. So the second thing then, it's financial resources. funding is a real problem. It's a real challenge. If I have a small, like a limited funding, I'm not gonna prioritize research. My organization is not a research organization. It's a service, an implementation organization. However, research, like a monitoring and evaluation and research, is part and parcel of the program. Now, if you have very limited resources, you make sure that you get data you need, and that's what, for instance, I'm doing. I have to collect the data, because no data, I'm not implementing. Otherwise, how will I know that people are getting better? You may do intervention and waste your time. So, at least collect data. The minimum analyzing them, it's possible. But envisioning research, this is another issue. There are people currently who are telling me, well, why don't you do experimental? I have some evidence, and this is good evidence. Of course, I need rigorous evidence. I need to do RCT. But don't ask me to plan to do RCT next year. I have to plan first to really, understand different, like the complexity of the intervention. If you start a model, you implement at a small scale, at a larger scale, it becomes more complex with different factors. So it's important to understand all those processes before you prioritize research. I don't know, I'm not sure if I did respond, but a matter of prioritizing and knowing when research as such is important, but make sure that M&E is part and parcel of the programming.
Great, thank you so much. So I really liked what you said about knowing what data to collect, what information to collect, what research that you need to do, and really focusing and prioritizing that and ensuring that it's at least within the M&E plan, at least in the beginning, and then envisioning the research as maybe resources become more plentiful. Thank you. So the last question is for Dr. Alexandros. So beginning research can sometimes be intimidating, and this question is really targeted at those early researchers, those early practitioners. So sometimes beginning the research can be really intimidating. So what practical advice do you have for ways grassroots organizations can begin developing research capacities while maintaining their community engagement?
Yes, that's a good question, and I think the answer is more motivational than technical. Even though it kind of seems to call for, get the skill. It's not the skills that are missing so much not just in both. I think the case of grassroots organizations and early career researchers is quite similar here. It's actually understanding why it matters. So that there is motivation to invest not so much money, but time in it. It's not that research is expensive. It's expensive when you outsource it. And that's why research has this reputation of being expensive. Actually, if you get some basic research skills, and if you're already a facilitator running groups, and you're already seeing a group for like 24 times in 3 months, that's what's expensive. Spending a few minutes filling in some questionnaires here and there, or using one of your sessions to talk about the impact that it had, that's not, it doesn't significantly change the resources that you require. It requires a different mindset. It requires a mindset that it's important to capture knowledge. Now, how can we get that mindset? It's by understanding how the world works at the bigger scale. It's about understanding that when policymakers are trying to decide where to allocate resources, they have a duty of care to make sure that where they're allocating money, there is evidence to back it. Because it's taxpayer money, yeah? So of course they should. Of course they should ask. And I think the times when I really understand the value of research is when I sit with policymakers and suggest that an intervention should be scaled, and they ask me, we would love to, does it have evidence of effectiveness? Of course we want to do something that works, but show me that it does. So understanding that research matters and that it's not just about, oh, you know, it's a chore, the research is a chore, it's not inspiring, research doesn't really change people's lives, or research is just a vanity project for academics, or all of those ideas that we might have about research. And of course, research can become all those things if we lose sight of the purpose. But it's part and parcel of changing people's lives. I think understanding that is what matters, because I think practitioners, we get an oxytocin hit when we help people, and it's quite addictive. You know, actually the experience of sitting with a group and helping them and seeing the smile in their faces, and oh my God, this is so amazing. That's what I want. That's what I want to be doing in my life, and we get addicted to that. But we have a duty of care, and of course it's great to enjoy that, and it's healthy actually. It's a healthy way to get a high, yeah. But we have to get beyond the high and realize that we also need to understand the bigger picture, to understand the wider public health system in which our intervention is operating. And if we don't understand that early on, it becomes a painful realization later on, because especially from a grassroots practitioner perspective, if you don't really respect this cycle of rigorous program design, pilot evaluation, and rigorous impact evaluation as a prelude to scaling, what you end up doing is you end up running around from one intervention, from one funded project to the next, or even worse, from one volunteer project to the next, exhausting yourself, and ultimately everything collapses, and you wonder, my God, what have I done with my years? Yeah, because you were not rigorous about those, about all those stages. Let me just a small self-disclosure here. When Ernest was presenting before the findings from the focus group on the effectiveness of multifamily healing, that was such a rewarding experience for me to listen to that. Because myself and Galia and others, we've spent so many endless hours, thankless hours in front of a computer, putting things together, designing that protocol, getting absolutely no oxytocin highs, yeah, in order to have a rigorous protocol, and then, wow, it actually is making a difference in people's lives, yeah? So yes, research can make a difference in people's lives. I think that's my message to early career researchers. Learn, and to say something more practical, more technical advice as well. Learn multi-method, yeah? Don't become the kind of person who thinks that, you know, everything is a nail because the only thing you have is a hammer. Learn quantitative and qualitative, yeah? Learn methods to evaluate process as well as outcome. Respect the deep stories, but also respect that there are specific outcome indicators that we need to monitor. Think in terms of multiple informants, yeah? Think of who is going to know, who is going to have the information that you need. Is it the actual participant? Is it the family members of participant? Is it the facilitator? Yeah, so these are some random thoughts about this matter. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was both motivating and very practical, so thank you. Great. Emma, do we have time for Q&A, or? Great. So we'll go ahead and open up the floor for any questions you have for our three panelists here. Just put up your hand if you have a question.
Thank you very much. I think the panelists are amazing. They are raising the crucial part of the research, because this is a journey that we do every day. I want to contribute on design, because if I can give you an example from Save the Children. We have adopted that during the design, the monitoring and the evaluation team should be there contributing, because there is inviting, for example, children to give the proper term they use in every day, but also we have to make sure that what we are writing there, like we are drafting indicators, but those indicators should be understandable in a way that if I'm going to evaluate, it should be measurable. Because at the end, we want to share evidences. We want to share good news, because like what we are talking here is like people want to understand, do what Interpeace is doing in Rwanda really work? Of course, the only fact we have is data, as Bosco have said. If you don't have data, we are playing around, but we don't know really what is working or what is not working. Because the more we share what is working, what is not working, like the worker we did, we didn't find any significant change between two arms. But I'm proud that we didn't find any significant change. But we learn where it is not working. So this is what we should not be fear saying that we have designed it well, but we are working in a ground which is not flat. We play around, but inviting monitoring the evaluation is a crucial part of the project life. And those are the people who can speak out of what we are doing during the implementation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So I think we have one more back there.
Thank you so much for a wonderful presentation and even the panelist section. My question goes to Dr. Bosco on the issue where he tried to implicate some region of the brain that are involved in depression, emotion, and also anxiety, and also the post-traumatic syndrome disease. So I want to ask, I want to stand in the place of the new researcher, new student, or I want to stand in that position to ask, what are you trying to do to try to relate the qualitative research you are doing and the quantitative research for the new researchers that are coming, looking up onto this wonderful intervention. So what are the plans? What are the plans you have in mind? I'm trying to bring you down a little down where if there is any plan to see how this region of the brain that are implicated in your research, how can the new researcher appreciate what is happening so that it can lead to maybe new either drug therapy or more intervention or capacity building at the lower level. So that is what I wanted to ask.
Thank you for the question. I'm not sure if I have understood. So
you talk about in your intervention, which we saw on your presentation. Yeah, some brain. That is, you talk about how depression, anxiety, emotion, and also the intervention in post-traumatic syndrome diseases. So what I'm trying to say that, how do you link? What are the plans for you to link those regions that manifest those presentations, which you are intervening at the district level? So what are the plans to practically identify those regions in terms of basic science research, since we are talking about evidence-based research practices, to the new researcher looking up onto us or looking up onto you. Is it clear?
Okay, thank you. Let me say this. Currently, mental health and well-being are really developing. So we have neuroscience, we have epigenetics, we have quantum physics, we have neuroimmunology, many sciences interacting to influence the well-being. But coming specifically to your question, the breath-centered mind-body practices have been tried. There have been a lot of randomized control trial to see how these practices influence the brain structure, but also the neurophysiology of human beings. So they have used imaging, MRI, CT scan, but also there are other markers like the inflammation, like a C-reactive protein. That's one example. GABA, for instance, in depression, they have found that when you do practice this breath-centered mind, breath-centered body-mind practices, you have an increase of GABA. Those are just examples. However, currently there are research opportunities which are available. I was going to be involved in one actually with Dr. Stefano, but for some reasons he was not available. We could not take part. But the research opportunity existing now is from the Wellcome Trust. They are trying to understand. They say, okay, we know that these interventions are working, but we want to understand the mechanism behind. They are very expensive. Professor can tell you. If for instance we take 2,000 people, like a cohort of 2,000 people, you want to do not CT scan, MRI for instance. That's one. When maybe you want to measure GABA, you want to measure the inflammation and other markers. It would be done expensive. But my friend here has said that we rely on existing evidence. What we are doing, we are not inventing the wheel. We are using the evidence, available evidence. Of course, it's an ongoing work. So we are doing evidence and measuring the effect on the symptoms or manifestations in the lives of people. Now, the role of a researcher with maybe a practitioner, is to refine that mechanism. But I think there is a development in that area as well, as I said.
Yeah, I mean, may I just add a couple of, I agree with everything, and just a couple of thoughts about neuroscience research and where it's relevant, what's needed. First of all, a word of caution about neuroscience research. It can be very easy to get sucked into it just because it sounds exciting, it sounds new, it sounds different. But it's important to keep that ethical criterion of what is the ultimate problem, what is the problem that I'm ultimately solving, or that my field is ultimately solving by engaging in this in neuroscience research. Sometimes, yes, sometimes the stakes are very high and it's very important to do it. For instance, elucidating the mechanisms of change. Sometimes it's just about having more, what are perceived as more objective markers for change, as well as the ones that were mentioned already. Very popular markers of change are skin conductance and heart rate variability, because those are markers of anxiety. So if you have an intervention that is supposed to be reducing PTSD symptoms, and you want to go beyond self-report, there are reasons to go beyond self-report. And because if someone has participated in an intervention for several months, they may feel there's a kind of desirability bias in favor of saying, well, yes, of course it helped me. I mean, a participant may even feel a bit embarrassed, or that they may feel that it's a bit rude to admit that they haven't changed. Yeah. So there are reasons to, there are good reasons to do that. I would say it's beyond the scope of grassroots organization to do this kind of, to have neuroscience markers as outcome indicators, but it should be within the scope of university-based researchers, and especially early career researchers, master's students, PhD students. It does require having equipment that will be shared within the university. So it's also a departmental dialogue within a university department. What equipment should we have? I mean, what is most relevant? The other comment that I want to make is about the importance of power analysis when you are designing such studies. This is a this may sound obscure, but it's a very important point, yeah? So let's say you want to conduct a study to see if a certain genetic or epigenetic marker is relevant for intergenerational transmission of trauma, okay? Well, okay. And you say, well, I've got money to do a sample of 200, okay? So you jolly along and you collect sample from 200 people, and then you realize that, well, I'm not capturing an effect here. Well, the reason that you're not capturing an effect is that that genetic marker only has a 1% impact on the outcome, and your sample was simply not enough it wasn't sensitive enough. It's like having a telescope that is this size and trying to see the details on the moons of Jupiter. You can't. You need a telescope that is this size in order to see the details on the moons of Jupiter. So depending on the level of detail that depending on how subtle the effect is that you want to measure, that may really change the sample size. And that actually means that meaningful neuroscience research usually requires consortia. It requires multi-center studies. So it's wiser to say that let's do a consortium across several post-conflict countries that have a similar experience in sub-Saharan Africa, universities from 5 countries. Each of us will start collecting data on the same epigenetic markers in families of survivors. And let's see, once we start getting all of that data in, and we start having a sample that is in the thousands, so that none of us could have collected together, and sharing that data, what can we do with that? What can we learn from that data? So, and that's the importance of power analysis. If something has a huge effect size, then, and it's a totally unsubtle effect, then from a small sample, you can learn quite a lot from a small sample, and it might be a case of wasted money if you collect a larger sample. Yeah, so some thoughts there on all these issues around neuroscience. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. So in the interest of time, any additional questions, if you can go straight to the panelists after the conference. I'm so sorry, I did see a few hands up. But let's go ahead and wrap up the panel. So if we could give a round of applause for our wonderful panelists here today. Thank you so much for sharing your expertise. We really appreciate it. Aimé, I will turn it back over to you.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much for these very interactive panel discussions. So we are somehow at the end of today's session, but I would like to call upon one of the integral part of behind this, the preparation of this symposium. Mr. Joseph Kalisa to take us through the last activity before we conclude and call it a day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we give a very, very huge round of applause to Jaime and Pascaline over there? They did a very wonderful job. I wish the time I'm speaking in would be used for some of the questions, but it's on agenda, I have to speak. So I'm sorry about that. So thank you, everyone. I wanted to make quick announcements. I won't stay between your home and going. So it was a very busy, tight day, and I think Professor Vincent talked about that. Last year we had a single day, and all this was packed in one day. We said, okay, let's put it for 2 days, and we thought it would be a breath at least, but no. So it shows that we need to engage and have more conversations and all that. So quick announcements. You saw we have 2 videos that we haven't watched. We will start with them tomorrow morning. So make sure you come early. There's one from Dr. Bintu and then one from Celeste. Then there are poster presentations. Last year we didn't have posters. The reason why we brought in, it's the capacity building and supporting us as young researchers, students who are doing their proposals and all that. So they have made posters about their proposals, including others from the Sujamugang that you can learn more. We wish if you could pass by. It could be today, it could be tomorrow, it could be tomorrow afternoon. Pass by, listen to their proposals. If there's a way you want to partner with them, reach out to them. If there's a way you want to support them with their thesis, they are not yet finalized, so it's still a work in progress. But your ideas, your input is going to be very constructive. So we want that this becomes a platform not for only well-established researchers, but also others that were still thinking about the gap, the research ideas coming up, struggling with the methodology, and we are trying to look at the research design. So PASS, it's on the last down floor. It's called the conference meeting room. If you ask down, they can show you. It's a very small room. You might not fit now, all of you, so some can come tomorrow, and in the morning you can watch. And in the evening tomorrow, we're planning to end with a small cocktail, so we can mingle around, ask for some business card if you want to have one. Come with one. Yeah, so I think it's going to be fun tomorrow. So let's just come early. I don't know if that's all I had for today. Over to you, Pascaline. For those who have been asking for PowerPoints and everything, we will check with the presenters if they're fine being shared, and then we can share it as one for at the end. But we have to first get approval from the speakers. Over to you.
Thank you, Joseph. Just to give you quick directions to the poster exhibition hall. It's downstairs on the first floor, and you just go downstairs and go straight, and it has a business center on the room in front, so you won't miss it. And if you're able to come early tomorrow morning, around 8 to 9 before we start, it would be a great opportunity for you also to visit the posters. So thank you so much.
Yeah, and if anyone who missed, you can go to the center's YouTube channel. Where's Benjamin? He's gone. Oh, he's here. He's always behind. So he did a very wonderful work in having all the event live streamed. So you can go back and look at that presentation that skipped you and then watch it over, share it, and tomorrow as well. So mugoroba mwiza kuri twese. See you tomorrow. See you. ikintu cya mbere ijambo ugira